Okay, so once again, there is going to be lunch at 2:30.
I'm a media and communication studies scholar from Södertörn University in Stockholm, Sweden. So I'm very happy to be sharing this morning's panel, the second day. We have two excellent speakers coming up here, and we will do like yesterday, that we will take the two speeches back to back, and then we have a common Q&A afterwards. So make note of your questions. Our first speaker is Jeremy Bendick-Kiemer, who's a professor at the Department of Philosophy at the Case Western Reserve University in the USA. Jeremy, his work is a scholar on Anthropocene studies, of course, and decolonialization, and also has an interest in moral philosophy and justice, which I think we will hear more about in his talk today. He has been working previously at the Erickson Institute for Child Development, and also taught at his alma mater, University in Chicago, among other universities. He has published extensively in journals such as Environmental Politics, Earth System Governance, etc. And also, to my amusement, I saw that you also are working in media analysis, having done research or on the film, feature film Avatar. I want to single out also two of Jeremy's books, The Ecological Life, Discovering Citizenship and Sense of Humanity at Rowman and Littlefield, and his most recent book involving anthroponomy in the Anthropocene, on decolonialities on Routledge, and that's open access and downloadable from Routledge's website. Here he argues for a specific form of accountability for the redressing of planetary scaled environmental problems. So our second speaker is Professor Mark Williams, who's a professor of Palaeobiology, a geologist from the Department of Geography, Geology and the Environment at the University of Leicester, UK. Mark has studied patterns of human-induced changes to life and the impacts on introduced species into ecosystems. He has also published a long row of articles together with colleagues and single-authored in various journals, too many to mention here. But I want to single out his latest book, The Cosmic Oasis, The the remarkable story of Earth's biosphere, which he has co-authored on Oxford University Press in last year. Mark has also, beside this book, produced a number of co-authored books, which is also in a more easily way approachable for people like me, coming not from geology. So that's much appreciated. Mark is going to talk about cities frame our sustainable relationship with the nature world in the Anthropocene. And that talk will follow from Jeremy's, who will talk about the inner life of the planet Earth system, Earth system science in moral time. And I won't steal any more time from the speakers, so I give the floor to Jeremy.
Thank you very much. Can you folks hear me? That good? Okay. Tell me if you can't. I'm pretty old school. There's no PowerPoint, and I might get up and move around a little bit, but I'm basically going to read a text. This is a paper that is slated for a special issue of Time and Society, so I would really appreciate any feedback. I have a chance to do some last editing on it. Before I begin, I want to thank the organizing committee, and I especially want to thank my host last week, Ursula Lazowska, and the Institute of Philosophy here. They brought me here to do a seminar on public philosophy with PhD students, and it was really wonderful. I should also say this is a practice in the United States. This paper was written on land in Cleveland, Ohio, that's in violation of the 1795 Treaty of Greenville, which was made with 1,100 chiefs and warriors. This treaty was almost immediately violated. And then I also just want to say something about the kind of actual conditions of coming here. I don't normally carry around such a professorial-looking bag, but I deliberately brought this over here because it was given to my mom, Esther Bendik, that's a Slovak name, by my grandmother, Sue Bendik, or Sue Gall. They were immigrants to southern Ohio, coal miners, so they were involved in the fossil fuel industry, I guess you could say. And they came from the Spišsky region of Slovakia, from Wrocław, which is not far from Košice. I guess it's a little bit south of the Spišsky region, but broadly speaking. And so there's a kind of condition here of my being here, a kind of loop that is bound up with the kinds of things we've been talking about in this conference, the energy regime or energy infrastructure of our planet, the migration of peoples, but also the possibility for education to maybe create some self-determination in this life. So I wanted to give it up to my ancestors too for being here. Okay, I'm just going to read this, okay? The planet has no inner life. If people mean by inner life the soulfulness based on introspection or inwardness that the expression tends to connote. To speak of the planet's inner life is delusional anthropomorphism on such a reading. Of course, the expression could also indicate something in the manner of a pun. Perhaps folks are speaking of the life underground deep in the planet where surprising life does exist in strange and unseen forms under great pressure and in very high heat. But I don't mean these things. I mean inner life for humans when the scientific epistemology and category of the planet comes to have a claim on us. This is to focus on inner life as it is affected by or in relation to Earth, of as in from the category planet. But what claim is of the planet? Moreover, what kind of claim? Should it be one that is purely epistemic or scientific? I'm trained in the discipline of philosophy in an Anglophone context, and my work is rooted in ancient Greek moral philosophy, post-Kantian modern philosophy, contemporary Anglophone environmental philosophy, and increasingly in decolonial philosophy from the North American context. Learning from the tradition of Wittgenstein, I try to work within ordinary language as much as possible, and my philosophical training leads me to focus in on words as I write them. The result is a conversational style that is nonetheless focused on the details and nuances of language. You won't get a lot of theory with me, and the result may be under, not overwhelming. That's good in my book. I'm interested in ordinary reasoning that comes out of good relationships between people. One of my main concerns now is with analyzing how social alienation affects the way people think about things. By social alienation, I mean alienation from good relationships, that is, from relating well with each other. The view that I've developed over several books in the last decade is that losing touch with good relationships in people's lives often distorts good thinking and even theoretical or academic claims. As a result, it is helpful to return attention to good relationships in order to correct the errors that can enter academic discourses and so-called knowledge. This paper is in the spirit of that larger project. Against what I take to be social alienation reproduced as a form of scientism, I want to explore the extent to which the earth can have a moral claim on us in our souls. By us, I mean people coming to terms with planetary epistemology. For instance, the people who might read the special issue that this paper will be in. By souls, I do not mean anything theological, although my understanding of soulfulness can accommodate theology in some forms. I say this as an atheist. I tend to use ordinary language from my neck of the woods, and when I hear soul, I hear vegan soul, as in Detroit Vegan Soul. It's the name of a soul food restaurant in Detroit, and soul music, including sorrow songs. For reasons that would take us too far afield, these beacons of black life take me to my Slovak ancestors, minor settler immigrants fleeing political oppression between the Russians and the Habsburg Empire, who woke each morning to sing from the Slovak Lutheran hymnal before going down into the earth to extract profit for capital in a dangerous, violent, fatiguing process that they chose to survive. By soulfulness, I mean simply in our consciences, as these are spread out in the range of our feelings, moods, dreams, intuitions, sensibilities, and what have you, in human souls. Here, soulfulness means more music and longing than it means a categorical standing in theology. I'm interested in whether the planet can manifest soulfully for people, and if so, how? I am further interested in the moral dimensions of such appearance. These strike me as moving against the social alienation that some scientific voices now use to talk about the planet in its deep time. Thankfully not you when we talked, which was really good. So this may be a footnote to minor claims, we'll see. Now, my framing is not uncontroversial, and that's why I've positioned my questioning in terms of what is possible, whether or not the planet can make a claim on us in our souls, moreover, a moral one. By our, I'm inviting you to consider your own humanity however you consider it. The we is an invitation in a specific context of starting a conversation that will likely involve differences, not an imposition that I know what everyone else thinks or should be. The we is a moral judgment inviting people to disagree with me, but staking what I really think is morally responsible from my limited perspective. What's at stake is the self-understanding of being human on Earth, or some other name than human, some other concept. Some humanists who have been studying Earth system scientist statements hold that one of the defining features of the planet is that it cannot be accommodated in moral thought, and that it's categorically alien from human inner life. I want to explore these objections to see if they're justified. Accordingly, I'm going to trace a prominent version of them in the recent work of one of my humanist role models, Dipesh Chakrabarty, itself interpreting the views of a number of prominent Earth system scientists. And I should add that in some ways this paper is probably the follow-on of a special issue that a number of us, including Ursula, did with environmental philosophy around Dipesh's work. It was really a wonderful issue and a wonderful experience. So I've been kind of arguing and learning with Dipesh for a little bit now. I believe that I believe that those appearing in Dipesh's account, the ones that he reports, the views of a number of prominent Earth system scientists, misunderstand moral claims and their location in our inner lives. I'd like to be proven that I'm mistaken on this, by the way, if I'm misinterpreting it. My doing this has the purpose of diffusing the criticism because it no longer pertains to its object. So what interests me beyond the criticism is how people can take in the planet through a moral approach, or as I'll say, how people can internalize the planet's meanings. The turn of my argument is that since to flourish as a human being is to relate morally to our lives, the kinds of claims that, for instance, Depeche reports and sometimes makes must be taken as remarks for the moral imagination. The question is then how to make moral sense out of them. My answer will be that it makes sense to interpret them in terms of moral time. Moral time is any way that time must be told by moral relations. There are many dimensions to this idea. One is that since moral relations are historical, so is moral time. In discussion of a presentation of this paper, Marjolaine Olaine, who's an eco-phenomenologist in San Francisco, asked the question as to why we need to discuss time when moral relations are at the core of this paper's concerns. Well, the simplest answer is that A, since morality is essentially relating, morality appears in time, and that B, since time is central to human self-understanding and morality is essential to humanity, to understand time without morality is to alienate ourselves. There can be no analysis of morality without an analysis of the temporality, and there can be no complete analysis of temporality without an analysis of morality in time, that is, moral time. Okay, so let me dig in. Let me say some more about what moral time is. The adjective moral modifies the noun time. This is accurate. Moral time is time that is inflected through moral considerations, or as I put it, through moral relations. So being, that time must be told by these relations or those relations. The simple idea is nonetheless challenging to many conventions in the world and their temporalities. For example, it's tragically common in my culture to hear the claim that time is money. Let's call this a money-making temporality. But unless there are further qualifications, money works by a different logic than a moral one. As Aristotle effectively argued thousands of years before Marx echoed him, the life of money-making is unethical because it places a means as an end without being oriented by the end of living a flourishing human life or the common good. By contrast, when one lives as one should in moral time, that is, if one is to be a sound human being with a conscience, time cannot simply be money. Time cannot be told that way. One cannot just watch the clock and count it in terms of money lost or gained. That's immoral, because time must be told by one's moral relations. For instance, when one has to be a good parent to one's kids, one may have to tell the time by whether one has time away from work in order to be with one's children. And even when one needs to make money for the sake of providing for one's family, still, time is not money, it is family, or rather the chance to provide for them. One of the assumptions of the paper is that a sound human being with a decent moral character, nothing fancy, but just grounded, mindful, and responsible, must live in moral time before and beyond all else. Otherwise, they risk being socially alienated from their character as a moral person. This is a fairly obvious and straightforward assumption when one thinks about it, but it's deceptively powerful in its implications, as I hope to show. Moral time is fully grown human time. That is, the time of human maturity and soundness. The temporalities of moral time are several. The main one that I've mentioned and will single out as the paper concludes is the temporality of moral history. Moral time is historical because our moral relations are historical. This temporality involves both a past and a future because the stories of history are relayed to those to come and because they involve hopes for the future, directions in which things should be going. What interests me is that history should be expressed in moral ways, that is, told or recounted morally. One obvious way to think of this claim is that many consider their times in terms of moral progress or decline. Many people ask, are we taking some good steps to make our community, our lived-in world, more just for our descendants? Philip Kitcher asked this question. Another way to think of moralized time is through what humans owe to each other or descendants because of past wrongs or accreted patterns of injustice. This is Olufemi Otaiwo's approach. Here, time is told by the responsibility to bend the arc of history toward justice. But there are more resolute temporalities of moral time that see time simply as moral relatedness. This is Christine Winter's view. She's a Mori scholar. To be in time is always already to be in ancestral relationships before and beyond one's generation. To say that people have time is to say that people are made possible by the care and concern of moral relations, past, present, and future. The very sense of purpose, what time is for, even what it means to sense time, depends on those thanks to whom and for whom we live as responsible beings. Within this broad range of temporalities of moral time, more nuances appear when one starts thinking. For instance, moral time inflects hope and despair. In these, the moralized meaning of conventional terms like day, night, week, season, year take on an underlying sense based on what people hope for or despair in them, or despair of in them. Here, moral time understates everything that counts time in tacitly moralized ways. What is a day for those you love, as opposed to a day given your despair over those you love? Might you tell it by the timing of the song of gratitude, or by the timing of the blues? When one thinks about it, moral time should be everywhere that time is found, at least as a ground beneath everything, like Earth itself. But one would be surprised to see how things go at times when it comes to the time of the Earth in some influential discourses. So I want to focus on chapter 7 of Depeche's The Climate of History in a Planetary Age. It's called Anthropocene Time. In what follows, I'm going to reason my way through the arguments in that text, engaging in a philosophical conversation with them. My response, or my purpose, is to show how moral time is unseated in favor of a socially alienated scientific temporality. Again, I would like to be shown that I'm mistaken if it's true. To begin, the heart of Chakrabarty's analysis of his historical situation is that there is an almost, this is my interpretation, narcissistic tendency to subvert geological claims about human force by illicitly converting them to social scientific claims about human power. This illicit conversation follows on how, and here's a quote from page 158, the Anthropocene has had two lives, sometimes in the same texts, a scientific life involving measurements and debates among qualified scientists, and a more popular life as a moral political issue, end quote. Chakrabarty locates the main domain in, quote, questions of historical responsibility for the global warming that's happened so far, end quote. Or sorry, locates the moral domain in questions of historical responsibility for the global warming that's happened so far. A premise of this domain is the matter of causation. What has caused the Anthropocene and who has caused it? Insofar as the pressure here comes from worries about real injustice, we're in the area of blame. So far, so good. But drawing on his reading of an involvement with Earth system sciences, Chakrabarty finds two problems with making geological questions of planetary forcing into social questions of power. The first and main problem is conceptual and methodological. There's a methodological and categorical switch going on in an illicit translation. To examine human beings and their effect on the planet geologically involves what Depeche calls a quote-unquote geological object. It's a great term. As he writes, there's no geological time without geological objects, end quote. He relies on Earth system sciences to make this point. Zalashevich, I believe, is the main one. That time is written, this time is written into the strata of the planet. And then he quotes Zalashevich. And indeed it is the strata with the radionuclides, fly ash, microplastics, supermarket chicken bones, and so on that form the core of the argument for the geological stratigraphic Anthropocene, writes Zalashevich. Now, the issue here is one of method where, quote, the impact on the lithosphere is what matters, the author of the impact is not important, end quote. And here's some questions arise for me. Is then what matters the changed geological register from all sources, not the selection of some as matters of human social power? It's hard to say what might be going on here. If a meteor strike or a string of volcanic eruptions leads to geological change, such as the fifth mass extinction since life began, geologists do note that. Clearly, the cause of the change does matter. Perhaps then what is meant and what the text is trying to point to is that the causes of our planetary environmental situation reach into before recorded history. For instance, with deforestation, the rise of agriculture, the killing of megafauna at a distance. Even so, it helps to remember that the very idea of the Anthropocene Anthropocene for stratigraphers, is to correlate human products and actions with the sedimentary evidence. I mean, isn't that a matter of a thin and initial causal exploration? But on closer inspection, what I find in the text is that Chakrabarty seems to be after agency, not causality. He's after, it seems to be intentionality. In my home discipline of philosophy, following on the work of G.E.N. Anscombe, agency is the name for the power to act, and actions are distinguished from events by intentionality. By contrast, events are explained through causality that is not intentional. The geological evidence looks at results in correlations, not intentions. Human beings have been on a course to force the planet's systems to some extent since before recorded history. The combined causes of human civilizations have been many, and they seem to have risen toward planetary forcing in varying degrees and at varying levels, irrespective of specific questions of social power. Hence, the human being is forcing the planetary environment as a species, and that's not an intentional process. Humankind is not intending to do it. You can hear this line of thinking inter alia when Chakrabarty reveals that, quote, "The Anthropocene, so long as it is seen as a measure of human impact on the planet, can have only plural beginnings and must remain an informal rather than a formal category of geology, capable of bearing multiple stories about human institutions and morality." This is on 168-9, end quote. Now, I read this remarks as bringing together 2 points into one, that geology does not concern itself with social powers, and that human beings have been forcing the planet since before recorded history. But as I said, it does not make sense to say that geology does not concern itself with causality. I mean, why would it not matter to say a form of social power like fossil fuel combustion? I'm sorry, why would it not matter if, say, a form of social power like fossil fuel combustion were as powerful as a meteor strike? It seems that such a power would have to matter. What I think Depeche really wants to do away with, if I understand the argument, is with quote unquote questions of the subject, end quote. That's to say of responsible agency. And it's here that my worries about social alienation, moral time to begin to surface in the scientists' views that are being reported. As he implies, attention to geological method and Earth system science more generally lead to such a way of approaching the study of the planet. Here's another quote. "The time of Earth system science is vast and incomprehensible in terms of the concerns of human history, all process without subject. A narrative of many dispersed and networked actors, none acting with the sense of internal autonomy with which humanist historians suffuse the word agency," end quote. So he sums up later, quote, "Earth system science is about producing and observing planetary processes and about thus describing not a subject, but some kind of an it that was plural in its internal construction, the planet as an unstable system of interlocking processes." It's a great expression, the planet as an unstable system of interlocking processes. So that's on page 177. So obviously this is a hard passage to get one's mind around since it's both abstract and concerns something very inhuman and vast. I find it wonderful to think about, but still the gist of reflection such as it is to suspend thought about intentionality and thus agency. And to what end? One consequence of the line of thinking is to suspend the category of moral responsibility for what people do, since until recently humans have known not what we do as a species and on planetary scales, and scientific communities still do not know really that much yet in some ways. These kinds of claims depend on paleontology, climate science, earth system science, conservation biology, and so on, all very recent arrivals to human history and all relatively uninternalized in existing human civilizations, to my knowledge. Yet is it really true that because we know not what we humans cause as a species, we humans cannot become responsible for it after the fact? Oddly, history drops out here as the effort of a people, or even of humankind, to grow, become aware, and adapt what they do reflexively through institutions and intergenerational practices. Yet, of course, Depeche's history of the rise of planetary epistemology and discourse is intended in the spirit of advancing our collective self-consciousness as people on Earth. So is then the idea not simply that geology treats civilizations like meteor strikes, but that things that can jointly rise to the level of meteor strikes exceed specific regimes of ideology, social organization, or what have you? To blame some social processes would then be beside the point. Yet that line of argument would also be odd. I mean, why wouldn't one take the complexity of human forcing of the planet as a pressure to develop more complex causal schemes in a more complex sociology and politics? For instance, why wouldn't one take humankind's complex unintended aggregate effects on the planet as a challenge to develop, say, anthropocene, the forming of coordinated agency at the level of humankind so as to internalize humankind's effects within responsible schemes? The precise point to examine in the discussion I'm reading in Chakrabarty is the assumption that a moral relationship to the planet depends on humankind being intentionally responsible for planetary scaled effects. This has to be at the heart of the thinking, since moral responsibility is understood on the model of agency, and since the criticism of moral logic in relationship to the planet is mainly that humankind's effects, our force, is not intentional, but an aggregate of unintended causes interwoven with unstable and bundled processes of planetary biochemistry. Yet doubts remain, and it's here that I find the loss of moral time breaking through the account offered. Even before the suggestion I've raised just a moment ago that what is identified could just as easily be seen as a challenge to agency as a defeat of it, there's a highly, I think, reductive assumption in presuming that moral relationships pertain only to what we intend. Morality is more than practical reasoning, and it need not depend on it completely. Morality is instead primarily relationship, in which practice commonly arises as needed. What would change in the picture under discussion if we began with morality as a matter of primarily non-practical relationships? Well, one thing that would change is the sense of time. It's this last point that I want to focus on when considering the inner life of the planet, that is, of how people can have a soulful relationship to planetary logic. Perhaps the picture under discussion does not go in this direction because it seems to assume with Earth system scientists that humans can't be truly concerned with the inhuman, immemorial vastness of the impersonal planet. Yet this would again beg many questions. What is true concern? What can and can't we take the immemorial vastness to mean? And who are we, the cultures at the center of this tale? If one did focus on the primary relationships that make morality what and how it is, perhaps we could understand how the planet appears first and foremost as morally important before humans intend to act or focus on blame for what humankind has done. Then what would we be looking at when we speak of the planet as morally internalized? Well, one thing we'd be looking at is a planet which gives us a kind of moral destiny, a way that time should go and be told. And that's what I'm interested in here. Okay, I'm not going to be able to finish this. Let me see what I can do. Okay, so I'll keep reading until time and then I'll explain the end of it. To suggest that planetary logic is categorically immoral is to beg the question of what morality is. The study of the planet in Earth system science may be categorically different than the study of morality or, by extension, social justice and history. But as moral beings, people should approach studies morally. Anything else would be socially alienated, acting as though being decent or just is something that one can hold at arm's remove or even forget. Yet if people do approach studies morally as one must, then the question to ask is, what is it to study Earth system science morally? What does that do to our sense of geological or planetary time? Now, this subtle adverbial shift changes a lot, for it opens up how people relate to planetary science. Now, one might say that that begs the question, too, namely of whether humans can relate to the planet morally. But this is precisely why I said that the core of the discussion ought to clarify what morality is and involves. Is it the kind of thing that can shape how people relate to the planet, or how people can relate to the logic of the planetary and its fragmentariness, incompleteness, uncertainty, and patchwork form as real, often flawed, approximate, and continually revising science? Well, but why couldn't morality help us do so? A clue comes from asking a much broader question. I mean, is there anything that people cannot relate to morally? I mean, this simple question, almost breathtaking in its scope and naivete, is nonetheless on point. Name one thing that people cannot relate to morally. If people can relate to anxiety morally, which people do, when anxiety is precisely about nothing, I mean, this is in the tradition of Kierkegaard and Heidegger, then it seems easy to say actually that for any given thing, say this lamp by which I write, the city in which I live, and the story by which I understand what I'm doing, I can meaningfully ask, what is this thing to me such that I can be a thoughtful person with some integrity and some community around it? In some cases, the answer will be, this isn't a fraught matter. Don't overthink your choices of which toothpick you use or when you zone out watching a streaming service. But even that's a moral consideration. Where and when the space to let go of overthinking things are structured by, and when to understand what matters in the situation. The important thing is that it does not seem odd at all to ask the question of how to be a person in community, a thoughtful person in community, of anything people deal with in living, no less when I'm studying Earth system science or coming to terms with the unintended aggregate effects of prehistorical deforestation and megafauna hunting practices. It matters in community how people hunted then, and it matters now how I relate to my community through my study of that hunting then. So, moreover, let it so emerge that I have to contend, and then I'll wrap up in just a second, with a mind-expanding object of investigation. The entirety of our species history as it's entangled with other species, and with the manifold history of life and biochemistry in this geological moment of our planet, further realizing that this entire history is but a flicker in the deep time of the planet. Okay, so be it. But it still matters how I am to be with the contention both with myself and in community. It still matters when facing deep time, how I'm to relate to the immemorial vastness of geological time as a moral being. Well, I read Depeche as a broad-minded and nuanced historian reflecting on fundamental changes in historiography through his dialogue with planetary science and Earth system scientists. I also read him as a moralist of sorts in the tradition of history as a discipline that once had the purpose of helping educated readers acquire good judgment. So my concern is really not with the orientation in general in the book, but with the way that social alienation of a sort appears to seep into the text like groundwater working its way through shale. And I also don't think we should put too much pressure on the text to have a unified philosophical position. I mean, that's not the style of it in working through with others. But suppose instead we were to start with where we are, not outside ourselves with a view from nowhere of Earth system science, this is a quote from the text, but from what we have to consider as social human beings. Since to flourish as a human being is to relate morally to our lives, then the kinds of claims that Depeche is reporting and sometimes makes must be taken as remarks for our moral imagination. And how might that work? Okay, I'm gonna have to stop just because of time. So what I go on to do, I'll just say it very briefly, is I basically in this conversational style, is I ask questions about the kind of meanings that we should internalize given the picture of the planet that's emerging through Earth system science. And it's a shame I'm not able to read the rest of this, but let me read one paragraph. So a resolute conclusion of this set of assumptions is that geological objects must be approached through moral time too. What could that mean? One initial reply is that one should approach such objects through moral qualities, for instance, through integrity, decency, or community. Okay, yeah, I will read this paragraph and then I'll stop. Take integrity. It seems clear that in the historical reflections I've just been reading, there's an undercurrent of dismay around the possibility of modern people's integrity as agents. On this reading of geological objects, the subject drops out as people are faced with deep time and the vast complexity of biochemical changes. But the odd thing about noting this is that it has a very simple moral consequence. How we live in ways that cohere with our commitments and values, even in our insignificant and inconsequential presence, become the things that clearly matters, not questions of geological duration. In other words, the geological object reduces everything external to human autonomy, people's coherence with their own commitments and values, to something that ends up being negligible. Then the moral relationship to the geological object is that it reveals that our integrity matters above all. The very alienness, the view from nowhere of geology, reinforces the moral importance of living with integrity as human beings, especially as we face our own eventual extinction and passing over into other forms of energy someday. So here, moral relationship and moral integrity lead one to resolutely moral geological time. I'm really sorry to have to finish this, but I just have to be on time. There's a whole lot of other stuff, and what happens is I move into an argument about how the kind of integrity for our moral time that I'm arguing for requires coming to terms with the recent history of fossil fuel production. So then there's a series about this, there's a discussion of two Caribbean authors. Christina Sharp is Canadian, but Christina Sharp's book In the Wake on Blackness and Being, and Malcolm Ferdinand's text Decolonial Ecology. And I try to argue that this notion of being in the wake that Sharp is talking about, it's a form of moral time, and it actually makes a lot of sense if we're trying to come to terms with the geological object of our situation, because we have to resolve, even though the causes of our situation they could even go back 100,000 years depending on how you understand technology, but we still have to come to terms with approximate causes of two things, of first of all the Great Acceleration, which we were talking about yesterday, and secondly, with the kinds of alienated moral relationships that were bound up with that acceleration that are making it hard for us to act as a collective to deal with it. So I'm very sorry to give you an incomplete thing, but I'll stop. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry for the time restrictions of speakers here, but I will give the floor immediately to
It's there. Okay, thank you. Put my glasses on top. Hello, everybody. I'm Mark, and I want to start by, sorry, clearing my voice actually, first of all. I want to start by saying that I'm a geologist. I'm not a specialist of cities, or urban design, or architecture, or engineering, but I do have a perspective on the way in which cities are a new component of the biosphere, because most of my career has been spent delving into the deep past over hundreds of millions of years. And that's very much the perspective that I'd like to give you today. And hence this title here, which is co-authored with two people in the room and with my good friend, Jan Zalazevich. Why cities? Well, if we are going to solve the battle for sustainability, and Deepesh was talking about sustainability and habitability yesterday, and those themes are going to come up again in this talk, then we have to solve it through the way in which we configure cities. The United Nations, the EU, have all said that the battle for sustainability will be won in cities. Now, I study Earth time over billions of years, over hundreds of millions of years, and most of my career has been spent looking at deep time fragments of the biosphere, going back at least 500 million years. And therefore, I've been able to develop over time a good understanding of what sustains life on planet Earth over very long time frames. Life on Earth is very resilient. Jeremy was just talking about mass extinction events, and there have been at least 5 of them in the past 500 million years, and life has recovered. So life is inherently resilient to change, but humans are causing very, very substantial change at present, and we can measure that degree of change by looking at the past. I see cities as a component of the biosphere. Of course they are, because we built them and we live in them. And they have precedence in the natural world too, or the non-human part of the natural world, I should say. You could think of termite nests or coral reefs. They're also places where organisms live collectively. Those structures, though, tend to be very, very good in terms of fostering space for other organisms to live in. Coral reefs perhaps house 25% of the biodiversity in the oceans, and termite nests are also very good for making space for other organisms. We can argue that our cities make space for organisms too. If you look out of the window, you can see other organisms around us. But I'll argue that, in fact, cities have a very different relationship with the biosphere from those other structures, that, in fact, their levels of consumption now are dangerous in the way in which they degrade the rest of the biosphere. Because cities are not just part of the biosphere, they're also a part of the technosphere. Now, this is an idea of my friend and colleague, Peter Haff, at Duke University, as a member of the Anthropocene Working Group. And the technosphere is a sphere. It's everywhere at the surface of planet Earth, just like the other spheres of the Earth system. There is Peter's definition of the technosphere. I'm going to give you a more succinct version. It is you and I, all of our technology, our cultural, social, political connections around the planet. It is everywhere. It's visible in the deep ocean from the plastic that is accumulated there, and it's visible high into the atmosphere from the satellites that are orbiting this planet beyond the atmosphere. Now, the important thing here is that the other spheres of the Earth system, the hydrosphere, the biosphere, the geosphere, the atmosphere, have co-evolved together over billions of years. They've co-evolved in a way that makes a habitable space for planet Earth. The technosphere doesn't do this. The technosphere is everywhere at the surface of our planet, but it's operating on different principles. It has its own agency. It wants to become more complex. It wants to take and use more energy. And the way it interacts with the rest of the Earth system is not one that supports habitability. In fact, one can argue that the technosphere is degrading habitability on our planet. So why are cities so important in that context? Well, cities are engines of the technosphere. We're now, as a species, an urban species for the first time in our 300,000-year history. The numbers of us living in cities is going to grow as we go through the 21st century. And we know that cities consume something of the order of 70% of the raw materials used by humans, and they produce something of the order of 70% of the pollution thereby. So if we're going to coexist sustainably with our fellow organisms on this planet, we need to be solutions-driven from a city perspective. Cities control the flow of goods. This is a fantastic website if you want to watch real-time maritime trade. These are ships moving about the surface of our planet, and I find this amazing as a geologist and a paleoclimatologist. What I see here is shipping mirroring the great currents of the oceans. And of course, this is not just moving the goods around the planet that we want between our major cities, it's inadvertently also moving other organisms around the planet. It's part of this process of reconfiguration of the biosphere. And that reconfiguration of the biosphere is very, very substantial, and it's accelerating. You and I and our commensal mammals are 98% of the mass of all terrestrial mammals. 98% of the mass of all terrestrial mammals. That shipping and other transportation mechanisms is connecting the biosphere in remarkable ways. We've translocated tens of thousands of species across this planet, wholesale reconfiguration of ecosystems in many parts of the world. Indeed, we deliberately reconfigure those ecosystems. I just used the example of oil palm plantations in Southeast Asia, again, servicing much of the consumption that is happening in cities. And our reduction of the biosphere, over the past 10,000 years, we've reduced it by about 50% of its mass. We reduced the biosphere by 50% of its mass. And that is an accelerating process. It's not getting slower, it's getting faster in the 20th and 21st centuries. I want to point out very clearly, as Dipesh pointed out yesterday also in his talk, that not all of us are consuming, although the numbers of us that are consuming in a hyper-consumptive way is definitely growing. So some of us are responsible for these changes, and some of us are not responsible for these changes, whether we see them as negative or positive. I would argue very strongly that the relationship of cities, and of humanity in fact, with the rest of the biosphere is one of a parasite, removing materials very, very rapidly and returning virtually nothing to the host. And that is a very, very dangerous relationship. It's a relationship that is being accelerated by cities as engines of this consumption. How can I show you that in a succinct way? Well, in the 1964 film, Elvis Presley and Anne Margaret extolled the virtues of Las Vegas. Las Vegas is a city of perhaps a little over 2 million people. It grew, I guess, almost accidentally at the railway node beginning in about 1905. It sits in the Mojave Desert in one of the hottest and driest places on planet Earth. To sustain a city like Las Vegas, you have to build a huge dam, the Hoover Dam, into which you drain several large rivers to build a very large reservoir. And that worked well for about 50 years, and then it stopped working well because of climate change and also because of hyperconsumption in the area of Las Vegas. So Lake Mead, the lake that supports Las Vegas, has lost 50 meters over the past 2 decades. This is not a sustainable relationship in the long time frame. So where you could say that Las Vegas was adapting its environment to the city, now the city has to start adapting itself to the environment. And that's a problem across the whole of our planet. I want to contrast that with a minute with the wonderful ocotillo. This is a plant that lives in the Mojave Desert. It's beautifully adapted. It has a human lifespan of about 60 or 70 years. Its root system is shallow. It gathers water very quickly, and it stores it in the plant. And when there's not much water about, it can drop all of its leaves, and it can still photosynthesize. It has chlorophyll in the structures of the branches. It's marvelously adapted. Not only that, it's a brilliant mutualist. Those beautiful flowers that it produces periodically feed passing birds. So not only is it well adapted to its environment, it also tries to assist. Of course, it's got some self-interest in that too, but it also tries to act in a mutualistic way with other organisms. The US Forest Service website notes, and forgive my pun, somewhat dryly, that ocotillos have few commercial uses. We'll see about that a little bit later. The pattern we see in Nevada is part of a much bigger picture. Dipesh showed Will Steffen's great acceleration graphs, and these are some more graphs that we plotted up with Will and others a couple of years ago. Fresh water consumption, energy consumption, CO2 emissions, cement production, urban area, habitat loss. You can see they're all accelerating incredibly rapidly through the 20th and 21st century. This is an unsustainable relationship with the Earth system. If you just look at freshwater consumption and you look at the component of that freshwater consumption through agriculture, through industry, and through household use, huge amount of that is predicated on urban dwellers. So urban systems really are central to addressing this problem of overconsumption in the Anthropocene. The figures are staggering. Large cities alone move 184 cubic kilometers of water each year, over 27,000 kilometers, drawing that from 2/5 of the global Earth's surface. That's an unsustainable relationship with the Earth system. And of course, it's part of a wider pattern, a much bigger Anthropocene pattern of the way in which we consume as a species. And I deliberately turned the Earth upside down here because I want to challenge that north-south perspective of planet Earth. Because I, as a geologist, and I should know, don't know which way the Earth should be up. Where is north? Where is south? Where is up? Where is down? We move Earth on a colossal scale. Hopefully you can see the figures. 316 gigatons of sediment. Rivers only move 22 gigatons of sediment. So we really are colossal geological agents. We use 4,000 cubic kilometers of water every year. I have no idea what that looks like. But I can think of the scale of one of East Africa's Great Lakes, Lake Malawi, and that's equivalent to you and I draining that lake every 2 years, which is really an amazing thing to think about. The carbon dioxide that we put into the atmosphere, billions of tons of it each year, with clear implications now for global atmospheric and hydrospheric change, and very visible this past year in all of the regional effects that we've seen. The impact on life is very, very considerable. Perhaps 1 million species at risk of extinction. Of course, we don't really know because we haven't quantified the number of species in the biosphere at present, but certainly a very significant risk. The evidence of the scale of planetary change, for me as a geologist, is very, very clear. So these are some figures that we produced in a paper from the Anthropocene Working Group a few years back, led by my good friend and colleague Colin Waters. A doubling of reactive nitrogen that you can find in sedimentary archives, possibly the biggest perturbation in 2.5 billion years. A rapid rise in atmospheric CO2, we all know that, recorded in ice cores, and a concomitant rise in methane, producing that more than 1 degree Celsius mean surface temperature rise on our planet. That is now very visible also in significant regional effects. And I can go on and characterize so many parameters. The 500 billion tons of concrete and 8 billion tons of plastic, which are there in the sedimentary record, radiogenic signals, and the black carbon signals from our combustion of hydrocarbons in industrial processes, all leaving a geological signature. One could argue, and some authors have, that humanity is running down the Earth battery, that we are dissipating the stored energy in the Earth system and dissipating it out to space with unforeseen or probably very deleterious consequences. I want to bring this down to the level of a single city, just to show you how that city has evolved through the Holocene and the Anthropocene. And I'm going to use London as an example, and the River Thames running through the centre of London. There I've superimposed a bit of the map of how London might have looked before the city was there. In fact, it would have looked something like this. It would have been a lowland beech forest. That's the biome, the ecosystem of southern Britain. And there you can see the River Thames running through London, and you can see that there's not just a River Thames, there are many tributary rivers running into that major river also. And I want to have a look to see what you and I, or rather what I guess British people have done to that river over time through the Holocene and the Anthropocene. I'm going to give you one point of reference, the Bank of England, because it will figure a little bit later. That's where the Bank of England sits, and it sits above a river called the Walbrook. I want to show you what's happened to these rivers through the later Holocene and into the Anthropocene. The Walbrook, this is what Roman London looked like. There's the Walbrook with the arrow. It's already been encapsulated within the city. It's a really important supply of water for the people in that city. And we know that people really regarded the water very highly. It's a source of life, yes? If you're looking for archaeological artifacts in London, you go to the Walbrook Valley. This is where you find votive offerings to the river, associated with the river. As time passed, London grew, became a very large city, and started to override the local components of the Earth system. The River Walbrook went from being a source of life, a nutrient, to a place of disease and rubbish, garbage to be carried away. It was a stinking sewer. It was walled over and it disappeared. Or rather, the technological progress of the Holocene was able to engineer a solution, or in this case, a sewer. It had disappeared on the first map of London, produced in the middle part of the 16th century. And indeed, it's now remembered in the street name. People walking down Walbrook will have no idea that that's relating to a river flowing beneath the city. There it is, the Bank of England. It sits right on top of the Walbrook. So one can argue that the Holocene river of water has now been supplanted by an Anthropocene river of capital and power. Let's have a look at the River Fleet. It's a little bit upstream from the River Thames. There it is. There it is on the Roman reconstruction. It's a bigger river than the Walbrook, but it's not going to fare well either. It's also going to disappear. It too became a stinking sewer, a place of death and cholera. It needed to be walled over and buried, and so it was co-opted into the London sewer system. It flows in perpetual darkness below ground, whilst above ground is Fleet Street. Remembering the river, but I had no idea there was a river there beneath Fleet Street until quite recently. Fleet Street was once the home of the British newspaper industry. So here we can argue that that river of the Holocene has been supplanted by rivers of human information. The Westbourne, it's another river upstream from the River Thames. Let's have a look what happened to that. It fared probably the worst of any river. An ignominious end to the Westbourne, because here it is forced against gravity to flow above the tracks of the metro station. The Westbourne is in that green structure above there. That's a really terrible end to a river that once flowed at the surface. Here, a river of water is replaced by a river of humans and transport moving across the city. An Holocene to Anthropocene transition. I love this poem by Ursula Fanthorpe about London's rivers. They have gone under, boxed like the magician's assistant, buried alive in earth, forgotten like the dead. That's also a warning to us about our relationship with the earth system. We can argue then that Holocene rivers of water that once were a source of life have now been supplanted by Anthropocene rivers of capital, power, transport, information, and energy. And it is those rivers that are fueling a voracious and accelerating appetite for Earth's materials, depicted here in the late, now sadly the late and very great Will Stephen's great acceleration graphs that Dipesh referred to yesterday. It's always the one with McDonald's restaurants that catches people's attentions, I think, when I'm giving talks about this. I tried with my colleagues to make a back-of-the-envelope estimate of London's energy consumption. Using published figures, 89.4 gigawatt hours per year per kilometre squared. The available incoming solar radiation for London is 1 gigawatt hour per year per kilometre squared. So London's already using 89 times what's naturally available. Plus, the biosphere can only fix a tiny percent of the incoming energy. So we're talking orders of magnitude more energy consumption in London, completely off the scale in terms of any non-human ecology. That's not sustainable. And if I did the same for this city or any city, you'd find a similar pattern. What can London do? What can any city do to mitigate the way in which we're consuming? Do we engineer our way out of this? This is a major structure, the Thames Ring Main, to redistribute water around the city. This is an underground river constructed by humans, over 80 kilometres long. And this river flows through every tap and every toilet within the city of London. I'm not sure that people know that when they turn the tap on or flush the loo, that this is a river flowing through the city. Will this solve the problem of hyperconsumption? Or we can do this. This is lovely. It's regreening Fleet Street. It just looks fantastic. What a nice space for humans to live in. I'm sure it would be great for my well-being and your well-being. It might even bring some biodiversity back into the city. Nothing to criticize here. It's a nice idea, but it's a Holocene mindset. It is not an Anthropocene mindset. It is not dealing with the problems of hyperconsumption. We need to start in our Anthropocene mindset with this image. It's a beautiful image produced by the artist Adam Neiman. Many very great images on his website. Here, he's gathered up Earth's life support systems of water and atmosphere into these two balls. It really shows you how finite it is. That's what sustains us at present. But that's what sustained life on Earth for 4 billion years. These are really finite resources. That should be our start point when we plan any human structure. Orit was talking about this yesterday. I thought that was a fantastic talk in terms of its implications for the way in which we're designing cities. Smart cities may be very efficient in using the energy in the city, and sustainable cities may be extremely good in terms of managing growth, but growth is not sustainable in the present format in the long term. It is simply not going to work. Good ideas, Holocene mindset. A good example of this would be replacing one form of consumption with another. Yes, we replace petrol and diesel cars with electric cars. In the short time frame, we can help to solve the problem of carbon dioxide emissions. In the long time frame, sourcing rare earths to make those batteries from deep sea communities will cause catastrophic damage to the oceans. This is not a solution. It's a short-term stopgap. Instead, what we should be doing, of course, is looking for patterns that reduce consumption. Integrated transport systems in cities that get everybody moving around freely and easily is a much better answer to replacing diesel and petrol cars with electric cars. What we need is an Anthropocene mindset, which understands our impacts are now global. Even for a single city, a city like this is having a global impact, not just in its local environment, but everywhere. And therefore, we have to reduce our patterns of consumption. Or, that's probably the only way we're going to be able to resolve many of the issues that we now have in the biosphere of overconcentration, translocation, reconfiguration, and rapid depletion that we've already talked about. We need to take our lead from the biosphere. I've been lucky enough to travel through time, through my career, over hundreds of millions of years. It's been a joy to be able to investigate the deep time fossil record. We know that the biosphere's energy is predicated mainly on what's coming from the sun. Some chemical energy too, mostly from the sun. We also know that organisms are really good at generating spaces for other organisms to live in. That's how the biosphere works in terms of the complexity of interrelationships. These are two things that humans have not been really good at, both in terms of making space for other organisms and in their energy sources. Now, what follows, you may think that is a pipe dream from my perspective, that I'm chasing castles in the sky. But as a geologist and a scientist looking at how the biosphere has survived over billions of years, this is the way forward. What I'm going to say now is the only way that our cities become sustainable. So there was a great session yesterday on water that several people in the room spoke about, and we simply can't design cities in the way that Las Vegas has been designed if we want them to be sustainable on a long time frame. Cities need to be embedded in their local ecology. The global one-size-fits-all approach to cities will not work. Las Vegas has much to learn from the Ocotillo. But even a city like this, or cities in places where there is lots of water, also need to learn from the local biosphere. We are still piping in vast amounts of water, using huge embedded energy, and then we flush 25% of that water down the toilet straight away. That's potable treated water. That's a ridiculous relationship with the Earth system, and one that is completely unsustainable. It's the same with life. I couldn't come to Hannah Sellers' session yesterday because she's one of my students here, because I was chairing another session, but I know that Hannah was talking about how we recognize resilient ecosystems in a landscape and use that data to think about the resilient ecosystems of the future. We cannot return the non-human natural world back to its pristine state. We cannot do it. We have changed it so much, but we can recognize the vestiges of those ecologies that will be really good going forward. So for London, it needs to be embedded in its lowland beach ecosystem. For Jakarta, which is also obliterating its local ecology, it needs to be embedded in the local tropical broadleaf biome, and for all cities around the planet. Perhaps 70% of our mass of cement production is going into cities, 2,800 million tons a year. That's not sustainable. So the materials, the structures we build need to be resilient over a long time. They need to be able to be repurposed to extend the length of their time, and they need to be made from materials that are reusable, yes, like this wonderful house in Rotterdam, which is made from reconfigured bricks. And in the long term, we need to go beyond that, and these technologies are now emerging for buildings that will self-repair. We now have concrete that can repair itself, drawing on information from the biosphere, from microbial films, that's there visible in the biosphere over billions of years. And of course, we need to go to a state where all of our materials are recyclable. If we don't do that, if we don't make structures that can eventually be recycled back into the biosphere, it's not going to work. This is the energy being received by the surface of our planet every day, and it's vast. It's huge. If we can utilize this as a resource, then we have a real chance of surviving long into the future. But if our cities carry on like London, consuming energy at an incredible level, way beyond what is available locally, they're simply going to punch holes in the fabric of Gaia. It's a bit like a black hole punching a hole in space-time fabric. Cities are doing that with Gaia. They are literally punching holes in the Gaia fabric, damaging habitability. You might say I'm chasing castles in the sky, but there are some wonderful visionary people out there. Molly DeSorga, I don't know where Molly is, in the room somewhere, and I were lucky enough to be part of an exhibition at the Louisiana Museum and Art Gallery in Denmark. And if you're in Denmark, please go and see this. It's an absolutely wonderful exhibition. This is a group of architects in Nairobi. They're called Cave Bureau. And here, working with Catherine Youssef, who's a prominent Anthropocene scholar, They're trying to think about the way in which Nairobi, a global city made of concrete, glass and steel, can be re-embedded into its local ecology. And by its local ecology, not just the non-human components, but the human components too. I think this is a wonderful idea of this pastoralist pathway running right through the center of the city, connecting the rural and the city, both with its cultural origins and with its biospheric origins. This is the kind of way forward. I'm about to finish, and my plea as a paleontologist is that if we draw on the experience of 4 billion years of Earth evolution, then we can build the cities of the future that are much more sustainable and will last way beyond a few generations. They won't last beyond a few generations if we carry on the way that we're going. And I'm going to come back to the Ocotillo, because we have that Holocene mindset, yes, that Ocotillos have few commercial uses. That's bonkers. If the designers of Las Vegas had looked at the Ocotillo a century ago and thought about the way it exists in its environment, that city would be much better configured now. So we have to go from the Holocene mindset that our top-down technological approaches will solve all of the problems and start to invest in a much broader plurality of ideas and knowledge. Ocotillos are actually an exemplar of how a city survives in a desert environment. They're not useless. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. And could I ask Jeremy also to come up? And we have some 13 minutes, I think, for Q&A. I have a question over here right away.
Thank you very much. I'm Wojciech Hufel from University of Wrocław. So my question is inspired by Mark's wonderful presentation and speech, but I don't want to limit to only maybe one speaker. If Jeremy, you have also to say something. So Mark, you started with quoting the European Commission's vision of the cities for the future, and in fact we're in one of the 100 cities selected to be climate neutral by 2030. But the core idea of the whole program is it has a little funding for citizens, so-called climate contracts. So in those 100 cities, citizens are to come together, deliberate, and invent these futures. So maybe as a political scientist, I'm not as optimistic as you are. But I wanted to ask, do you think such reflexivity, like citizen-based deliberative reflexivity, is the way to go beyond the Anthropocene mindset when thinking about the cities and start thinking within, go beyond the Holocene mindset and start thinking within the new ones, or we're rather just getting more and more of the old stuff? Thank you.
It's a really good question, and I think it needs a two-pronged approach, yes. It needs policy at a government level and at an intergovernmental level to really interact, to try to develop pathways where we can build ecologies, human ecologies that are much more consistent with non-human ecologies. But the bottom-up approach is also absolutely essential. So what you're talking about in terms of community-driven programs, I think are really essential because they reinvest people's understanding of the life around them. They can bring life back into the city. Yes, people, very good examples of community gardens in many cities around the world. I heard Jeremy talking about Detroit, and Detroit is one of the places where that's done this extremely well. So I think it has a whole series of ways of potentially influencing the debate, that people can absorb the information osmotically. And I was struck with a conversation with Scott last night. We were talking about seasonality, and one of the ways in which the technosphere, the modern world, has actually removed us from seasonality, in that we expect to go to the supermarket and buy avocados on December the 24th, yes? If you can bring people back into the kind of community garden structure, you can grow vegetables seasonally. You can get a sense of how those, that's what I remember as a child. I remember you could only have tomatoes, fresh tomatoes, part of the year, otherwise they came in a tin can. I think we need that reconnection with nature, and I think those kind of processes are really good for doing that. But I think it needs both.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 questions in a row. I have one down here. Okay.
I would like to thank both speakers for absolutely wonderful presentations, and I have a question for Mark. I'm not sure if it's a question or a comment. This is something that struck me yesterday already when I was listening to one of the keynotes, and it struck me again when I was looking at the regreening of Fleet Street and then the Nairobi project. Is that not part of what you call Anthropocene thinking or Holocene thinking, I don't know, that we are still using plants in a way, it suits us without any consideration for how they feel, if I may say that, in urban environment, noise pollution, etc. And I just want to quickly quote something that happened in Wrocław a few years ago. Around the market square, trees were planted, and then during winter, salt was used for the snowing, and all the trees died by the spring. So this clearly shows that we can't just use plants to, uproot them from the natural environment and plant them in an urban environment where they suffer. Thank you.
So I think there are two. Did you want me to answer that, or I'm happy to come back with a comment on that? I mean, that seems like a really, obviously the putting salt on the ground didn't do the trees very good, I guess, as they were planted. The example I used from Nairobi, I think, is a really good example of Anthropocene thinking, because obviously Kenya was a colonial country. It was deeply abused by the British state as a colonial power. Local forms of knowledge were suppressed, deeply oppressed, and that has resulted in this kind of technocratic approach of, when water resources are threatened in Kenya, you think of damming a river and building a dam. That's the Holocene approach, wedded out of that kind of colonial imperialistic experience. Cave Bureau are absolutely brilliant. They're a group of architects who try to use local knowledge in the design of city structures and buildings. So they try to think about local ways of making air conditioning that doesn't use huge energy-intensive air conditioners. And they've tried to develop local principles of how people would capture moisture from the atmosphere by local means of condensation, rather than trying to rely on large dam structures. I think that is an absolutely brilliant way of thinking about the Anthropocene mindset. And if you are in Denmark, please go and see that exhibition, because it is wonderful. I think it was in New York before it went to Louisiana, but it's an absolutely fantastic exhibition. In terms of rewilding cities, cities are part of the natural habitat, yes, because they are produced by humans and we're part of nature too. I don't think there's any problem in bringing trees and wildlife back into cities. I think there are really good examples of that, but I don't mean, colonnaded streets with a tree just, for human aesthetic purposes. I mean proper rewilding of landscapes within cities. And that's been done, I think, in many places around the world, and it's actually good for people's well-being, I think, as the COVID pandemic also showed. So I think there are real good ways forward.
Okay, thank you. I have 4 questions now here. First.
I apologize, I also have a question for Mark.
No, I have one question. Yes,
I'm first, probably.
But I have noted your...
Piotr Kubała, I'm biologist, ecologist, University of Silesia. Thank you, Professor Mark Williams, for excellent lecture. I used some of your quotation during my lectures at university. Since late 2020, at the end of the 2020, there was an article, and we know that the mass of technosphere is higher than the mass of biomass of all living creatures on this planet. Awful, incredible. And the prediction of the author of this article is that in 2040, the mass of technosphere will be 3 times higher than the biomass of all living creatures during more than 1 decade. Do you believe that our Earth system will be still function, and it will be possible to to live, and for us, if really the technosphere will be 3 times higher than today in so short time. What is your opinion about that?
That's a really good research paper, and it's really well researched, and it's really quite terrifying. I think to think of the technosphere becoming so powerful. I had conversations with Peter Haff about this because Peter's ever such a nice person to chat with, and because Peter's worried about the agency of the technosphere. It means that we don't have control over it. Yes, it's a kind of negotiation between humans and the technosphere. We can't suddenly pull the plug out on it because we need the technosphere to sustain 8 billion of us. As Dipesh said yesterday, the biosphere will only sustain about 10 million of us without the technosphere. But Peter does believe that collectively, as a species, if we try to intervene, if we try to reduce patterns of consumption, and we try to, we modify the way we use energy, the way we use food, that we can make a difference and we can slow it down. That's from the mouth of the person who came up with the idea of the technosphere. So but it needs collective effort. He thinks that, and Dipesh was talking about this also yesterday, that the fragmentation of global society might be a real hold on doing that. That's the fundamental problem.
Okay, thank you. We have 3 more questions, but we are also running out of time, so I ask you to be brief.
Okay.
Mark.
Excuse me. Thank you both for excellent and soulful presentations. My question is trying to trace, it's inspired by Mark's wonderful talk to Jeremy's, and the question is morality a Holocene mindset? And I'm wondering that question because a term that didn't occur or didn't seem to crop up in Jeremy's talk was the term ethics. And if the planetary is a demand on us that fractures our sense of subjectivity into attending to the relationalities of life that sustain us and that make us possible, or that make life possible, then ethics as an approach to that understanding of the demand refracts ourselves within those relations rather than reproducing a notion of subject-object that exists within a moral framework. And there are, and this is a question I guess for both as well, is it all humans or some humans who've not been really good at making space for other organisms? Because there are worldviews, I'm thinking here of indigenous legal studies, that point to the biosphere as an ethical grounds for constituting the possibility of our futurity. And so I guess that's my question, comment.
Do we have time, actually?
Yeah, for a short answer, perhaps. We can take a bit
hard to
further.
have a conversation that's has any depth when you have to kind of rack it through it. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, the simple thing is like all of the questions before, the simple thing to say is that all of the question, literally every single question that happened before to you is skirting around or is dependent on grappling with the question of social alienation. Every single one. So that's why social alienation is such an important thing to get our hands around. It sounds like we don't have time to like get into that, but unless we grapple with the question of social alienation, we can't get at any single one of the questions that was just asked. So my answer to you is, I mean, we probably have to like redefine our terms. I basically agree with, I think, the sentiment of what you're saying and definitely the kind of scholarly approach. But the key thing that I'm working with in this paper is that I would say I don't know if it's Holocene. I actually think that that's another form of scientistic alienation. But certainly the modern philosophical way of understanding the moral with roots in the Greek tradition is to understand it through the practical. and that's a mistake. Interestingly, European philosophy in its tradition started to realize that in the 18th century through the moral sentimentalists, through, it was translated in the 19th century through a somewhat abstract discourse of recognition, and it emerged in full force actually after the Second World War and after the Holocaust through the phenomenology of intersubjectivity. But in all of those discourses, they were still grappling with the fact that when we think of each other, this is how I'll just put it in simple terms, narcissistic frames of thought still entered into the understanding of the moral, so that people were either always shuttled between practical or theoretical objects. And the philosophical tradition, the history of ethics, or the history of, I would say, morality, for reasons I could go into later, is actually trying to deal with that fact. That actually intersects with post-colonial and decolonial studies, because if, say, for example, in the tradition that I've been learning from, which is an Anishinaabe set of scholars in my area, where I live, you start with good relationships. And those may involve, they're very practical, but the primary thing is what people might call spiritual, or if you don't like that, in philosophical terms, it's knowledge by acquaintance, not know-how or knowledge that. And so it's actually it's actually a form of knowing that is primarily, that is, I guess you would say, that works through acknowledging first and foremost the inner life of each other. It's a simple thing I would say. And I'll just say one last thing here to just mention it. And so this is really important to dealing with social alienation. It's like the beginning of dealing with social alienation. We're in the city where the Edith Stein house is. And one of the great achievements of Edith Stein, the phenomenologist and student of Edmund Husserl, who then became really an amazing phenomenologist in her own right, was that she developed an understanding of empathy that began with the first thought that if you're actually going to have a relationship with another person, you have to be able, this is our Husserlian terms, you have to be able to go there and see the here from there. This is the kind of space in the tradition where it's starting to work. So I would argue that no, we actually need to intensify moral thinking, but moral thinking in the tradition of relational reasoning, which is also in the decolonial tradition, moral thinking in the terms of good relationships. If we don't do that, we're not going to be able to have deep citizen councils. We're not going to be able to deal with the fact that people consume because they're alienated from themselves, or because they're absolutely overwhelmed by the things that they do not know. We're not going to be able to have good educational systems that allow people to slowly absorb the overwhelming thing that we have. So that would be kind of my approach. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I mean, we are over time now, so I'm sorry we have to break the session now so we can continue the discussion and coffee. Thanks both. Yeah.
Okay, just one word. Thank you very much. The session Arts and Media 1 is cancelled. If anyone was interested, because one speaker, Franziska Benger, is transferred to another session, and Dean Solly and Mary Chow could not come. Okay, so yeah. This is more or less the change. I mean, it's last minute change after we've printed out the program. Yeah, thank you.
Yes?
całą prezentację?
Yes.
Okay, so already here, so we have like full board, so I think we can start. Hello. I think we can slowly start the next panel. So, hello everyone after this really short coffee break. Please take your seats and get back to our talks. So, yeah. My name is Magdalena Hołuczaj. I'm local. I'm from University of Wrocław, and I have a pleasure to welcome Martin Ritter from Czech Academy of Science to present his paper. I think we have like more time, just more than 15 minutes. So yeah, take your time, but I will signal, 5 minutes and 1 minute. So I think we're good to start. The floor is yours.
Thanks. Can you upload? Yeah, great. Hello, everybody. My name is Martin Ritter. My home institution is the Institute of Philosophy of the Czech Academy of Sciences, and I'm a member of the Department of Contemporary Continental Philosophy and also of the Center for Environmental and Technology Ethics, Prague. And today I will present a talk on becoming earthbound. And I've divided my talk into 5 sections. I will begin by saying something about why we should turn to Earth. And then I will analyze or say something about one way of doing that, which is the so-called terrestrial turn in philosophy of technology. And I will do that to explicitly pose the question of what are we turning to if we want to turn to Earth. And this will lead me to another question, and that's the question of how do we experience Earth, or how we get to know Earth. And my final point will be that if we feel the need to become earthbound, there is no other way to do that in a technological way. So we have to become earthbound technologically. So why turning to Earth? I think, or I decided to mention 2 main reasons. The first one is that we must take care of what we do to Earth. That is why we have to become earthbound. And specifically what I mean by that is that the globalization of modern technology is endangering ecosystems, as was nicely shown in the previous talk, and we must take care of what we do. But even, I think, more important reason is that we have to become earthbound because we must realize, we must become aware of our entanglement with Earth. That is why we have to become earthbound. And by this, I mean the entanglement of technological civilization, of our current fully technological civilization, I would say, with the Earth system as a whole. And as I mentioned, there are quite a few, there are many scholars today who in this or that way speak about the need to turn to Earth, to become earthbound. And I would like to briefly present here what Vincent Bloch suggests when he suggests that we need to do the terrestrial turn in philosophy of technology. And Vincent Bloch's approach is basically, one can say, Heideggerian. and he thinks of the Anthropocene as a shift in our being in the world. And so he claims that our being in the Anthropocene is distinct from our being in the Holocene. And the difference consists basically in the fact that while in the Holocene, Earth remained forgotten, in the Anthropocene, the awareness of the contingency and finitude of the world becomes undeniable. And what we see, or what we experience, according to Bloch, in the Anthropocene is that we now understand that Earth is the condition of the world. So, to put it in Heideggerian terms, we can say that being in the world is conditioned by being on Earth. And Vincent Bloch claims that Earth is not embedded in concealing, unconcealing, in this fundamental duality in Heidegger's thought, but is its ontic ontological origin, the elementary which at the same time remains exterior to this strife. And Vincent Bloch makes effort to describe Earth, to say what Earth is, and he does it by combining Heidegger's Earth-world duality with Spinoza's ideas on nature and with Gibson's affordance theory. And based on this combination, he identifies 5 principles of the materiality of Earth. That's Earth's connativity, non-identity, responsiveness, performativity, and eventuality. And I cannot go into details regarding these 5 principles. I just want to say something about the last one, about the eventuality. Bloch claims that Earth's eventuality consists in its inherent instability and volatility, which shows the futility and megalomania behind the idea that we humans play a significant role in Earth's history. So this was the terrestrial term in philosophy of technology as described by Vincent Bloch. And now I want to ask the question, what are we turning to when we feel the need to become earthbound, if we want to turn to Earth? Because if we look at what Vincent Bloch suggests, we see that he suggests that we should turn to the infinite materiality of Earth. So he conceptualized Earth as materiality, because he identifies 5 principles of the materiality of Earth. And he identifies this materiality with Spinoza's concept of Deus sive natura, and this effectively means that he conceives of Earth as infinite. Earth is an infinite source of things, living organisms, and so on. And I think that reading these ideas, I feel the need to ask the question, is the essential characteristic of Earth its materiality? And is this materiality infinite? And I think that the answers are no. And if we want to turn to Earth today, then we are turning to Earth as a finite system. We think of Earth as a finite system. So we conceive of Earth as an interconnected or integrated system. And we think of this system as finite, not as infinite. And yeah, you can obviously object that you experience it differently, that you feel or that your idea of Earth is different. And yeah, this brings me to this question: how do we experience Earth? How do we get to know Earth? And we can ask this way, how do we experience Earth today? And I think that this is what Vincent Bloch himself indicates, that we experience that Earth can no longer be taken for granted as inexhaustible and indestructible, that the field is. And we experience it as an endangered ecosystem. But again, the question is, how do we know that? How do we experience that? And that's basically the main point of my presentation, of my talk, that we experience that in a technologically mediated way. That we get to know Earth through technologically mediated scientific models, which, if you put it more negatively, means that there is no direct experience of Earth. We can discuss if there is direct experience of something else, but I think that in the case of Earth, it's quite obvious that we have no direct experience of Earth. If we take this fact seriously, that we always know about Earth in a technologically mediated way, then we see, I think, that the human connection with Earth has basically two, or can be described in two ways, that humans are materially dependent on Earth as their ecological milieu. But just as importantly, they realize Earth. They get to know Earth through technological mediation. So our connection to Earth is technologically mediated. And for this reason, I suggest, in analogy with what Bernard Stiegler says, that we should think of technology as a global pharmacon that is both poison and possibly a remedy for our situation, because technology both plunders our ecological milieu and enables us to understand it. It has these two phases, or two possibilities. And the fact is that we need technology to understand Earth itself and our entanglement with it. And we need to go even a step further and don't think of us and of our technology as something different to Earth, because, or not, we can think of that as something different, but not as something separable, because Earth itself is a process including humans, and this means that Earth includes technology, essentially. But of course in various ways. And so to conclude, if we think about what means to become earthbound, I claim that this means becoming technologically entangled with Earth, and we must realize that we neither directly unite with Earth nor impartially identify its essence, because we are always already entangled with Earth and vice versa, and this entanglement is always already technological. And what we have to do, being aware of this situation and taking this situation seriously, is that we have to reflect on this entanglement, or being sensitive to this entanglement. This is what we we have to do if we feel the need to become earthbound, to be sensitive to this technological entanglement. So thank you for your
Thank you, Martin, for your extremely great talk. I just emailed Vincent to let him know that he's so well known because he's a good friend of mine. We co-published 3 papers together. So yeah, I guess he will be thrilled to see that his research is so visible in Europe. But before discussion, of course, we have another talk, and I would like to welcome Edward Quetty to present his paper.
Good morning. I apologize I don't have a presentation, but I hope I'll keep you entertained with what I'm reading. I want to begin by thanking the conference organizers and the people who support them, and also all of the people who are working here in the building to help keep us caffeinated. And also all the audiovisual help also. Yeah, okay. Just skipping a bit already. So, I mean, I'll just start off by saying that even in perhaps the most heterodox interpretation of the distance measured by 15 minutes, it's not clear to me that I'll have enough time to talk fully about Amerindian perspectivism. So I want to begin by just saying up front that I think of it more as a politics in a sense that I'll talk about below, like influenced by Rancière, rather than a project of reanimating or re-enchanting the natural world. It strikes me as a better way of attuning ourselves to what was meant by the commons, but more on this below. So I'll get right to my point, and I'll try to be as direct as possible without being enigmatic. I'll begin with a few philosophical poetic associations beginning from the title of the talk. Once Out of Nature is a reference to a line from W.B. Yeats's famous poem of aging, obsolescence, anxiety in the face of one's own mortality, and of a somewhat secularized hope in the ends of art. The poem, Sailing to Byzantium, in which the poet, running out of time, not in any country for old men, speculates on a journey to visit monuments of the intellect, the artifice of eternity, in order, quite directly, to flee from a world of change, a world of sensual music, young people and fishes in the pulse of creaturely life. It is the place called nature that shoves the poet's soul towards the consolations and monuments of intellect and artistry. This puts the earthly body in an unenviable position. It is called the dying animal to which the soul is fastened. Yeats says it knows not what it is. The instruction sought by the poet supposes corporeal stupidity. It belongs to that country from which the soul is taking speedy flight. But once out of nature, in Byzantium, Yeats curiously supplements the thought that he will not take a bodily form from any natural thing, opting for, quote, such a form as Grecian goldsmiths make of hammered gold and gold enameling. After having sailed to the unearthly city of Byzantium and having pledged that once out he would no more return to nature's forms, which somehow does not include a bird's body, so long as it sits upon a golden bough, or an artifact from an unreachable Greek Byzantine past, so long as it is made of gold. Even after all of this, right, the song Yeats plans to sing is just a reiteration of what he had disavowed, a narrative of history. It is the cycle of sensuous music from the country in which he, as an old man, had no place. What is past, what is passing, and what is to come. The song is meant to keep a drowsy emperor awake, along with the lords and ladies of a domain out of nature, a place fit for souls, which would seem to be defined by their having left behind any interest in sensuous music. Hence, it ought to strike us as strange that this natural historical music is possible being sung in a world out of nature, a world of the monuments of the intellect. His song will be restrained by that which he sought to escape, temporal change now articulated as history. Anyway, this example from Yeats illustrates the thinking behind selecting the first part of the title of the talk. To what extent the Anthropocene can be thought of as the apparently inconsistent work of Yeats's old man, attempting to transcend or hebt auf previous structures of historical narration, all the while nevertheless being compelled to reiterate the same elements that seemed to belong to the world of the dying generations, which is itself a marvelous phrase of contrary harmonies. Let us turn to an account of the claim of the Anthropocene rooted in the work of the Anthropocene Working Group. Right? I take as given the geological articulation of an Anthropocene thesis to be any expression of the sense that human beings have made a massive and irrevocable geological impact, and that this is evidenced in a telluric text. The Anthropocene Working Group is working with the hypothesis of dating this era to what has been called the period of great acceleration, commencing in the 1950s. We've heard about this already. There are at least 11 sites that the Anthropocene Working Group is working with in support of this thesis, including sites spanning from Crawford Lake, Ontario, where the proposed golden spike is to be set, Beppu Bay, Japan, the upper Gulf of Mexico, 133-meter-long core of Antarctic ice called the Palmer Ice Core, stalagmites in Ernesto Cave in Trento, and even a site not very far from where we are right now, the mossy peatland near the, I apologize for my pronunciation, the Śnieżka mountain in Równia pod Śnieżka. It is obvious that these sites must be understood to be sufficiently dispersed in terrestrial space in order for the claim of massive and irrevocable human impact to attain the scope or generality that it suggests. Intuitively, these sites form a network of testamentary display that attains cogency on the strength of wider harmonizations, echoes and resonances gathered rhythmically as what are called varves in the columns or the other formations of the dead as remnant or abiotic witnesses over a longue durée, the ruins of aged technics and the residues of instruments of both war and what is called development. Nitrate deposits, for example, plutonium, bomb pulses, coke and coal residue, fly ash in ice cores, etc. I know quickly that the geological expression of the Anthropocene thesis clearly filters what can count as evidence of human impact. I do not make this remark as a criticism, but just as a mode of noting an idea of a count that will emerge again later below. That which evidences the human seems to be evidence of our investiture in technologies, right? Bomb pulses in rocks, fertilizers in anoxic depths of seas, combustion of fossil fuels deep in core ice and lake beds. Anyway. The working thesis of the Anthropocene Working Group is not to demonstrate massive and irrevocable human impact in the bed of Lake Crawford alone, and perhaps a different Anthropocene occurring near the Śnieżka mountain. Right? The geological articulation of this claim is a judgment of a unified object. Right? What I describe as its network of testamentary display is offered within a framing of a unified object of judgment. The setting of a golden spike is distinguished by the legibility of its text, but is certainly not only a claim about what has happened in southern Ontario, for example. Right. Okay. Along with the claims projected of a unified composed object, you can either call it the Earth or the planet, there are pervasive, or one might call them systematic, consequences that ensue that render this object or time as unrelatable. As Bronislaw Dzierżyński has convincingly put the matter, the Anthropocene claim in setting a golden spike is inherently a question related to multiple senses of the notion of a monument. In the 2017 article of the Anthropocene Monument on Relating Geological and Human Time, Dzierżyński investigates monuments as marking passages between epochs, mediating between what have been called human and other temporalities. He goes on to suggest that, quote, it may well be that the Anthropocene will not just resist easy incorporation into the settled monumental semiotics of geological stratigraphy, but will destabilize the whole machinery by which Earth and its deep history are given coherent meaning. This is the end of quote. This is not only a matter of what has been called provincializing the Anthropocene, or white geology, suggesting that there can be no master narrative, or anyway, not only the narrative of historical masters or drowsing emperors. In some sense, there are questions of identifying authorship. In some sense, these, right, the questions about provincializing the Anthropocene and white geology are questions of authorship, identifying an author. It is a different point concerning the possibility of writing anything at all, or assembling a history. That is to say, it is a problem that is already quite familiar to high modernist and postmodernist theory, the very problem of writing any narrative, of telling a story with and also without a beginning, a middle, and an end. This might be thought of as a final disenchanting effect of Enlightenment reason, the liquidation of all narratives and arriving only in what François Hartog described as our current regime of historicity, presentism, unable to connect anything to anything else, being in the middle of things. Implicit in this notion is a sense of identification of what is and can be given, that we know what anthropos is or was, what man had been said to be, and that we fail to consider a dire supplement to this apparently total knowledge. Another way of talking about my interest here is as the politics of this aesthetic regime. And this requires that I tell a story about the Anthropocene and climate catastrophe that resists collapsing categories into the unities required by what Rancière describes as the police. The police function as a mode of providing account of a community, those who are already identifiable, given as a countable type, and opposed to the police, Rancière situates politics. As a symbolic constitution of the social, the police establish, quote, a certain way of dividing up the sensible. By describing the police as partitioning the sensible so that it is characterized by the absence of void and supplement, an essential aspect of the police is, in one way of putting it, not to notice anything that is not there. In other words, as a partitioning of the sensible, the police provide and are an aesthetic, a theory and a description of the human sensorium, a filter or imaginary on that which is noteworthy, etc. In the partitioning of the police, which fashions its own space in which there is no void or supplement, quote, society is made up of groups tied to specific modes of doing, to places in which these occupations are exercised, and to modes of being corresponding to these occupations and these places. In this matching of functions, places, and ways of being, there is no place for any void. It is this exclusion of what is not that constitutes the police principle at the core of statist practices, end of quote. Politics, on the other hand, is, in Rancière's sense, before all else, an intervention in the visible and the sayable. We might trot out the ready-made examples of the stereotype of voting results given in totalitarian regimes, right? 99% for the incumbent, 1% for the opposition. Thus, the community is partitioned into overwhelming support for a ruling party, and a healthy 1% is held over to count not as real opposition, but as a hardly credible veneer of popular sovereignty. The key within the imagined stereotype is that nothing is left over, right? Nothing has failed to be counted. Rancière's description of the police establishes its essential work as the forging of a world that is first and foremost totally surveyed and surveyable, completely tallying everything that is already meaningfully established as able to be seen or recognized. Against Althusser's minimal accounting of an ideology of police function as subjective interpellation, just hailing, hey, you there? Rancière's account insists upon an aesthetics, right? A way of encountering that to which our senses are exposed, or otherwise said in the voice of a police sergeant, perceiving that which is given. Quote, the police consists before all else in recalling the obviousness of what there is, or rather of what there is not, and its slogan is, according to Rancière, move along, there is nothing to see here. Okay, now just some concluding remarks. One of the claims that I think follows from these considerations is the suspicion that a sense of the end of narrative, like the working group thesis, projects a sense of what can be counted as evidencing the human being. Our narratives too, and perhaps also how a golden spike arranges a meeting of temporalities as a monument, these equally, of course, divide and reassemble what can be shared as common and remarkable, and what is perhaps merely private or senseless. The politics of aesthetics is again a partage du sensible, a partitioning, both dividing and allotting pieces of what counts for us. I suspect that the sense of the ends of narrative, of history, of art, and perhaps also of nature, all suppose the kind of police rationality that cannot make sense of what does not appear within its filtering imaginary. We must be sensitive to how the given, as such, is already in complicity with these closures of counting and recounting. In the 4 Theses essay, Professor Chakrabarty leads to the thought that some of the narrative conventions at work in traditional historical consciousness have to be dismantled, or indeed that they already have been dismantled by the troubling consciousness of the Anthropocene. A mode of narration that emerges here must, for Chakrabarty, be a mode of narration that he calls, in that essay, using a term from Adorno, negative universal history. That is, a mode or a form of narration that, quote, allows the particular to express its resistance to its imbrication in the totality without denying being so imbricated, end of quote. In other words, drawing out modes of interdependency and connectivity without erasing forms of heterogeneity or particularity that expressly run counter to the totalizing tendency of historical generalizations. I think we can abbreviate this just as what Rancière refers to as politics, the count of what has no count. And just very quickly at the end, there's much more to say. There's a lot more to say about Amerindian perspectivism. But essentially it's the thesis of, that I suppose people tend to think of as being something about reanimating nature, reanimating kind of animal others, seeing, but in the work of Eduardo Viveiros Castro, Tânia Stoltz de Lima, the thesis really strikes me as being one more about kind of recognizing kind of the incompleteness of, of our own humanity in some sense, right? How humanity is kind of structured as multiple relations with multiple others, right? Almost all of the time, right? And anyway, this strikes me as rich ground for developing kind of a richer sense of politics here that would displace an idea of the commons, which has been argued by many, many people, including some indigenous activists, that the idea of a commons kind of supposes a space of indigenous erasure, right? Kind of like the commons is sort of what is just given to everybody in some sense. Anyway, I'll just wrap up with that. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Edward, for your wonderful talk, and congrats on pronouncing properly Śnieżka.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, who would like to ask the first question? Is there any microphone, or should I?
Thank you. Trying to define a golden spike is a reductive process that's not including the entirety of human history or the archaeological record. Was that the perspective?
It's more like, I mean, in some sense, like from one perspective, it's necessarily. Is this on? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
So, in one perspective, of course, it's going to be reductive, right? Because, I mean, the Anthropocene Working Group is not really interested, and rightfully so, right, in kind of, other sorts of like non-stratigraphical kind of standards, right?
That's the point I wanted to bring to you, because with my good friend Jan, I helped to found that group, and it was founded deliberately to try to develop a plurality of views. So stratigraphers were part of it, but as we weren't completely inclusive. I would take all criticisms of that, but the group included geographers, historians, archaeologists, a lawyer who was dealing with the law of the sea. And so we really did try to bring on board a different perspective. So unlike most working groups, they don't have a lawyer or a historian part of them. The Anthropocene Working Group from the start tried to look at a plurality of views, and it tried to assess the whole of human history. And it arrived at that mid-20th century level because of, well, partly what I showed earlier. It just, and what Dipesh showed yesterday is that huge acceleration of changes. And so I just wanted to make that point, that we did try to be more plural in our approach, and it still involves a range of people now. It's not just stratigraphers.
No, and I appreciate that, and I apologize if I'm being overly hasty, but it just seems to me that in the sense that in the sense of what is being offered as the hypothesis, right, or kind of like the work that's put forward. In some sense, of course, it must be kind of geologically oriented, right? And so, of course, like it's evidence of, as I was trying to say in the presentation, right? It's evidence of certain kind of a way of understanding human impact through various kinds of techniques, right? Often like associated with climate change, or so it seems to me that in thinking, my point is also thinking about. It's very strange to me, for example, that. One doesn't want to think about atomic radiation here, precisely because the idea is that it's, as I've understood it, that half-life, right, kind of renders, these like particles, illegible, right, after a period of time.
For cesium, yes, but plutonium lingers for quite a long time.
Right, but there's also, so there's a sense to me like that. Of just understanding the projection of what will count as the human being here, right? Seems to be exactly kind of mediated through some very standard kinds of, and to say reductive is, in some ways it's a tautology for me to say reductive.
So if I may come in there and just explain a little bit, is it okay? Because I don't want to overload the discussion, but I just wanted to explain what we do as geologists. So we don't ignore the range of change. And when we've been discussing the Anthropocene, we've looked at the whole of human history. When we define any geological boundary in deep time, we look at the processes that happen before it and the processes that happen afterwards. And often that's, cause and effect over 4 or 5 million years.
Right.
But we have to draw a boundary. The reason we have to draw a boundary is not just because of the structures of geology, but because there would be utter chaos if we tried to interpret the deep time record. And those are the strictures we're trying to speak to. And I want to give you one very clear illustration of that with clear societal importance. So when the IPCC looks at forward projections of climate on planet Earth, often what they use are past climate states, the Pliocene, the Miocene, the Eocene. And in order for us to understand those past climate states, we have to be sure that when we're looking at data in America, we can correlate it to exactly the same level in China or Australia or wherever on the planet.
Right.
So we have to have this precise correlation. Otherwise, those models of the past, which are really useful in terms of interpreting what will happen in the near future, just wouldn't work.
Right.
That's why we follow those strictures. So that's the kind of basis of what we're trying to do.
No, I understand that, and I appreciate the motivation. But I think at the end we're saying something that's not all that different in some sense, because there's has to be some sort of reduction to something that models, a unified object.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
We agree on that.
Okay. Right.
Right, thank you. I think we have a question over here.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to jump in. Yeah, is it for me? No.
Thanks. I have a question for the first speaker, Martin. I sympathize with your attempt to include technologies into the Earth system. And since you mentioned Bernard Stiegler, I would like to ask if the notion of the Neganthropocene and also the notion of organology makes any use to you.
Thanks for the question. I do use Stiegler's ideas, of course, but I don't think that I have time to explain this now, so we can do it privately to discuss this. Because for me it's a great inspiration, but this talk wasn't so much about that, because it is somewhere behind what I said there, because I think that, and it was mentioned here, that we should ask the question what the human is. What is the essence of humanity? And I would agree with Stiegler that we have to take into account technology, that human beings are, so to say, essentially technological beings. And if we agree on that, we get I would say, different picture of, or maybe a different approach to the Anthropocene, because I would say that then we see, as Bernard Stiegler does, that we must first of all deal with the question of how humans today relate to their technology as something defining them, making them acting in a specific way. So that then this is the first question. So we need to, how to say that, incorporate our technology as our external body, and only after, or only if we do this, we can deal with the problem of the Anthropocene. So it will be like the beginning of this. So we must basically deal with our humanity in this sense first, to deal with the problem of nature, or how to say that. So it's somewhere behind these ideas, but I didn't want to mention it because it would complicate my talk in a very very.
So I'd like to interject the earlier conversation with a question to you, Edward, and reflection on your use of Rancière. So if I understand right, and we take Rancière's position, the internality and externality, so drawing lines is a basic principle both of episteme and politics. So there is an inclusion-exclusion movement, which is the police. What is visible always implies something that is invisible. You correct me, but I mean, it's also to think together with that. So So if that's the case, so that we have a visibility that implies an invisibility, then I would say the epistemological and political question is, which I think it's one of your key points, is how to make the invisible or the external be counted in both the knowledge process and in the political process.
Yeah, I think that I would just maybe correct the idea that I think that what you're talking about is kind of a differentiation of internal or external or drawing of lines. In some sense, that is aesthetics, right? I mean, that's just kind of like an exposure to like the world in some way. The police has a function of kind of the thought that there's nothing else, right? That you already have all the categories that you need in some ways, right? In a longer version of this talk, and it was already fairly long, right? But like kind of, there's a sense that one wants to say that the police think with the nonsense thought at the opening of Wittgenstein's Tractatus, right? That the world is all that is the case, right? That's a police line, right? That, there's nothing that, or, however I put it before, right? I mean, so I think I'm making myself clear, right? So I think you're right to kind of talk about externality, but I think that like a phenomenology of externality, would it seem to me be something, we would have to just like see what it looks like in practice, right? Because in some sense, if we're going to talk about a priori externalities, right, that aren't kind of discovered in practice or encounters or relations with others, then this would seem to me like, yeah.
I think that Rancière has clear cases in mind. I think like the Athenian democracy with those who are external to democracy, women, slaves, foreigners, or the immigrants in French society of the 90s who have no political rights, are internal and external. So these sort of concrete cases are those he has very much in mind in the political, and then we can apply that to the epistemological too. And the police is the function of patrolling the border, so to say.
Right. Yeah, but the idea of politics, however, is not kind of also what we kind of normally refer to as politics, right? And so like to say like a political issue, what Rancière is talking about is kind of like any kind of way of disputing, right, that count, right, or trying to count what has not yet been counted in some ways. Noticing a supplement to our categories as they're given, or noticing voids, I think too, that's an important kind of part, right? Noticing where there's a lack. So I think just a good dialogue about how to understand Rancière. Yeah.
I'm going to try to do a question for both of you, and I'm sorry for Martin. I was like, had to shuffle, so I only heard part of your talk, but I'll do my best. So please resituate my question as need be so that you can also respond. Eddie, before I forget, I wondered if you are aware of Lynn Huffer's 99 Anthropocene fragments. She's working with this question of narrative, and she's very sensitive to the kind of modernist tradition you're talking about. So just wanted to mention that. So my question is for both of you. It seems like there's one of the questions I had is what kind of practices, communal practices, or social practices might help, Martin, in your case, help people internalize, if I understood correctly, the meaning of our technological nature. I mean, like Mark was suggesting that we've completely not internalized it at the level of the planet, and that this is really, really bad. And then Eddie, I guess I wondered if the kind of issue of reduction that you were getting to this discussion with Mark, I wonder if it was so much about the actual narrative as opposed to the process of communal absorption of the meaning of narrative or narratives for each other. And so I guess that's my simple question. Do you have, I understand a little bit of your theoretical positions. What might it, is there a dimension to them that where we could talk about the kinds of social practices that would allow them to take on life for people?
I'm still writing down the question.
Okay, thanks for this question. It's a very difficult one, of course, and I think that I don't have a good answer for you, but I would say that one problem, if you take a look at the current situation of philosophy of technology, of this approach, like in last 2 decades, there was a much emphasis on what is called so-called empirical term in the philosophy of technology, that you should focus on single technologies or human-technology relations going to this level. And now there is, I would say, a reaction against this, because scholars say it's not enough. We have to somehow conceptualize technology with big T to think about this. And I think that this is a very, very analogical situation to what you are describing. Because what would be the good policy? And I would tend to say that starting with personal relations, and this will not be enough. That we need something must be done on the global level, using our political structures, and that we cannot make them, or we cannot restructure them by doing like bottom-up approach. So that would be my question to my answer to your question, which does not answer your question.
I mean, I'm also going to struggle to do justice, I think, to the question, but yeah, I mean, well, no. I think that, I mean, it's always useful to ask about social practices, but I mean, we have to wonder, I suppose, like what we're imagining when we're thinking about the social, I guess. I mean, I don't know if the reduction, because I think the first part of your question that I managed to get a fragment of, like, written down, was like this idea of whether narrative, the kind of the reductiveness kind of point in the exchange earlier was kind of a function of how lessons were being received. Was that the idea?
It's not to focus on the content of a narrative, but to focus so it's to take your question about form,
right,
which is really the aesthetic question as you're interpreting Rancière. I actually disagree with your reading of Rancière. So actually, my deep goal is I want to push you in the spirit of the previous comment to think a little bit more about voicelessness versus logos in Rancière.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, sorry, not to go that deep, but just if you want to know the outer limit, that's where I'm going. And the idea is that, okay, so you're sensitizing us to some of the epistemic limitations surrounding narrativity,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so that's a question about form,
Yeah.
not about content.
Right.
And so I'm suggesting that it might be worth thinking about form, not in terms of a given narrative, but in terms of the social practices of people who absorb, quote unquote, given narratives. Maybe that's where the action is. That's a political moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's a moment where people get to speak and don't get epistemically discredited. It's maybe more important than focusing on the content of the narrative.
Right. I don't think of them focusing on the content of the narrative very much, but I mean, maybe you're kind of. Well, I think I'm kind of. I don't really like this idea of kind of like very hard separation of the form from content, and so I think part of the issue is exactly kind of the form seems to require something of a content, right? I mean, I think what I'm understanding the problem of narrativity to be here. And I think I'm just kind of reiterating some things that happened earlier with like Frank Kermode, Hayden White, right? I mean, just the idea of postmodernity in general, right? Just kind of something like, there's a formal problem that seems to require a content, right? But I don't know if you can kind of have one without the other, right?
No, I agree with
right,
that.
Yeah.
Let's not, like, the point is we don't have to go back and forth on this, but I'm just making it really sharp and clear to try to bring out that there's a question about resituating the action, not at the question of reductiveness, but at the question of voicelessness, to use Rancière's term.
Right.
I think that might be more in the spirit of what you're interested in. But it basically gets us to not focus on the philosophy of narrative. It gets us to focus on communal practices by which people make sense with each other.
Right.
Political question.
But that strikes me as narrative also, though, surely, right? Kind of communal practices where people make sense to each other of. I mean, that involves kind of telling stories in some ways, right?
Maybe not. That's why Puffer's point about fragments is interesting. No stories.
Okay.
So I think that discussion is really fascinating, and the coming coffee break is a great opportunity to continue it. So thank you guys for your great talks.
Okay, so good afternoon. I have a pleasure to chair this session. And we have three presenters, Laura Colombino from the University of Naples, Agnieszka Jagła, and we have Alina Mitek-Dzięba. Are you all present? I'm sorry, I haven't seen everyone. Yes, that's fine. Okay, so we have to be careful and we have to control the time. Please use the microphones because we have everything connected. So we can start, I hope. Eco-criticism and literature. Our first guest is Laura Colombino, as I mentioned. And she's going to talk about dazzling mineral traumas, competing aesthetics in Bayard's The Crystal World. And Laura Colombino is professor of English literature at the University of Genova in Italy. She has a long-standing focus on transdisciplinary studies, such as the relationship between writing and the visual arts, architectural spaces and the embodiment, the interplay of trauma, cultural memory, and the city. She's the author of the Ford Madox Ford Vision, Visuality and Writing, and Spatial Politics in Contemporary London Literature, Writing at Architecture and the Body. She has edited and co-edited books on Ford Madox Ford and sits on the editorial board of the Ford Madox Ford Complete Works. She has published essays and articles on several Victorian, modernist and contemporary writers and contributed to the catalogue of the art exhibition Lee Ball. Most recently, she has co-edited with Peter Childs the Special Issues of Textual Practice, narrating the non-human ecologies, consciousness and myth, and written chapters for a companion to Charles Dickens' second edition and the Cambridge companion to Kazuo Ishiguro. She is currently working on a monograph on Ishiguro and ethics for Routledge. Welcome.
Well, thank you for this detailed presentation. Yes, I'm going to talk about Ballard, this novel written back in 1966, so very long time ago, reacting to a talk by Martin Rees, Professor of Cosmology and Astrophysics at Cambridge University, on the incommensurability between the life of the sun and the evolution of the human species. Critic Christopher Hitchens asked himself, where is the narrative to match this startling reality? He soon realized that the answer lay in J.G. Ballard. His characters are often attracted to landscapes where they are confronted with time on a larger scale, evolutionary, geological, or cosmic. This paper is a discussion of the crystal world, published in 1966, long before the non-human turn took hold in cultural theory and literature. How this novel chimes with or differs from our sensibility is something that I will try to explore through a comparison with works by contemporary artists, which, like Ballard's novels, explore mineral, or more specifically, crystal intelligence. That is by going beyond the idea of stone as sheer matter of art. In some respects, the novel foresees today's decentering of the human and even what Timothy Morton calls hyper-objects, entities of such vast temporal and spatial dimensions that they defeat traditional ideas about what a thing is in the first place. The novel is a narrative of colonial exploitation, of precious stones avidly ransacked in the jungle, but reversed because it is the mineral world that, like a contagious disease, ends up colonizing the human one in various and increasingly extending parts of the globe. It's a sort of sci-fi or pseudo-sci-fi novel. So in so doing, we may say that Ballard is recognizing, in contemporary terms, the vitality and the quality of actant to the mineral world. But in other respects, Ballard's novel is absolutely out of touch with our sensibility. It shows no environmental concern ahead of its time and no pre-trauma anxiety about the annihilation to come, as you may find, say, in disaster movies, nor does Ballard envisage a poetics of quiet intimacy with other life forms, as you may find in artists such as, doesn't work? Such as Tacita Dean, who explores the sense of contact with alien entities that are here among us now, as she says, in the human-non-human continuum. Rather, Ballard's novel speaks a Darwinian language of struggle between competing wills, the human and the natural, as well as the language of Freudian trauma. It's written in 1966, after all. And his early novels are crash courses on how to adjust psychologically to the inevitability of the catastrophe of the human species in the face of an accelerated environmental change. The Crystal World is a story of a journey upriver into the depths of an African colonial territory, and Ballard, of course, has Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness in mind as a model, but the latter's idea of penetrating into the obscurity of the Western psyche to encounter its horror is somehow turned on its head, as Ballard's is a quasi-mystical journey towards a paradisical dimension. Again, remember, this novel was written in 1966, is influenced also by, the aesthetics of psychedelic culture and so on, by Huxley and so on. The protagonist is Sanders, an English medical doctor who arrives in Port Mattar, Cameroon, and tries to make his way deep into the jungle to a secluded leprosy treatment facility where he will be reunited with his former lover, Suzanne Clare. But soon he becomes aware of a mysterious phenomenon of crystallization which petrifies everything and everyone in the forest into a form of suspended animation. The transformation arouses the greed of the mining companies, and there are those who are drawn to it there are those who are drawn to it by less material reasons. An inexplicable urgency, drive, which finds its motivation deep within the psyche, urges them to move upriver towards the heart of the crystallizing storm. It's a sort of mystery why this should happen. Suzanne, who is sporting the first symptoms of leprosy, becomes the leader of a band of lepers who set for the interior of the forest of light and jewels, clearly never to return. The humans merge with the bejeweled earth and flora, producing an effect which is both dazzling and bewildering, as we cannot quite work out if the embrace is deadening or reviving. In Ballard's post-catastrophic novels, human agency is made ineffectual by powerful inhuman actants, but the protagonists seem inclined to value the gift they are bestowed in return for the surrender of their will, because the act of yielding to the logic of the landscape opens the doors of their imagination to other, more ample dimensions. There is more than a hint of mysticism in Ballard's sci-fi narratives, and this too chimes with our cultural climate, we might say, where the emphasis on the non-human order often takes the guise of spiritualism, panpsychism, various forms of re-enchantment of the world. We heard animism yesterday, for example. In his introduction to the catalogue of the art exhibition Crystal World, Jill Perry pays tribute to Ballard's novel, noting that many contemporary artists have have been equally fascinated by the transformative possibilities of crystals, positioned somewhere, he says, between the organic and the inorganic, because they are lifeless, and I'm quoting from him, lifeless, but they can also suggest life, and that grown from a solution or compound. I would like to broach the idea that, for different reasons, there are two contemporary artists who are close to Ballard's vision. The first is Marina Abramovich. Marina Abramovich, who conceives crystals as instruments of meditation. In the video installation Dosing Consciousness, 1997, a close crop of the artist's face shows it buried in translucent quartz rods that slide gently as she breathes. For Abramovich, creating an unhurried relationship of intimacy with them is the key to gain access to their knowledge, the memory of the planet. And the immersion brings us out of ourselves, she thinks, and our miseries, and our conception of time, which is very accelerated and bound to certain purposes, such as consumption, work, and so on, into deep time. This unhurried, smooth transition to a non-human sphere contrasts with the aesthetics of woundedness, I think, found in Massimiliano Pelletti, the second contemporary artist who, in my view, for different reasons, comes close to Ballard's view of crystals. His busts, such as this crystal Venus, 2017, suggest a different, almost inverted trajectory, which reminds us of our physical vulnerability rather than offer an escape from it. Scars, frost around faces, like some kind of exquisite decay, sprouting off their fractured sides, festering indentations, digging into porous busts. The bodily, the cultural, and the geological scales engage in complex dynamic relationships. One, the post-anthropocentric earth consciousness of contemporary sensibility contrasts with, two, the anthropocentric harmony of the ancient Hellenic culture, the flat surface of glittering mineral suggestive of eons of time, slashes literally into the Platonic idealized beauty of the human figure, producing a wound which introduces a third dimension, the bodily in its vulnerability. So geology, art, and the body act upon each other. The mineral world transgresses the perfection of the Platonic form like a messy wound, while the surface of sprouting crystals hovers ambiguously between infection and beauty. According to Jeffrey Cohen, who is the author of the book on stone and ecology of the non-human, the aesthetics of the non-human is a form of weird realism which can be found in science, which can find expression in science fiction, horror, and fantasy. And he says that medieval versions of this wonder-inducing genres include romance, lays, and lapidaries. In the crystal world, there is the allure found in both medieval literature and modern science fiction of the dynamism of matter. The transformation allows access for Ballard into a quasi-mystical experience in which, almost suspended, the body is led asleep, indefinitely relieved of the weight of time and mortality. But if the crystals are conduits to the paradisical, they're also violent agents that enshroud the body, halting the movement of life. The crystallization envelops, like a dazzling armor, but something that shields and protects as much as it strikes, like an implacable disease. And the similarity with illness is suggested repeatedly. Quote, the crystallization is closer to a cancer than anything else, and about as curable. One is the dark side of the other. I'm thinking of the silver scales of leprosy that give the disease its name. In the forest, The protagonist resists the full embrace of the crystal paradise and makes use of precious alchemical stones, such as rubies, to counteract the power of crystals and melt them like icicles exposed to the sun. So fluidification is obviously elusive to the flow of blood and human life that the protagonist is reluctant to leave behind. As the novel ends, quote, an act of perfect repetition on Sanders' part returns us to a much earlier point in the book. This is from a preface to the book. And this produces a sense of circular time and a compulsion to repeat. Incidentally, repetition is also a crystallographic principle. In terms of trauma, this conclusion confirms that there is no real moving forward for the protagonist. So on the one hand, his intention to return to the forest signals his desire to embrace a more mystical dimension, which, not unlike Abramovich, he sees as the consciousness of the earth accessible through crystals. But tellingly and deliberately, the story ends before this petrifying embrace takes place, leaving him suspended between opposing allegiances. On the one hand, the ballad Human Doing is not only noxious, it is also useless. Extinction is not the end. We should accept the transition to our demise and adjust physically and psychologically to the logic of the landscape, in his own words. But on the other hand, he celebrates the human, the insuppressible instinct of self-preservation in the struggle for survival, and even in the domestication of a hostile environment. Summing up, my argument is that by pitting different aesthetics against each other, the crystal world helps us reflect on the complexities of our responses to environmental change and opens the doors of imagination to alternative ways of being on the earth. It does so in ways other than the pre-traumatic anxiety analyzed, for example, by Anne Kaplan in Climate Trauma, or the aesthetics of disaster, or even the mysticism and panpsychism of other contemporary experiences. Rather, it shows the nexus of irreconcilable impulses, aspirations, and fears that unfold on the multiple planes involved: geological, cultural, and bodily. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and for controlling the time. And we are going to have a discussion after these three presentations. I think it would be better. So I would like to invite Agnieszka Jagła from the University of Łódź. Her presentation, Love as an Intervention, Loving the Planet in the Age of the Anthropocene in the Stone Gods by Janet Winterson and Bewilderment by Richard Powers. Agnieszka Jagła is a PhD student in literature studies at the Department of British Literature and Culture at the University of Łódź. Her doctoral dissertation focuses on the concept of transhumanism in selected 21st century English literature. Her research interests include transhumanism, posthumanism, trauma theory, as well as intertextuality in postmodern British literature. Welcome.
Also control the time of my own device so that I just, okay, let me put the timer on. Okay, hello everyone. It's a great privilege to be here and this room is huge. In today's paper, I would like to discuss The Stone Gods, written in 2007 by Janet Winterson, and Bewilderment, written in 2021 by Richard Powers. I aim to demonstrate that both novels stress the relevance of kin-making between an individual and non-human subject, which deepens individuals' commitment to the environmental debate. Both works contemplate mankind's calamitous mistakes, resulting in climate change and species becoming endangered. While The Stone Gods follows the repetitive, vicious cycle of humans' own self-destruction, Bewilderment focuses on the current or near future situation. Nevertheless, in both cases, the human individuals manage to create mutually constructive relationship with the non-human subject in the process of kin-making. The protagonist of The Stone Gods, Billy Cruz, establishes romantic relationship with the humanoid Spike, while in bewilderment, 9-year-old Robbie reconnects with his lost mother through the interaction with the digital model of her brain. These interplays generate significant involvement of both individuals in their personal mission of saving the dying planet. In the presentation, I will discuss how these novels envision the narratives of the age of Anthropocene and how does the involvement of protagonists with non-human subjects, robot or digital brain print, influence such a narrative. I hope the time will allow me to do so. And how do we change the slides? Okay, great. So both novels actually cannot be easily categorized because they can be labeled as science fiction, but actually because of their entanglement with technology and influence of on human and non-human world, I think they can also be categorized as the climate fiction, as well as they contain quite disturbing images of dying Earth and the dramatic attempts of individuals to save it. Okay, so far so good. Rebecca Evans discusses the relevance of the Anthropocene when it comes to thinking about possible futures, but also about the particular histories that contribute to those futures. The Anthropocene then is widely understood as retelling modernity as a story of slow-burning disaster and inviting a response to that disaster. This, she writes about the stone gods, but I think it can also be easily applied to bewilderment. And while The Snow Gods, which is more well-known novel, draws attention to the repetitive act of destroying the planet, which Bewilderment actually does not include, both novels highlight the futility of individuals' attempts at saving the planet, which are set against the politics of Capitalocene. This is a point that Donna Haraway also makes in her well-known work, referenced many times during this conference, Staying with the Trouble, where she does not decide to put the blame on an individual, but rather on the system, which diminishes even the sincerest attempts at reversing that catastrophe. The novel therefore replaced some contemporary debates around sustainability, the idea that only an environmentally aware, empathic reorientation of the kind associated with countercultural lifestyles and sometimes labeled deep ecology can save the planet is set against the unsuitable practices of global capitalism, consumerism, and individualism. The Stone Gods tell the story of characters by following their journey throughout the history of Earth, across time and space, drawing attention to a repetitive cycle of destruction, destructive tendencies of humanity and their attempts at reversing them. Spikers, which is one of the incarnations of Spike in the novel, introduces the yearning for home to the protagonist Billy. And in the final part, in which our protagonist dies, she dies multiple times in the novel, she dreams of coming home to her mother's farm. The repetition suggests that the return to maternal love is as much an intervention as it is a journey to openness and suburban love. And actually, this maternal love is also present in Bewilderment. Certainly, the story of Spiker's death and Billy's longing for death had suggested that death might be a way to re-experience and re-encounter love, as John Sputra mentions. By displaying Billy's longing for the mother, the novel acknowledges the power of nostalgic yearning to return, while continuing to affirm the need for radical openness. Most importantly of all, it points to the revelation of trauma and breaking of the cycle. The romantic relationship, which is continued and unchanged in every part of the Stone Gods. The Stone Gods has got, they have got 3 parts. So in each part, we've got the love story and the destruction of Earth. So this romantic relationship is unchanged in every part and proves that building ontology made out of care and love between human and non-human can be viewed as a solution as of how to approach the global catastrophe. Bewilderment is a more recent work by Richard Powers, which explores the trajectory of events following the engagement of an individual with non-human, represented by the scan of human's brain, which is sustained by the computer. In Bewilderment, this is the scan of the boy's mother. In the novel, the protagonist's son, Robbie, suffers from neurodevelopmental condition and undergoes a non-invasive experimental therapy. And the novel also incorporates disturbing images of global catastrophe and boy's personal mission to save the lives of the non-human. In Bewilderment, this therapy is aimed at helping the boy to govern his emotional states, but actually the child is very much engaged in the ecological debate, and through the engagement with the non-human subject, this brain print of his mother, who was also an environmental activist, he grows his ecological consciousness even further. The transhumanist subject, therefore, showcases its capability of establishing a connection between the human and the natural world, while simultaneously diminishing human-centered narrative of Capitalocene. While Robbie's previous sensitivity towards not-humans led him to frustration, trauma, and even self-harm, the reconnection with his dead mother brings about a more positive, open form of activism. In both cases, the re-encountering of maternal love advocates for radical openness that John Sputra highlights. What distinguishes Robbie's activism is this incorporation of optimism and hope in helping non-human species. He attempts not to threat, but to inspire. In the TV program where he talks about this therapy, actually he says these words, you cannot depress people though, that just scares them. You gotta show them the good life. And this statement becomes very relevant illustration of the changed mental state of the boy. The fact that he calls for optimism showcases a radical shift in his own mindset. Andrzej Marzec, in his book Anthropocene, Anthroposhadow, notes down the necessity of applying the optimism into practice of fighting the climate change based on care and love for environment, which agrees with Haraway's notion of staying with the troubles. Here is the quote from Marzec. And what Marzec notices is this powerful feeling of guilt and shame which leads to repression of the environmental catastrophe in people's psyche. Robbie tries to inspire and not to shame anyone, and while he becomes recognizable and inspiring to some individuals, on the level of the system, unfortunately, his beliefs prove insufficient. There we go. Here, obviously, many times mentioned Timothy Morton, who writes these words. After all other beings elicited the ecological thought, they summon it from us. Okay, that's very short, actually. So we're going to skip that, I think. But it can be argued that this eponymous feeling of bewilderment in the novel is at least partially comparable to the sentiment expressed in Norton's quote. Now we'll have to skip the conclusions, I suppose. Now let's leave that quote. In Staying with the Troubles, Haraway criticizes negative tendencies that are entangled with the terminology of Anthropocene and the Capitalocene. These tendencies successfully diminish the possibility of intervention and positive change that could happen prompted by establishing the bond between human and non-human and accepting the state in which we are in. As John Sputra rightly notices, there is a seminal contrast in the novel between repetition and intervention. Throughout the novel, the altered storyline of Billy and Spike is repeatedly told. However, the deeply embedded message of love as an intervention does give readers the spark of hope, I suppose. Both novels tell the story of seemingly hopeless, solitary quest of an individual against the politics of capital scene in order to save the dying planet. The environmental awareness of the subjects, Billy and Robbie, is connected with the ability of characters to establish bonds between human and non-human, which is represented not only through a brain print or a humanoid, but non-human viewed as fauna, flora, or hyperobjects, global catastrophe and climate change. And I wanted to briefly mention Braidotti here, because the application of Braidotti's framework allows us to view the novels and their ending in death of characters as a process of becoming the part of non-human world. Characters from the Stone Gods die by the end of every part, and actually in Bewilderment the boy also dies, but the characters in the Stone Gods are reborn in another part and in every chapter of the book, and Robbie in Bewilderment dies, but his mind becomes imprinted in the technological device and then finds embodiment in his father. And here is the quote from the book. And the engagement in the non-human world enables characters to view the life not through the humanist categorization, but embrace the non-human point of view, which provides much more inclusive and optimistic perspective in which death is not an ultimate end, but but a reunion with the planet in which human can fully embrace the non-human. And I would like to include the poem by Lin-Manuel Miranda, and I added it last minute, yesterday. This is the poem he wrote after the Orlando massacre in 2016 as a response to the self-destructive tendencies of humans. The 50 people died there. And I think this sort of is a great conclusion to these books because it represents the power of literature as a response to the self-destructive tendencies of humans. And I will read the whole poem. Here we've got just a part. My wife's the reason anything gets done. She nudges me towards promise by degrees. She is a perfect symphony of one. Our son is her most beautiful reprise. We chase the melodies that seem to find us until they're finished songs that start to play. When senseless acts of tragedy remind us that nothing here is promised, not one day. This show is a proof that history remembers. We lived through times where hate and fear seemed stronger. We rise and fall, light from dying embers, remembrances that hope and love lasts longer. And love is love, is love, is love, is love, is love. Cannot be killed or swept aside. I sing Vanessa's symphony, Eliza tells her story. Now fill the world with music, love, and pride. And I really believe that in a naive way, love can be the intervention and maybe bring about a change to fighting climate change in a better way. Thank you very much.
I do apologize for being so so hard with this time pressure, but it's my task, unfortunately. Okay, now it's time to present Alina Mitek-Dzięba from the University of Silesia in Katowice, who is going to present her presentation, Reconceiving Translational Engagement in the Anthropocene. Alina Mitek-Dzięba is an assistant professor at the Institute of Literary Studies, Faculty of Humanities, University of Silesia in Katowice in Poland, and a translator of academic text into Polish. A junior lecturer in her institution, she teaches many subjects at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels, including translation studies, comparative literature, and philosophy. She's an author of the book Literature and Philosophy in Pursuit of the Art of Living, Nietzsche, Wilde, Schusterman in Polish, as well as co-editor of the anthology The Tree of Knowledge, Post-Secularism in Translations and Commentary with Piotr Bogalecki, and of two bilingual collections of essays in Polish and English. In her research, she explores the intersections of comparative literature, eco-criticism, environmental aesthetics, animal studies, and post-secular thinking. She has long been engaged in the animal movement, organizing talks and conferences on the topic of human and animal coexistence, and is part of the editorial team of Zoophyllologica, Polish Journal of Animal Studies. She is also a member of the Interdisciplinary Research Center for the Education in the Humanities at the University of Silesia, taking part in the ongoing project, the V for Humanities Education for the Climate. Welcome.
Thank you so much for such a long presentation. I didn't expect my whole bio to be read here. I think my presentation is a bit different from the previous ones, but I think there's a link to the person who was speaking before me in terms of the capital scene. Okay, so okay. The topic of my paper is translation and the idea of translational engagement, which I would like to discuss here as an element of crucial significance at the time of the current environmental crisis, bringing to you the question of what impact translators and their work on languages and cross-cultural communication may have, not just in professional circles, but also outside of academia. Sorry, okay. I did something wrong. Okay. I have prepared a long list of questions, but there's no time to go into them. So let me just say that I'm going to make the case for a broad, politically and socially vital notion of translation, a notion that would not only point to strategies of resistance available to translators, but that would also inspire and empower them as potential agents of culture change in the larger choices they make, revealing how the organization of their work and their social standing may help subvert the status quo. And when I say that, I'm instantly reminded of the fact that the socio-political context of the translation work is so wide-ranging that it's almost impossible to reflect on translation at large. Because there are translators working in innumerable social situations, business translators, specialized translators, translators and interpreters working for international organizations, legal translators, technical translators, literary translators, community translators, those who work with the website and social media, and those who also provide subtitles to film industry. So the profession can mean being very lonely and isolated, surrounded solely by screens, documents, and books, or contrariwise, it can mean interacting with huge numbers of people. And it can thus give rise to a host of contradictory emotions. On the one hand, a sense of being invisible and secondary, working behind the scenes, so to speak, and on the other, a powerful conviction of social mission. So I would like to consider two statements from recent interviews, one that was provided by a translation scholar and the other by a worker of a charity organization. So that's the first quote. Let me read it. Translators and interpreters need to make explicit the ways in which the work they do is made invisible. The more remote interpreters become, the more they become part of the extractivist economic logic. They become part of the ghost workers of the contemporary economy. So I think the first thing for interpreters is to collectively begin to resist, to call out these practices and describe them. Second, it seems to me that a fundamental ethical shift is required in how translators and interpreters view themselves. They have to be the embodied spokespersons of a different value system, a value system that is translingual, that is participative, that is mediatory, that is thus fundamental to the construction of a different kind of world. There is no way that we can deal with the challenge of climate change if we don't build communicative networks for that to happen. And the next quote, this comes from the worker of International Rescue Committee, and he says the following: "We work with vulnerable population of women who often speak only their native languages. Translators help us truly understand the challenges they face, including details about their living conditions or other safety and health risks, which is critical. At the same time, it helps us adapt our services to the local culture, and that includes being delivered in the local language. If the beneficiaries do not feel that they are being heard or that our services are culturally appropriate, we will not be successful. So this second view, quoted on the website of the Translators Without Borders, indicates that the social importance of the service of translators cannot be overstated. Humanitarian translation is often found at the heart of crisis management operations, as their success clearly relies on ensuring interaction with local and indigenous populations. And in fact, Translators Without Borders has been present on the site of many recent emergencies, offering language support to communities affected by epidemics, hurricanes, earthquakes, and refugee crises, which are precisely events arising because of the Anthropocene. Interpreters also seem to be a crucial bodily presence who are not just enabling communication exchange, but also culture mediation and conflicts involving people of different languages. Conflicts which are marked at the same time by asymmetrical power relations. And interpreters are there not just as disinterested observers, but as vocal spokespersons for the communities in need. And I would like to quote some examples here, as together with my students I have been tracing the presence of the translators in various recent armed conflicts and crises. So for example, the activities of translators at the time of war, such as the Russian invasion of Ukraine, where both professional and amateur translators worked to make the voices of the victims heard to international audiences. And actually, I was amazed by the scale of help offered by translators. So you can see the list of different communities that offered help. Or the engagement of interpreters at the borders of the European Union, where they supported migrants in applying for asylum and legal assistance. Also at the Polish-Belarusian border, and they were harassed by border guards, as we know. And also their presence at the site of the earthquake in Turkey and Syria, where they offered emergency language support, enabling communication between local inhabitants and rescue teams. These asymmetries and these tensions may also be familiar to translators in writing, even though they seem to be less directly involved. And here I cannot help but allude to a recent outbreak of the war between Israel and Hamas, recalling a 2010 article on the translation of politically sensitive news reports from the Israeli to Palestinian audiences, which made it clear that an impartial interpretation of an ideologically tainted message is simply impossible. And this can be contrasted with the traditional view of translation ethics that rests on neutrality and disembodiment, which render power relations invisible. Such impartiality is often indicated as the ethical foundation of the translator's profession. But I find this view simply untenable in practice. So rather than subscribing to this impossible view of the translation as neutral transfer of meaning, I would opt for a more realistic account of what translation work may mean at the time of proliferating global conflicts, radical social inequalities, and climate catastrophe. So I'll now turn to the first statement, and I'd like to point to some fragments in the quote. So the quote interestingly combines references to the myth of the translator's invisibility and to its being inscribed in the economic logic of late capitalism. And then we have the common image of the translator as a mere instrument, as a disembodied human presence, which makes it possible for information transfer to take place. But this principle of neutrality can be seen here in its more sinister aspect, as something that ties in neatly with the demands of the capitalist market and its drive to extract data and generate income. So with remote work becoming a norm in the translation industry and ever faster circulation of linguistic data, for international businesses, it's quite convenient to refer to the idea of translation as merely conveying impartial information without any political or personal context. So the translator's disembodiment, an erasure of her social engagement, her ghost-like existence, if you will, directly translate into ever poorer working conditions and increasingly lower wages. And translation work is rendered both invisible and socially insignificant. And the author talks here about the instrumental treatment of people in the late capitalist system, referring to data and labor extraction, not only from translators themselves, but also from the local communities they work with. And he concludes by saying that extractivism, as the dominant paradigm of market activity, means much more than resource appropriation by greedy enterprises. It is a value system that affects practices of communicating and bonding and propels human societies simply towards self-destruction. And I think that's okay, I will remember that. I think this argumentation ties in neatly with the notion, with the argumentation behind the notion of the Capitalocene. So Capitalocene is similarly about attaching or withholding value from whatever can be used for capital accumulation. And in this framework, nature is valued little or nothing because it's cheap to put to work. And so is human labor, food, energy, or other resources. And essentially, most of the work done within the capitalist system is unpaid, reproduced outside of the circuit of capital, but still indispensable to its further expansion. Appropriating unpaid work and energy outside the cash network refers first and foremost to natural creatures, and that includes also some human beings enslaved to work for others, but also to the shared resources, the so-called commons, such as water, air, earth, or woods. But I think by extension, it may also refer to language, which is one of the precious precious commons people possess, use and exchange to secure their well-being. And similarly to the capitalist approach to nature, the relationship to language can be based on extractivism, reducing linguistic ecosystems, as well as people involved in sustaining them, such as translators, to mere instruments in the circulation of capital. So it's not just about the complaint about the poor social perception of translation work. What is at stake here is the whole system of valuation employed within the dominant economic paradigm towards natural and cultural ecosystems. And what I would like to sketch here, and this is the final slide. I would like to focus here on the notion of the eco-critical translation studies in the Anthropocene. And I would like to provide you with a sort of map of shared concepts between eco-critical translation studies and Anthropocene studies. So basically, the eco-critical translation studies owe much to the discussion of the relationship between languages and the environment in ecolinguistics. And I think that the analogy is quite clear and is quite interesting between biological and linguistic ecosystems and biological and cultural diversity. So the danger, the threat, the extinction refers also to languages as well as to natural species. I don't have time to go into that, but as you can see, the rapid capitalist development is associated here with the destruction of cultures and languages. So we have a loss of indigenous tongues as a result of the loss of the environment. We have also the assumption of the translators' complicity in the process of capitalist expansion, but on the other hand, we have also the fact of their precarization. And I would like to end with a note of hope. So I think translators and translation have a great capacity for resistance, and we can find some concrete strategies that translators can employ that would somehow resist the Capitalocene framework. And this consists in, among other, in translation activism and finding some communal translation forms of writing and publishing, and finding eco-translation strategies that have an interventionist character. Okay, I don't have time to go into that, but yeah, if there is a discussion, I can say more. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the discipline. You are great. So may I invite all the participants for the discussion? And we may start questions right now, Q&A session. Questions, doubts? If you have any, please use the microphone so we can also record it, record the question. Maybe yes?
Thank you very much for most engaging presentations. I have a question to Agnieszka. I don't know the novels that you've discussed, I haven't read them. But as far as I understood, the protagonist of Bewilderment is a boy. How old? If you could, I'm sorry, I missed that. That's just
He's 9 years old.
9 years old. So, so my question is, does it matter, or how would you problematize the fact that it's the child that is the kind of, you know, the site of hope, right? The agent of hope. Because I think, of course, this idea of children as human futures, I think it's quite prevalent in kind of popular thinking about transitioning towards post-Anthropocene. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Actually, I did not maybe have a lot of time to mention that, but what is very distinct about Robbie is the fact that he is, in a way, an autistic child, right? And there's a wonderful book written by Monika Stangret, Być ze świata, where she talks about autistic people and the fact that they have much more deeper connection with the non-human world. And I think this is what Robbie resembles. So in his I really don't want to call it disability, because it is, I think it is not a disability here, because he is a child who has huge problems with establishing a relationships with human, but with non-humans he feels very deeply for non-humans, and this engagement with the brain print of his mother deepens that connections. And I think it I think the fact that it is a boy and this is an autistic boy, it's something which was very striking for me, and which brought to my mind a very hopeful vision. And perhaps this could also change the way we view disability as perhaps not a disability, but as a sort of advantage. Also, because he does suffer from some problems with dealing with his emotions, but perhaps that is also caused by the trauma he suffered because he lost his mother. So perhaps this is cannot really be viewed as a side effect of autism, but perhaps also as a result of his deep trauma from losing the mother. But yeah, thank you very much for that question.
Thank you very much. We have next question.
Good afternoon. Thank you for all the presentations. These were really great and a learning opportunity for me. I'm Debojyoti Biswas. I'm from India. And my question is to the third speaker, Elena. These translation jobs which are usually done in India, There is also a scope for mistranslation, as we have seen in the past. You know, even Tagore, he has later on written about this in a letter, that how he has mistranslated his own poems after he wrote, and he said that, you know, although he got the Nobel for translating his poems as Gitanjali, and it was a mistranslation actually. And when Jones was translating the Indian texts, he was also changing certain contexts because he thought that the European audience might not be able to understand the Indian context. So he was changing the scenes from the translations of Shakuntala. And later on, much later, we see that many mainstream Indians who visit the peripheral regions, say in the Andaman Nicobar Islands or the regions inhabited by the indigenous groups, they are creating a kind of problem, you know, through this translation, because when you need to translate, you need to know the culture of the other person or the other community. And in trying to do that, you try to interact with them. So these communities which had been living in isolation for centuries, you know, the tribes in Andaman and Nicobar, they're as old as 60,000 years. They have migrated there 60,000 years. And as a matter of fact, you know, when these people try to interact with them, they have killed them. They have given them diseases, and they just perished. Of the many tribes, 1 or 2 tribes are gone completely. And when these translation works are undertaken, either they are taken autonomously or there are agencies which fund them. So there is always an ulterior motive behind these translation works. So there is also a possibility that there might be manipulation and there might be mistranslation. So how do you see this? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this very interesting question. And it touches upon many issues in translation studies. Mistranslation and the fear of mistranslation is something very important in terms of the politics behind translation, of course, and that's what you underlined. My idea of translation is that we can examine existing translation and we can inspect what has been done wrong, because then obviously when it comes to the environment, there have been translation that didn't really pay attention to the environment, and actually that's the practical thing that I'm doing in my research right now, like looking at early climate fiction from the first part of the 20th century, and looking at various translates and their strategies that they employ to represent the environment. Because somehow some of them do not pay much attention to that. So the mistranslation has been there, has always been there. Okay, and then obviously when you think of the institutions that sponsor translation, translators is also an important thing to take into consideration. So then there is this is the second aspect of translation, that it can be politically motivated in a bad way, in the wrong way. Okay, so then thank you very much for this remark, because that's like completes my investigation too.
Maybe one more question. Anyone interested? Yes.
Thank you. This is a question to everyone, and maybe also to the audience in a way, and something that keeps bothering me, but that's just my personal, I guess, bias, let's say. But I've noticed you made Alina, the point of making with of finishing with a note on a note of hope, and I think that was very clear in Agnieszka's presentation as well, and in Laura was not so much maybe. But I'm wondering if you think that this is our task as in the humanities, our burden maybe. I'm thinking of Rossi Braidotti's also kind of plea for in our field, I mean the field of humanities, that we should somehow make sure that we spread joy and hope in our difficult times. Do you think that we have this kind of burden and responsibility in a way? Sorry, that's a very open question, but I think that there was something that struck me, especially in the two presentations, but maybe Laura, you would like to comment. Thank you.
Well, I don't know. It's a good question, but I suppose it really depends on the kind of, when it comes to literature, it really depends on the kind of works that you choose. Obviously, if you analyze works which are very contemporary, they're bound to be influenced by this theoretical climate, aren't they? But that excludes everything else in a way. If you notice this conference, all the papers were on very recent, or well, sometimes on dystopic, perhaps dystopic novels, but earlier on, but basically on very, very contemporary things. So that's why, in a way, I tried to attempt a comparison with contemporary artists. I don't know. I don't think we should, as scholars, we should simply be spreading joy and optimism. We should have, practice critical reading of the past. And maybe the past is something that we will see happening again in the future somehow. So you shouldn't lock yourself necessarily in what you're thinking right now. I don't know if we have time. We haven't time.
We don't.
Because I had 2 reactions to the other papers, but perhaps
maybe during the break.
On a more personal kind of interaction, I will.
So maybe we'll leave it for the coffee break because we have to finish. We have started with traumas, then we went through love, and we finished with translation. So there is hope. Thank you very much.
Wziąć, niekoniecznie bym chciała na katedrze. Hello, I am sorry to interrupt your chats, but there's a time for the next session now. Can I start? Do we have all the speakers? I've heard that Jonas Van Hove is lost because we didn't get his presentation, so let's have a look. Jonas, are you with us? Okay. Okay, so we have for sure our next speakers, which are Wacław Sixta and Ališka, and I will check the surname. Ališka Fulinova, is it right? Okay, thanks a lot. So they are representatives of Charles University in Prague. I am Agnieszka Powierska, and I am representing State Academy of Applied Science in Wrocław. And I have a great pleasure to invite you to the first session dedicated to the issues of education. But we still need to wait for our first speaker, and I hope he will... Oh, he is not coming. Okay, so... Okay, yes, please. Yes, I invite the first speaker then, who is Václav Sixta, and he's asking about the Anthropocene in the history textbook. So please welcome him. And of course, we will have a discussion after all the presentations, so both of them. And we have only 15 minutes per each. This we already, yes. Thanks a lot. And I have 15 minutes for each speech, and I prepared a little sign for you, and I will try to be seen when the 3 minutes are left. Yes, okay. Okay. So please keep your questions to the end of the panel, and now I'm giving the voice to our first speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I ask for a presentation, please? Yeah, great, thank you very much again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here in Wrocław, and also for organization of this conference. I'm really enjoying it, and I would like to share and reflect here the experience of creating of a chapter dealing with an Anthropocene into the inquiry-based history textbook. This process, according to me, entangles a lot of methodical and theoretical issues related to the Anthropocene and education. I will present the textbook itself first, and then two versions of the chapter, and in the end, the reflection itself, which I hope could bring some general thoughts about the implementing Anthropocenal perspective into the education, and especially the history education, but not exclusively. Yeah, okay, it works. First, it's important to underscore that the textbook itself, it's not a traditional narrative textbook, but an inquiry-based textbook based on active interaction of pupils and sources. It's based on a historical thinking concept as a leading approach in contemporary history pedagogy. So, and please keep in mind that the textbook is the result of a broad team of historians and educators, as you can see in the presentation. Cinik Picha is also participating in this conference. So when I'm talking about the textbooks, please keep in mind that I'm not the only one author of the whole textbook. So this is important to underscore at the very beginning. As you can see, each chapter consists of a visual icon. Here, the great acceleration graph. Then the short introductory text you can see under the sign red D, and the core of the chapter consisting of the set of 3 or 4 sources, as you can see under the C1 to C4, and each source is accompanied by a question or a task for the pupil. And now you can see the first version of the Anthropocene chapter, and this is called History of Coal, and consists of following sources. and tasks for pupils. In general, the pupils should, in the chapter, answer the question how the coal influenced the history. Yes, this source, like the first source, is inspired by Nicholas Mirzev, and it shows how the visuality related to the coal had changed. The highly aestheticized and strictly hierarchized Monet's painting contrast with today's associations relating coal with the pollution of the atmosphere and destruction of the landscape. The short part from Orwell's book represents the social and environmental inequalities related to the coal and being still present in the situation of Anthropocene, especially in the industrial and post-industrial regions. The third source is related to the nationalism after the Second World War and the expulsions of Germans. The text on the poster encourages Czech people to replace the German workers in the mines, and it's important to say that while the expulsion of Germans is a regular part of Czech history education, the influence of coal and coal mining remains a little bit invisible part of the story. The last source of this version of a chapter is a photo from Burtynsky exhibition where the word Anthropocene is directly connected with the coal mine, and it represents somehow the contemporary perspective in the textbook. The second version is based on a different principle. It works with an case study of the transfer of originally medieval city Most from Western Bohemia to different side because of coal mining. This is how the chapter looks like. This well-known story is usually told as a part of the communist dark heritage, or the part of the story, or how communists destroyed the landscape. But the comparison with the Burtynsky exhibition allows the students to reframe the national story, or how to say local story maybe, into the part of the broader Anthropocene framework. The chapter consists of the activity in online application History Lab, where pupils reconstruct the story of the city from the primary sources. Then they watch the clip from the period TV reportage from 70s, where the transfer of the city is presented in a modern manner as a victory over nature, how the man creates a new landscape using the, how to say, technocratic and extractivist language. And as you can see, the last source is again the Burtynsky's photo. Now have a look into the historical application. You can see the archival photographs from related to the transfer of the city. And I would like to underscore here that in this version of the chapter, the visual representations of Anthropocene plays a key role also in this educational context. What I would like to compare both versions on a more, to say, abstract level, or regarding the structure. The first version, the history of coal, in my opinion, fits much into the academic debate on the term Anthropocene. It works with a broad temporal and spatial scale. The sources are from different regions, times, circumstances, and this version is an attempt to introduce the coal as a kind of non-human actor in history, and in this sense it brings into the play the ontological and epistemological consequences of the Anthropocene. On the other hand, the second version is based on the local case studies, and the sources are dominantly visual. Anthropocene is here rather a framework for interpretation of the story which is present in contemporary cultures of memory. So the pupils should become aware that this story could be also open to them, or open them a door to similar stories from different parts of the world and to the new kind of interpretation of the story they know yet. And now I would like to connect this kind of experience of designing the chapters and piloting them in schools with the current debate in the field of history pedagogy about the influence of Anthropocene into history education. I've divided it into like 2 theses. And the first one is based on Kenneth Norgrens, who is one of the leading persons in this debate in history pedagogy. And he used the term reciprocal device. And it depicts the dynamic between contemporary history pedagogy and the Anthropocene. The part specialized knowledge represents the current consensus in the history pedagogy. So it's like history thinking concepts, inquiry-based learning, all the toolbox of methods teachers have at the moment to their disposal. So in relation to the textbooks, it is how the textbooks is constructed. So the methods, the work with the sources, activization of the pupils, the emphasis of asking questions, and this is the specialized knowledge. Under the term like understandable Anthropocene, which is the upper part of the top right part of the picture, we can imagine the concepts and terms we do have at our disposal at the moment and the phenomena they are able to describe, like destroyed environment, industrialization, globalization, concepts drawing from post-colonialism, environmental history at other disciplines. So in the textbooks, it's, for example, the Demosity, which is well researched in the historiography, but also it could be the link to the expulsion of German or the social questions in Orwell's reportage. So it is something we can like grasp with the tools we do have at the moment, both on the like academic level or just on the level, for example, of just simply the historiography. But there's also the part of unprecedented Anthropocene, and this is the part which is the most challenging epistemological consequences of the Anthropocene, and of course also its manifestation in the development of climate and earth systems. So, and in the first place, I would like to mention this like non-human agency, and on the second part is also like a relational approach, emphasizing bonds and interrelations more than classically structured historical narrative. In relation to the textbooks, I would like to illustrate it during or by our experience with piloting this chapter. And the first version shows that it was hard both for pupils and teachers. That's what I would like also underscore, to relate together the sources from this first version to some meaningful interpretation. So like thinking about Cole as an agent in history was kind of limit of the chapter, and it seems to be a little bit abstract for the school. So like this is like important, I would say, also for some broader interpretation that especially in the history education, we do have some like grounds or some sources we can draw from, but on the one hand, and on the other hand, we have to be sensitive to some challenges, to some new issues we do not know how to grasp in the education, because like these kind of consensus have developed like in the second half of the 20th century, in the beginning of the 21st century, so it's based on rather on experience of modern dictatorships, on post-colonialism, but the Anthropocene is something new for the community, and I think this image illustrates this well. And the second thesis is that for Central European countries, it's, in my opinion, much more complicated to find a similar access point as or from a different starting point. When Western countries integrate Anthropoceneal perspective into their educational system, they draw from the experience of colonialism and its post-colonial critical reflections. This could be further developed thanks to the close relationship between colonialism, capitalism, and the acceleration of modernity. And they simply can draw from a whole archive of research, memorial practices, methods, concepts, experiences. The example I would like to use here is Canada and the project Thinking Historical for Canada's Future. As you can see in the presentation, where there is a project trying to include the Anthropoceneal perspective into the curricula. For example, in Ontario in Canada, it works now at the moment. In some other states or regions are in the process of development, but this case shows the connection, or illustrates for me the connection, how you can, from the reflection of colonialism, you can develop the reflection of Anthropocene. But but for Central European countries, it's more complicated to find a similar access point, which would be part both of the culture of remembrance and historiography and the pedagogy, or the everyday teaching practice. And it's also another point that in an academic debate about the Anthropocene and history education, it's important emphasis of the planetary scale. But there are, in my opinion, also a local manifestation of the Anthropocene, which are much more functional for educational process. So there the history education could learn from climate change education in my perspective. So this is also part of this problem in my point of view. And just to conclude, recontextualization of academic knowledge into the educational setting is, in my opinion, about following points. First, finding a functional access point which opens the doors for the new perspective and connects it with the experience of teachers and pupils. Using tools we do have yet on the level of pedagogy, like inquiry-based learning, as I mentioned before, being open to the local manifestations of Anthropocene, and in the last but not least, reflecting own positionality in the whole process. So now you can guess which version was in the end in the final version of the textbook, and I thank you for the attention.
Thanks a lot. It was really interesting and inspiring, so I think you have a lot of questions, but please keep them for the discussion that we will have after the second presentation by Eliška Fulinova and Karolina Pauknerová from Charles University in Prague and Czech Academy of Sciences, and the presentation will be delivered by Eliška Fulinova.
I will start immediately, not to lose time because of the lunch. Yeah, is it better? Yeah, okay. My aim today is to present you the way we are studying Anthropocene in the Center for Theoretical Study, which is the department I come from, and to present you the project of the Anthropocene Summer School we have organized this year for the first time. And I would like to present these things to you also because we are vividly looking for some collaboration, institutions or individuals. So if you feel interested and feel that you have something to collaborate with us, I would be very happy to hear from you. This is a short overview of my talk. I will really try to be short. At first, I will present how we see the Anthropocene as the Center for Theoretical Study, just to give you some framing, what are we doing there. And I will try to present you also very briefly some broader Czech context of Anthropocene studies. Then I will move to the Anthropocene summer school itself, and I will tell you very shortly what are we doing during the summer school and what are the future perspectives for us. And then I will try to conclude about more general, with some more general remarks about the transdisciplinary approach to the Anthropocene and about the way I believe it's possible to share experiences about teaching the Anthropocene. Center for Theoretical Study is a joint research institute of Charles University and Czech Academy of Science. It is an academic institution focused on interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research, which means that it brings together researchers from various fields of natural and social sciences, including philosophers. For example, me personally, I participate with the field of philosophy. I am oriented towards new phenomenology and ancient Greek philosophy. So I am philosopher, but there are, we have in the Center for Theoretical Study also biologists, ecologists, social sciences, historians of science, and so on. So it's quite varied, and here you can see some topics we are dealing with. So how we understand Anthropocene, or what does it mean for us? We take the Anthropocene to be a paradigmatic shift which is actually taking place on 3 related levels. First level is, if I may say, ontological, which means the world is changing, right? So the Anthropocene, we took it to be, as everybody else, as an epoch when human activity is impacting the world on a scale comparable to other global geological factors. Which is maybe important to say that as the Anthropocene Working Group declared or voted for declaration of the start of the Anthropocene during the Great Acceleration after the Second World War, our perspective, which is rooted in archaeology and paleoecology, is directed more to the, if I may say, deep Anthropocene, which means that we are looking for historical and also philosophical roots of the current Anthropocene situation. So our perspective is much broader, and we, for example, works on topics such as what happened with the Neolithic Revolution and so on. On the second level, we take the Anthropocene to be not only ontological but also epistemological shift, which means that what is changing is also our proper perspective or the way we understand and interpret reality. This time not only the present reality but also the past one and also our future. So it is some way of seeing the things, way of interpreting the world, and of course ourselves too, because we are part of the world. So it is also a new perspective. Anthropocene is a name for a new perspective on ourselves, a name for some new mode of human self-understanding, which differ, I would say, very deeply from the modern human self-understanding. And on the third level, Anthropocene is also, we take Anthropocene to be also a shift on an existential or ethical level, which means that it is a name. It names a specific type of sensitivity, receptivity, or even some attunement. And on this level, the Anthropocene is accompanied by deepening and broadening of the field of moral responsibility, which I believe is quite characteristic for the present epoch. And of course, this includes changing relations to non-human actors and our natural environment. So this is the scope in which we are tackling the Anthropocene issues. Here just some important books or texts dedicated to the issue of the Anthropocene. Here you can see the monograph we called Anthropocene. It's in Czech. We prepared in the Center for Theoretical Studies. It appeared in 2020. It's quite a big book, which can be read as a sort of introduction of the concept of the Anthropocene to the Czech general public. The second one, it's a book which is being prepared and will be published very soon, which I prepared with my colleague. It's a much smaller book named Anthropocene Entities, and these are some sort of portraits of some entities interpreted in the way to show what Anthropocene is, what it could be, how it can be interpreted. So this is just some sort of framing, but maybe what is important to say if we are talking about the research on the Anthropocene in the Czech context is that the main, if I may say, disciplinary force pushing the Anthropocene studies and the thinking about the concept of the Anthropocene is coming from biology, mainly from the ecology. And it is, of course, these biologists and ecologists are open also to another sort of reflection. They are open to the philosophical reflection of their work. They are open to the cooperation with the humanities. So this is the main traction force, you know, the biology and ecology. Not so much social sciences or not so much geology, but biology and ecology. And in the Czech intellectual milieu, we can therefore find two factors. First one, combining natural science approaches with broader philosophical reflection. And second one, there's also a smooth transition between theoretical disciplines and practices of natural conservations. And these two factors, I think, contribute to the fact that the Czech academic milieu has a quite good drive for thinking about the Anthropocene. Because Anthropocene itself is characterized precisely by this, the disruption of the traditional modern nature-culture duality, crossing of disciplinary boundaries, including the traditional division between natural sciences and humanities, and also by the problematization of the sharp difference between academic and non-academic forms of knowledge. So all this is going on in the Czech context when it comes to the Anthropocene issues. So I am moving directly to the summer school itself. Here you can see just some general info about the ideas we had in mind when preparing the school. Our basic premise was quite uncontroversial, I would say. We took Anthropocene phenomena to be complex, dynamically changing, and often quite counterintuitively interconnected. So, to understand them, we need to relate to the contemporary world through different perspectives and experience it in different ways. And from here, we formulated our educational objectives, so the goal we were aiming at. We wanted the participants of the summer school to experience what an interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approach really entails. They were to learn to reflect the assumptions of their disciplinary approaches, to go beyond their own expertises, communicate effectively across disciplines, and mutually enrich each other's understandings. So here are just a few numbers. The school number lasted for 5 days. It was from 4th to 8th September. We had 18 students, and we learned that 20 students is our maximum. And we divided them into 5 interdisciplinary working groups, and we had 10 teachers, all the researchers from the Center for Theoretical Study. Here I will go just very quickly, one day by day, just to show you what was the what was the content of the summer school. So the first day was more theoretically dedicated to a discussion about the participants' pre-understandings about the Anthropocene. Then also from the history of science, we were talking about the modern vision of humans and technology, about living body mechanization and going to transhumanism. And also there has been one lecture dedicated on the economic point of view. The second day was already more practical. We started with the practical workshops where the participants learned how to work with map databases, which are freely accessible online. And then there was a first field trip to an archaeological site. The participants were able to visit an ongoing archaeological research, and then we were taking soil samples for the pollen analysis, which was quite interesting, mainly for the participants coming from the field for the social sciences or from humanities. It was quite interesting for them. Interesting. So day 3. Day 3 was dedicated to the concept of care and protection of the natural and cultural heritage, and how this, the care and the protection, how all this is changing, and what are the paradigmatic shifts in the natural cultural protection during the Anthropocene era. We had a seminar reading led by me, and then another field trip led by a geobotanist and anthropologist and archaeologist in a Prague periphery. Day 4 was once again practical. At first, the participants participated at the laboratory practicum in palaeoecology. They were able to observe the processed soil samples with the use of a microscope, which is quite interesting. They were determining and counting the pollen grains seen under the microscope. And we were also talking about how the paleoecological data are produced, how we can interpret the pollen diagrams, and how it is possible to infer some conclusions about the climate change from these diagrams. And then there was another field trip, this time to a new wilderness urban sites led by anthropologists. We were walking through some vague terrains and discussing what's going on in the nature in the cities. And the 5-day was once more theoretical. Everybody was already quite fatigued, so they were happy to sit down and listen. We had a seminar on architecture and visuality in the Anthropocene, and then an important lecture on from the sociology of science, where we were talking about the scientific research and politics. And then there were some free space for a group work of the participants and for their presentations. They had to choose some Anthropocene entities to interpret them in the Anthropocene way and present them to others. So here are our future plans. In 2024, we will do the first standard run. We hope to involve already some foreign teachers and realize at least a part of the program in English. And what is also important, that it will all be done under the micro-credentials learning programs organized by the Charles University. For the subsequent years, we would like, as I have already said, to establish some international cooperation and invite also foreign participants. So, what we have learned from the organization of the summer school. First, maybe the most important thing. During the whole school, the Anthropocene proved to be not only the subject or object of study and critical reflection, but also an effective tool for building transdisciplinarity. And the discussions about the Anthropocene helped us to open a conceptual space where it was possible to thematize various phenomena and to intersect diverse perspectives and really cross the disciplinary boundaries. So it was quite a success in this point of view. And instead of a transfer of an already established knowledge, we focused at creating shared experiences for the participants and the teachers alike, with the output that there were some new understanding emerging through this intersubjective connectivity, embedded in these concrete situations and linked directly to sensory experience and affectivity, which I believe has then quite a strong transformative potential. Yeah, and in all this, we are conceptually inspired by Donna Haraway's concept of becoming with and conviviality, and it is conceptually based like that, but also phenomenological philosophy can help us to think these types of intersubjectivity. So this is the conceptual framing of our educational goal. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please join to the table, and I invite you as well. And probably our listeners have a question or two, or maybe several. So please ask them.
Well, thank you both for the very engaging talks, and I do have a question for Eliska. And can you please tell us something more about the students? So about master students, PhD students, or also something more about them? Thank you.
Yeah. So they were 18 students. I am looking to it. They were selected so that the resulting group consists of students of natural sciences, humanities, social sciences, and arts also. But also there were non-students too, people from different stages of their, working career, and professionals from diverse fields. For example, non-profit organizations, cultural sector, or even cultural institutions. We had a lady from a museum and so on. So the group was very diverse, and there were students from the bachelor degree to master degree to PhD students to these people already of age and of quite a good career. So it was very diverse, and it was perfect. It worked very well.
Thank you both for a quite amazing presentation. I love the idea of a summer school. It looked really great. So great work, I would say. However, I have a question for Wrocław. You said that there are no easily accessible access points for to connect in Middle Europe. I quite understand your concern. But I suppose, do you have some preliminary thoughts what these access points would be? I mean, maybe starting with COIL, which is kind of suggesting itself. So.
Yes, does it work? Yes. Okay. Thank you for the question. I would say one of these access points have been visible in the presentation. So it's some kind of heritage of socialist culture, especially the visuality of the industrial development really being done after the Second World War. My colleague Csinik Picha have talked about it a little bit more deeply in the previous panel, but this is one part of we are trying to develop this kind of approach. But in the textbooks, there's also another chapter I would label as an Anthropocene, which is about the history of chocolate, and we are using some kind of consumerism and relating, some biological conditions about planting the trees and the colonization, etc. So this is some critical reflection of all these entangled phenomena like mass tourism, mass consumptions, with the natural conditions, etc. So this is this was another one. So we also tried the version, the Western version with colonialism. Maybe this chocolate will have some relations to the one of the keynotes related to plastics in like how we think about it.
Okay, many thanks to both. I have one comment on Eliška's talk and one question for her. The comment is, you spoke about the Czech context and you somehow implied that, I guess you somehow implied that the Anthropocene is studied only by the Center for Theoretical Study. So I just want to say that this is not the case.
Of course not.
And the question is, you mentioned these 3 dimensions of the Anthropocene, how you approached this, and you never mentioned in your talk the word posthumanism or posthumanistic, and I think that these like more existential dimension and this epistemological dimension, I would call them like essentially posthumanist approach, that this is posthumanism. So my question is, do you, does the center, is it intentional that you don't want to use the term, or is it not intentional?
Well, thank you for the question. Of course, I would never say that the Center for Theoretical Study is the only place where the Anthropocene is studied. This wasn't at all my aim. But at the same time, I don't know about any other institution which has it as a really defined research topic. There are many other people in diverse departments and institutions working on the Anthropocene, but these are, I would say, mostly individuals. But at Center of Theoretical Study, we really has it as a defined research topic. So just like that. And about the posthumanism, which is of course more important. Well, yeah, I didn't want to label it like that. Of course, the way we see it has many intersections with the post-humanist approaches, and it is possible to see it by these lenses. I have also my colleague, Karolina Pauknerová, which is the co-author of my talk. She's an archaeologist and anthropologist, and she's working expressly in this field. So yes, yes, it is so. We are maybe more in the STS field with Bruno Latour, working with Bruno Latour and so on, but it's the same. It's the same, you know, feeling a bit. So yes, we did it that way, but I didn't want just to give a label because it's not that we are expressly, you know. It's not our aim to be taken as a part of the post-humanist movement. It's not our aim. Yes, it can be interpreted like that, but it's not something we would define as our focus. So that's why I didn't use the term.
Thanks a lot. We have time for one more question because we want you to feel comfortable with the lunch break. So maybe another one, the last one. Who is the chosen one?
Hello, thank you. Filip Ryba, Jagiellonian University in Kraków. I would like to ask you both, actually, how do you deal with issues which can be, let's say, politically difficult? I mean, in my own experience, talking about politically difficult topics, sometimes, especially when we have financial sources from the state, it can be really, let's say, difficult again. So in my experience, for example, when I'm talking about climate refugees, especially in the context of the situation on Polish-Belarusian border, it's sometimes really problematic. So do you have any experiences in it? And do you have any, maybe, ideas how to deal with this problem?
Yeah, I'm afraid that it's a question more to Wrocław, who has a very personal experiences with this kind of stuff. So maybe if you want to say a few words.
Yes, I can. Thank you for the question. What is Iska mentioned, and it's that the textbook itself was controversial, but it was not related to the Anthropocene, but how the especially the communist dictatorship has been approached there. Yeah, we a little bit expected it. It is really like predictable controversy that we have tried to include also like different aspects of life under communism, and you will criticize that we omitted some parts of oppression and etc. I think you can imagine this kind of criticism, or maybe rather a cultural war. But we work with this. There are like methods using like controversial issues in history teaching, which are well developed, especially on the experience of Northern Ireland, where also some divided communities needed to deal with different interpretations of history, and there are a lot of literature on this kind of methods. We have tried to translate it into the Czech school system, and how to describe them in short. But I think the key term there is multi-perspectivity and work with primary sources, so the pupils are trying to make their own interpretations rather than just repeat the interpretation of the teacher. And the role of teacher is rather to moderate the discussion and secure the safe environment in the classroom. So there is a lot of debate in the history, pedagogy, and we also draw from these methods. So I hope I've answered. If not, we can discuss it later.
To put it very briefly, the team of authors of these textbooks were criticized for not being enough anti-communist, and we at Center for Theoretical Study, we are times to times criticized for not being enough clima-alarmistic. Okay, so just to put it very briefly.
Thanks a lot. We will for sure continue the discussion during the lunch break. I invite you for it now, and thank you for the talks and thank you for discussion.
Panel 4, How to Escape the Anthropocene, Entanglements of More Than Human Bodies and Technologies in Contemporary Performative Arts. I'm Göran Bolin, Södertörn University in Sweden, and the panelists, they're a pre-constituted panel, so it will be an easy sharing task for me. So we have Mateusz Borowski from Jagiellonian University, Mateusz Haberski, also from the Jagiellonian, and Malgorzata Sugiera, Jagiellonian, and Philippe Ryba from Collegium in Düsseldorf. Yeah. So I give the floor to Mateusz.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Göran just said, we decided not to squeeze 4 full-fledged papers into 1 hour. We just decided to, in a sense, prepare a longer single presentation divided into 4 voices. So, in a sense, you can look at it as a unity, and I'll just give you a couple of introductory remarks about what my colleagues are going to present in more detail. Sorry. So the question posed in the title of our round panel, How to Escape from the Anthropocene, is quite obviously ambiguous. On the one hand, it expresses the ongoing concern about the possibility of slowing down the cascading effects of the disturbances in planetary systems verging on collapse, a hallmark of new geologic era called the Anthropocene. But on the other hand, this question stems from the discussion which swept across humanities in the 2010s about the cons, pros, and potential benefits for conceptualizing the times that we live in as the era of humans' formative impact on Earth systems. One of the major participants in this discussion, Donna Haraway, fully aware of the shortcomings of the term Anthropocene, suggested that it might, quote-unquote, prove potent for living in the ruins and even for modest terrain recuperation. However, as she continued, it only makes sense to introduce this new name as a diagnostic tool in order to realize the extent and nature of the troubles that we have to stay with and possibly look for new ways of being and becoming with non-human and more than human companions, based on less confrontational and more cooperational models of coexistence of earthly beings. This, however, requires, quote-unquote, thinking beyond inherited categories and capacities. And in this respect, escaping from the Anthropocene is not only about looking for effective countermeasures to environmental problems, climate change and health crises, but also thinking otherwise about our relationship with the fundamental and elemental powers of more than human agencies beyond human control. What inspired us to thinking about this panel was a critical voice of the late French philosopher Bernard Stiegler, whose writings have so far been given relatively scant attention within this discussion, although he posed crucial questions concerning our current predicament. What's particularly important for us, he focused on the often omitted problem of the role of technology in the search of a way out of the Anthropocene. Inspired to an equal extent by the writings of his teacher Jacques Derrida and thermodynamic theories of the 20th and 21st century, he conceived of the major ailments of today's world in terms of increasing entropy, a growing chaos that results in disturbances on the macro and microcosmic scales, from the level of the entire planet to that of a single cell. Accordingly, Stiegler came up with an alternative name for our epoch, the Anthropocene, a time of critical and increasing disorganization of all natural and man-made systems. And he argued that in this, quote-unquote, situation on the verge of catastrophic instability, it is crucial to work locally in order to slow down and defer the anthropic effects of the exploitation of natural and human resources in the modern era. Therefore, Stiegler continued, the task for now is to, quote again, to think beyond the Anthropocene towards the Neganthropocene, a wholly other era which would offer less threatening conditions for life in general, or maybe buy us some time for preventing major catastrophes. However, this quote needs a significant word of explanation. For Stigler, thinking necessarily means getting engaged in this critical situation, and for this reason, he returned to the etymological roots of the French word penser, to think, a homophone of another French verb, penser. As you can see, it's to care or to dress a wound so it can heal. And he used the latter verb, penser, with an A, to cover all these meanings. But as he emphasized, this kind of careful thinking, as Daniel Ross translated the Stiglerian pensée into English, so this careful thinking is not a purely intellectual activity or an operation on abstract symbols. He rather defined thinking as a search for ways to come up to the challenges constantly provoked by pharmaca, by which he meant technologies of different kind, from writing itself through various art forms to the digital machines, which can work for our detriment or benefit depending on how they are implemented. And carefully thinking in this way, he envisaged local communities that either invent new technologies or repurpose the existing ones that could possibly push us a step away from the Anthropocene towards the postulated Neganthropocene, more conducive to life than the current epoch and perhaps offering us a greater chance of survival. As Stigler emphasized, such a new epoch must first come to exist in a speculative mode, as a dream or a horizon towards which we'll strive. Therefore, in attempting to look for answers to the eponymous question of our panel, we investigated the broad field of performative arts, which, in a speculative mode, employ digital technologies as instruments of care for others and becoming with them. The examples which we'll elaborate on shortly are joined by two running themes that allow us to set them in the context of Stigler's philosophy. Firstly, they all employ technology in a markedly different way from those performances often underpinned by the ideology of transhumanism, in which machines and media functioned as prostheses or extensions of human sensorium. Thus, those older performances sustained the binary opposition between a historically changing technology and a body understood as an unalterable and universal whole. Taking another cue from Stigler, we looked for examples of performative arts that introduce other non-biological concepts of life that cannot be separated from the technologies with which it remains in constant tension. From this perspective, technologies are neither extensions or prostheses of sensorium, but what Stigler calls exosomatic organs, machinic dispositives entangled in the process of constant becoming with the biological components, shaping them and being shaped by them in return. This vision of life that changes together with and under the influence of machines in a profound way modifies the Darwinian concept of evolution, which can no longer be conceived as a purely biological phenomenon. And in the performances that we look into, these exosomatic organs offer new ways of being in the world and becoming with others, sidestepping the binary of the organic and the technological. Secondly, the performances that we look into are connected thematically in that they all provide insights into phenomena taking place at non-human, either spatial or temporal scales. No wonder that research onto the concept of scale and scaling operations has recently been gaining momentum in various academic fields. After all, as Timothy Morton argues, we live in an era of hyper-objects, phenomena so vast and dispersed in time and space that we cannot comprehend them or experience them in their entirety. We cannot control them with technological tools, and therefore we need to look for other ways of relating to them without attempting to master them. And as a number of media theorists of scale have recently pointed out, the ability of observing phenomena on different scales is not a timeless attribute of the human perceptual apparatus. Rather, it's through visualizing technologies and media, understood as Stiglerian exosomatic organs, that the body relates to these non-human scales. And as Zachary Horton reminded us in his recent work on the modern scaling media, these technologies, created as a byproduct of the Cold War and space race in the latter half of the 20th century, served the needs of the continued modern project of colonization. They created the impression of access to phenomena on increasingly larger and smaller scales, preparing these phenomena for human exploration and exploitation. Therefore, when we look for other ways of becoming with these large or small-scale phenomena, it's crucial to invent scaling technologies that would sidestep this colonizing agenda, which underpins constant escalations of violence. Horton also explains what's at stake in this subversion of the extant scalar regime. It can help us bid farewell to the figure of human as master of all beings and the dominant force exerting impact on planetary systems. He would rather see it replaced with a different figure, that of a human which is sometimes part of larger wholes or an environment for smaller bodies. A human which is not an autonomous being, but rather a temporary effect of relationships and flows between phenomena on different scales. A human, in short, as a multi-scalar flux, as he puts it. So those two aspects of the performances that we analyze, the use of technology and as an exosomatic organ, and the questioning of the modern regime of scale, converge in another classical term that Stigler relied on, that of the Greek techne. He reminded us the useful definition of this Greek term by Heidegger, for whom techne was synonymous with knowing, but not in the sense of the result of mere observations about something present at hand that was formerly unfamiliar. It's rather an act of, quote unquote, constantly looking out beyond everything subsistent. And this kind of techne that makes it possible to look out beyond Anthropocene towards a speculated neg-Anthropocene lies at the core of the performances which you will now hear about in more detail from the rest of the panel. I give over to Mateusz Haberski.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I need my presentation because there are some pictures that can help you visualize and imagine what I will be actually talking about. The multisensory interactive installation Symbiosis by the Dutch collective Polymorph proves that to escape from the Anthropocene, we must leave behind the modern conception of an individual body as a coherent, self-contained, bounded entity and search for new types of bodies that would better respond to our environments. However, by using technologies of augmented reality as a technique of exosomatization, as Stigler would put it, Polymorph generates intensive cognitive, affective experiences of participants, which enable them not only to imagine how such bodies after the Anthropocene could look like, but more importantly for me, they allow them temporarily to become multi-species bodies themselves. The virtual world of Symbiosis is set about 200 years into the future, in one of the Earth's inhospitable post-apocalyptic landscapes, irreversibly transformed by climate change. The world is populated by critters directly inspired by Camille's stories, a speculative fabulation presented by Donna Haraway in her Staying with the Trouble that Mateusz referred to, whereas Haraway focused on a single future community which decides to form symbiotic relations with different endangered species by undergoing various genetic modifications and thus better responding to their symbionts' needs. Polymorph proliferates forms of multi-species bodies, not only organic but also inorganic. Apart from Sims, that is genetic hybrids of humans and now endangered Colorado toad, Encelius alvarius, there is, and you can see it, the bottom right side of the slide, there is, in the world of Symbiosis, there is amorphous slime mold living in colonies of loosely connected entities, and post-Sims. The post-Sims you can see on the bottom left. And The post-sims are creatures that repeatedly undergo various types of modifications to their bodies over their lifetime, entering into relationships with several species. And multibodies, i.e. critters made of many organic and inorganic bodies endowed with a collective intelligence of sorts. Moreover, all of the above interact with non-biological life forms, such as swarms of autonomous nanobots endowed with artificial intelligence. When necessary, those nanobots can synthesize an artificial microbiome designed to improve the biological functions of humans and more than humans, and also support the revitalization of polluted ecosystems. And you can see those nutrient pools on the top of the slide. Each time in symbiosis, 6 participants take part in the installation, inhabiting 4 characters through which they navigate the virtual world. During the 45 minutes experience, each character performs a kind of internal monologue in which they talk about themselves and comment in real time on what is just happening. As the experience unfolds, the storylines of those characters intertwine and the participants interact with each other in a variety of ways, both in the real and virtual world. At the same time, the technology in symbiosis puts into spotlight the corporeality of multi-species beings. Participants do not only wear the typical VR headset and headphones. With the help of staff members, they also wear special flesh-colored suits equipped with advanced haptic technologies. The suits, however, do not allow them to move freely around the gallery, and thus they do not create a sensation of unfettered exploration of the virtual world, as you would expect in the VR projects of different sorts. Moreover, special diffusers have been built into the suits, and they emit designed pleasant and unpleasant smells. And during the experience, participants received vegetarian snacks prepared by chefs from the Michelin-starred Amsterdam restaurant. The sensory technologies used in the project, however, do not serve merely to deepen the immersive experience of being in the virtual world. As Polymorph explain in their artist statement, their aim is to, I quote, alter the physical capabilities of the human body and make participants adopt different forms of corporeality. In order to show what type of corporeality and bodies Polymorph have in mind, let me turn to one particular character of symbiosis, namely a multibody referred to as a multitude of love. As the name of this beauty suggests, the critter emerged when a climate activist named Lilla decided to entwine herself bodily and mentally with her lover Joan and beloved mother Miranda, inviting to the entanglement 2 marine species whose ecological fate is particularly close to her heart, a monkfish and an octopus. In order to suggest the intimate relationship between entities that make up this particular multibody, the suits of the 2 participants who inhabit the character have been joined together in such a way that one embraces the other by the neck. However, contrary to what the character's name suggests, the multibody is not merely the fruit of human or trans-species love. For there is a specific eco-political agenda behind the fusion of humans and marine animals in this context. The fusion enables the multitude of love to live both on land and in the water, and thus more effectively protect the marine ecosystems from another character of the symbiosis, which is all naturals, spelled with capital A and capital N. As you can easily guess, all naturals are human inhabitants of the world who not only refuse to modify their bodies, but also actively fight against all kinds of hybrids, considering them a threat to the so-called natural order. All naturals have deliberately polluted global waters with pesticides. The nitrogen compounds they contain cause intensive algae blooms, which in turn emit hydrogen sulfide that threatens the livelihood of marine creatures and their symbionts. However, although women and animals form a single multibody, Polymorph makes clear through technology that it's not a traditionally understood hybrid with a complex yet coherent identity that is more than the sum of its parts. The creatures that make up the multitude of love not only have a relational bodily autonomy that allows them to weave themselves out of the multibody if need be. Participants can feel that as their suits are constantly connected and disconnected during the experience. Moreover, when they navigate the virtual world, instead of a single internal monologue, they hear a cacophony of human and more than human voices, or signals in case of more than human species. For every action taken by the multibody is a result of constant negotiation between the co-creating beings, who have different goals and value systems, as it turns out. The women and animals do not even see eye to eye when it comes to how they should fight all naturals. And you could think that this could be perceived by the project as a drawback. On the contrary, the multitude of love is a perfect example of a body that is, and I quote, that is more than one, but less than many. The phrase, coined by Donna Haraway and then retweeted by Marilyn Strathern and also Anne-Marie Moll across various new materialisms, was coined to account for entities of various sorts that are not self-contained individuals, but they also do not disintegrate into disparate elements. They hang together through their partial connections and partial disjunctions. Whereas in new materialism, the phrase more than one but less than many is usually used descriptively. By allowing human participants to become such a multibody through technology, Polymorph rewires the phrase towards a clear eco-political aim. For as it turns out at the end of the experience, it is the relational autonomy that enables the multitude of love to clean. It is the relational autonomy that allows the multitude of love to save the marine ecosystem. Thus, symbiosis in this respect proves that the new type of technologically generated exorganism, as Sigler would say, may contribute to developing more careful and more fine-tuned ways of addressing environmental crises. Thank you.
Oh, okay. With my presentation, we will still try to escape from the Anthropocene, but change a bit the performative art format, because from the mixed reality installation, we will move to digital technologies, but digital technologies who allow us to connect to such insect as spider, but mostly a butterfly called monarchs. The subtitle of my short presentation, In the Company of Spiders, Monarchs, and Digital Technologies, refers intentionally to Donna Haraway's concept of companion species, which she developed in her When Species Meet from 2008. Focusing on philosophical, cultural, and biological aspects of human-animal encounters, she looked closely at the vital interaction of humans with many species, favoring those that we often called domestic. Also, the protagonists of When Species Meet are Haraway's dogs Cayenne and Roland, her companions in agility training. Her analysis encompasses also cats, chicken, sheep. Moreover, for the sake of foregrounding, quote-unquote, the entanglement of beings in technoculture that work through reciprocal inductions to shape companion species, she included in her book laboratory animals such as baboons or whales fitted with the miniature video cameras. In her more recent, probably more widely read book, Mateusz already mentioned, Staying with the Trouble, Haraway also invites urban pigeons to a metaphorical common table. However, She seems to be more interested in such human-animal encounters that through the involvement on various experimental technologies subvert the traditional human mastery over other living beings. In these instances, as she argues, and I quote her words, pigeon people and apparatus have teamed up to make each other capable of something new in the world of multi-species relationship, unquote. The speculative Camille stories, which conclude staying with the trouble, are no different. Haraway narrates the life of the 5 consecutive generations of the inhabitants of West Virginia against the background of much broader and continually unfolding catastrophic ecological changes. By means of biotechnological enhancements and some biogenetic transformation, they practice kin relations with threatened species, in this case, monarch butterflies. As in her scholarly articles, so here, Haraway dwells more on bodily modification of consecutive gametes and the subtle sensory similarities to their animal partners than on technologies which make those changes possible. To demonstrate a vital function of digital technologies in teaching us to think carefully, in the sense of Bernard Stiegler, Mateusz just referred to, in what follows, I will look closely at a recent digital artwork in which the same endangered monarch butterfly acts as a companion species. The artwork, called Methuselah, conceived by the Cuban-born and Houston-based artist Reniel Lieva-Nuovo, was presented in 2 forms. As an in-person mixed reality presentation at the New York El Museo del Barrio, and simultaneously as a virtual high-performance interactive 3D graphics in real time on the project website, accessible globally and 24 hours a day from any smart device with an internet connection. While artwork in the first form have been increasingly common in art galleries today, as you saw on this example, the second one has an unlimited reach and could easily enter the everyday life of digitally literate people who usually do not engage with art projects in any form and place. And I do hope we could see a short video you see the monarch on it. It's the artist himself who give us introduction to his work. And he speaks in Spanish. You will have subtitles in English, and it will be a background to what I have to say. Father. The title of the work, Methuselah, refers to the 4th generation of monarchs in each annual cycle of transcontinental migration from the southern Canada across the United States to Mexico and back. The Methuselah generation born farther north lives longer than the 3 others. With this extended lifespan, the butterflies complete the journey each year, which allows for the survival of the species. To provide the global public with a privileged and unprecedented look at a single monarch during a 1-year cycle, a phenomenon that until recently was impossible to observe or track, Nuovo translated one of the butterflies from an analog specimen into a digital animation. As in many similar projects, the artist did not do it single-handedly. For over a year before the project premiered, Nuovo cooperated with butterfly experts, taxidermists, animators, computer modelers, and software designers to create a virtual avatar which can both behave like a real monarch and demonstrate the monarch's progression by tracking and recreating its movement and behaviors. The artists choose Unity, a video game development tool, because it allows the use of a common code for programming and streaming of the flight. Thus, the avatar becomes an embodiment of a living specimen. At any given time, the software determined the virtual butterfly's movement in space, drawing upon numerous data points related to the real monarch's migration patterns. Using JavaScript via specially designed open access website, viewers could accompany the avatar in real time, observing its path on an accompanying map as the butterflies made their way south across a changing terrain in altering weather and other variable physical conditions. In other words, in his Methuselah, Novo created an avatar with a life of its own and let it live in a virtual habitat. Dark background without any elements to represent the reality. So it was a simulation of reality, but in a sense, giving itself as simulation only. And virtual habitat in which all of the conditions necessary for its existence were technologically determined and controlled by multiple real variables. When commenting on his project, as you may saw on the video, or will see, Novo emphasized that in tracing the monarch's flight across the America, Methuselah called attention to larger contemporary issues related to the false security of borders, migration, climate change, and the necessity of transnational cooperation as expressed in the life of a singular specimen. In my reading, however, the artwork not only offers a critical metaphor for precarious existence in the 21st century, by subversively repurposing the technology of global digital network designed to sustain capitalist system responsible for increasing entropy, Novo not only turned evolutionary distant species into human everyday companions that Harrow wrote about. It also brought to life Stigler's dream of contributive technologies that support new human and more than human communities. From this point of view, Methuselah, in which the interface acted as an exosomatic organ, becomes an exercise in careful thinking that could help us escape from the Anthropocene, exactly by hijacking the existing infrastructure produced by this anthropic era. Thank you.
We had some technical problems, but I think that they are solved. My paper revolves around the figure of Yazan Halwani, a young Lebanese artist who gained fame for his murals adorning the streets of Beirut, each portraying famous personalities with ties to Lebanon. This series shows that Halwani's journey as an artist began with a fascination with the concept of community and its potential manifestations. However, over time, Halwani's artistic practice crossed the boundaries of national or civic identity, foundational for a community. He focused on migration and the capacity of this experience to lay foundations for novel, supranational, supra-ethnic, and supra-religious communities. In his own words, Halwani described his art as an, quote, attempt to reframe an element of migrant identity, an identity that has become the epitome of surrender to the forces of neoliberal, globalized economies, and that has transformed Lebanon, like many other nations, into a resource for increasingly commodified human capital. This issue gains special relevance for the Lebanese nation because the Lebanese diaspora exceeds its domestic population. In the context of this panel, my primary interest lies in the anti-anthropic dimension of communities. As many times mentioned, actually, Stigler wrote, "Anthropy is an anthropogenic type of entropy." Accordingly, the creation of new communities can provide anti-anthropic resistance to the capitalist urge to fragment and administrate human resources and to a neoliberal inclination toward ceaseless individuation. Halwani's artistic praxis, although addressing universal experience like forced migration, remains deeply rooted in the artist's specific milieu. Halwani belongs to a young generation of Lebanese artists who share a resolute anti-capitalistic stance, nurtured by the peculiarities of the Lebanese reality. Lebanon, on the one hand, is treated by its governing elites as a private enterprise, subservient to their vested interests, essentially embodying Mark Fisher's notation of business ontology. On the other hand, the inhabitants of Lebanon face an ongoing economic mega-crisis, comprised for many smaller crises. The strength of young Lebanese art lies not only in its critical approach to the neoliberal and capitalist foundations of contemporary Lebanon, but also in grassroots attempts to create communities and non-obvious alliances between those who find themselves in a precarious situation, such as queer community, refugees, or domestic workers. From my perspective, these communities represent a brave attempt to imagine a new world that can emerge from resistance and criticism of the capitalist system. Today, I would like to focus on one of Halwani's murals, noteworthy not only for its aesthetic appeal, but also its potent political underpinning. Murals, let's say an egalitarian form of art, represent a direct intervention into the urban fabric, accessible to anyone within a given vicinity. Stigler treated cities as exosomatic organs responsible for maintaining life and the emergence of various groups and the techniques they use. Consequently, nearly all Halwani's works can be perceived as performances favoring new communities. And why is this social cohesion so significant in the Anthropocene? Simply put, it stands in stark contrast to the anthropic desperation, offering grassroots, non-systematic approach to countering the increasing chaos through relationships, connections, and cooperation. Admittedly, such thinking appears utopian, with reference to Lebanon with its social division, sectarianism, and civil strife as well. Nonetheless, as Stigler ardently maintains, we must start conjuring both conceivable and inconceivable words that possess the potential to resolve our dilemmas, for our current field is, for the most part, a crisis of imagination.
The mural entitled "The Inevitability of Leaving Things Behind" is actually not located in Beirut or any other Lebanese city, but in Mannheim, Germany, a city where nearly half of the population hails from abroad. The mural captures a vivid scene. A bearded man is desperately cramming his possessions in an overflowing suitcase. It is noteworthy that Halwani in this artwork employs Arabic calligraphy, selecting words not solely for their meanings, as per traditional calligraphic norms, but for the aesthetic allure of their forms. The figure with the suitcase invites viewers to intimately connect with the experience of emigration. In this scene, the man carries out the daunting task of deciding what to pack in the suitcase of a limited capacity. Situated in Mannheim, a district teeming with immigrants, this mural serves a dual purpose. It is not only reminds passers-by about what's been left behind, but also as a unifying force consolidates the community through shared experience of emigration or exile. Speaking with Stigler, we may posit that such a mural functions as an exosomatic technology, capable of forging new communal identities. These identities, very far from unchanging facets of the self, materialize a perpetual process of identification and differentiation within the realm of modern human societies. Halwani points not only to anthropic dispersion of communities, compelled to depart hastily or through force. In his other works, he also points to the abandoned buildings that remain after people forced to migrate. That buildings ruined and homes materialize as stark symbols of advancing entropy. However, the structures may also serve as potential fulcrums for the future community consolidation, thus championing anti-anthropization, which, however, requires enormous effort on the part of the community. In his artwork, Halwani masterfully works with scale as well. His mural represents the cultural context from which the artist originates, Arabic context, of course. The starting point is therefore a very specific and material locality, an individual suitcase and the man who stands beside it. However, the image transcends the confines of the local, embracing a panoramic view of a grander scale. It aspires to perform something much broader than a singular experience. It fosters the growth of new communities. These communities challenge not only the capitalist distribution of human resources linked to migration, but also the neoliberal emphasis on individuation, stemming from the foundational values of neoliberalism by itself. The primary objective of this individuation isn't merely the bolstering of individual freedom. It operates as a divisive mechanism, a form of biopolitical and geopolitical management of population, preventing the formation of communities. If we were to consider the distribution of human capital as a manifestation of such division, the creation of communities based on mechanism of this distribution by itself, as performed by Halwani's works, would additionally undermine the capitalistic system. At the end of today's reflection on communities, I wish to acknowledge my presence here today, despite being part of another community that has called for a general strike today. This strike seeks to draw attention to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Out of respect for work of my colleagues and the organizers of the conference, I have opted not to participate in strike today. Instead, I wish to dedicate the final minute of my speech to honoring the memory of the genocide's victims in Gaza. I invite you to join me in a minute of silence as we remember them. Thank you.
Thank you all for presentations and for leaving us with quite good space for questions and comments. So I open the floor. Yes, we have a question from the back. Do we have a mic somewhere? Yeah.
Thank you for a wonderful round table. I have a question in relation to mixed reality. And I was just wondering, could you comment maybe on the potential of interactive practices in co-construction of relational ontologies, ontologies of multi-species, for instance, which I think they were both present in two presentations given by two speakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this question. I wouldn't be really interested in the relational ontology per se, because I think my example demonstrates something to the contrary, paradoxically, because when we're talking about relational ontology and relationality per se, we often tend to forget about violence, exclusions, and different forms of not being in the relation or resisting relations. And I think the relational autonomy I was referring to in my paper kind of helps us think around or embrace exclusion and violence that we have to address in different contexts, from the slugs in our gardens that threaten our plants close to our hearts, to different groups that are, for instance, climate denialists, for instance. And I think this more than one, less than many, not falling into the trap of the binary opposition between the individual and the multitude, allows us this space for dynamic adaptation, if you will, for the lack of other words, I would say adaptation, but to react in this kind of fine-tuned and indeed careful way.
And I had not time to stress exactly in what way the mixed reality installation by Novo was different to what Mateusz was speaking about. And it was no less interesting that on which I focused during my presentation, namely the mixed presentation here. It was for 4 persons only who were able to see the butterfly, and at the same time the butterfly, how it behaved, how it moved, was influenced by 2 factors: by 4 persons doing same all-day movement in the room of the Museo del Barrio, and at the time of real data about weather and other conditions from the a real butterfly flying south. So in a sense, people were being there where could perceive that they are influenced not only by the person being close to them, but also about the weather condition far away. And you may remember it was famous at the end, I guess, at the turn of this century, about the butterfly wings, which one on the continent, when butterfly just, flaps its wings, it may be a hurricane or some other catastrophe on another continent. So in a sense, during this mixed reality installation, it was really palpable how we are not influenced by close by person, but the far away instances as well, like weather condition or other more than human beings.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Miriam.
Thank you for fascinating presentations. And also, I was really impressed about the breadth of the examples that you showed. I have an immediate reaction to Philip's presentation. Since I'm German and I'm very well aware of the context in which this work of art emerged, and perhaps this also has an impact on how I see it, because I wasn't sure whether this person was packing or unpacking his suitcase. And it also gave some ambivalence to the idea of community building, because after all, we don't know. In 2017, the refugees from the Middle East already weren't that welcome in Germany. So I was wondering what your take on that would be.
Thank you for this question, and it's also very important, because not only this one piece of art of Halwani's work, it's, let's say, ambivalent. It was my particular interpretation that he is packing, but I absolutely agree that he can also unpacking himself in Germany as well, because especially in Lebanon, after the revolution 2019, called Thawra, and then 2020, the huge explosion in Beirut port, emigration, it was the only one topic in the city. Everyone was thinking only about emigration. So imagining communities in Lebanon has absolutely another meaning than in other country, because it's just very difficult to imagine to even live there, especially in conditions of crisis. But in the topic of refugees and building communities there, because I find this topic extremely interesting, but also very politically difficult, because now in Poland, I said about it once today, we also have the situation on Polish-Belarusian border, where actually I am a volunteer, and my presentation was deeply rooted in this experience in the forest on the Polish-Belarusian border, because there every day when you go for the action to the forest, and you see how people build communities between many differences. I saw many people, for example, Pakistani with Hindu, which are actually in war, but they built communities, and it wasn't only community built to survive in the forest. It was much deeper. So then it came to my mind that maybe migration, especially this forced migration, it can be a kind of the foundation for new communities, which looks absolutely different than we can imagine it. Because when we say that we somehow welcome refugees to our country, we have a particular vision how they should build a community with us, multicultural or any other idea, or separate community. But I think that it's only to give them a voice sometimes, because sometimes they also have idea, but for example, infrastructure which we have, it doesn't help them to build this kind of communities. So I think that thinking about this way, it maybe can be an answer for something. I'm not thinking that it will be an answer for I think that it's ongoing problem, but many people would say that it will be future problem. So climate refugees. And I think that it's not about asking questions what we will do. It's more about asking what we should do right now, because we are facing it right now. And I think that the strategies which we used already, they don't work, and we see it in the example of Germany as well, of Sweden, for example, and Syrians. So I think that like very deep analysis of the new communities which can emerge from this experience, which will be shared by all of these people. Maybe this is a kind of new foundation about which we don't think. Thank you. I hope I answered a bit.
Yeah, I don't see any new hands. Can I just add a final note on this discussion? Fascinating. I was thinking about the mural, I mean, and about community. I mean, community relates to, it has the same Latin root as communication. So what I was reading from that was something similar to what Baudrillard does in Requiem for the Media, the article from the early 1970s, where he talks about the mass media are fostering non-communication. The real communication is in the graffiti and the murals. So this is and the fact that this is placed in Mannheim is sort of fostering a communication with that community, that situated community. So yeah, okay. So I see no more hands. So thanks a lot for this panel.
No, you sit at the table, I'll be changing the slides and everything. Wy tu, a ja tu stałam. Niech tam przyjdzie. Tak, to Suzanna jeszcze, no ale to ona tam nie może wyjść. No ale już, tam się zaczęło. To będą chyba pojedyncze osoby. Tak czuję. Wielka sala.
To tak też, ale my z Marni próbowali na timer i było 7 minut, nie, jeszcze trzeba skrzesić. I tak 2 razy. Ale teraz mamy, przepraszam.
O właśnie, jest ten.
Mam nadzieję, że
można już włączyć prezentację? Tak, tak, bo to.
Najpierw się zapowiedzi, ma być ten ekran, gdzie jest Państwa nazwiska. Jak Pani wejdzie do prezentacji, to wtedy będzie. I tak Pani
No bo my i tak mamy wspólnie, tak? Jakby nikt nie prezentuje tak osobno, w sensie...
Ale ktoś będzie Państwa zapowiadał.
Nie, ja zapowiadam.
No właśnie, więc
tak.
tutaj jest teraz...
Ale ja nie zapowiadam na początku wszystkich osób, tak? Tylko będzie taki moment, że faktycznie oni się sami przedstawią. Także ja bym wolała... Ten tytuł, ta prezentacja po prostu...
We can do it, Marni. We
Aha.
Na pulpicie. Inside 5 minutes, I'm sure. But it's the last session, so we, even if it's like 3 minutes longer, it won't eat anyone's time, right? Exactly.
I've been to that. Beautiful lunches. Everything is very full. Yeah.
Hello everyone, I think we should be starting because then we have the closing session of the conference. So I would be very grateful if you could close the door maybe as well, because there is still... Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you for coming to our roundtable, Children's Literature and Culture Scholarship in or for the Anthropocene towards new bonds, new crossovers. In our, my name is Justyna Desztry-Hubczak, but I will tell a little bit more about myself later. Tell you a little bit more about myself later. And we would like to encourage a reflection about children's culture scholarship in the Anthropocene, its role, its possible directions and applications in various forms of academic and non-academic engagements with children, young people and adults. Of course, we also hope to talk a little bit about its interdisciplinary potential. And in the first part of the panel, I will ask the panelists to introduce themselves with a focus on the Anthropocene in their work. And I want to say hi to everyone, from Macarena Garcia-Gonzalez, one of our panelists, who is unfortunately unable to be with us here in the room, but she's following us in the streaming. So she's with us hi Macarena, with us in spirit, of course, supporting us here. And let me also acknowledge the generous support of Erasmus Mundus program, international master's program, Children's Literature, Media and Culture, thanks to which we've been able to meet here, and which also supported Peter's presence at the conference, and I'm very grateful for this support. So we will go on now to the introductions with a focus on the Anthropocene. So Marni, please.
Yes. Hi, I'm Associate Professor at the University of Padova, and I teach a children's course there, or a course for future teachers, and my main research areas are, as you might see here, green dialogues and walking inquire. This is a quite new research area I would like to develop, and talking about green dialogues is linked to a European project that I joined with other two colleagues, one from Norway, Nina Goga, another one from Barcelona, Maria Pujol-Valls. I also quite interested in object-oriented literary criticism, and this is an emerging, maybe it can be connected to materialism, new materialism, more or less, and these are my publications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Macarena. Well, I will just say a little bit about Macarena Garcia Gonzalez from the University of Glasgow. So in my interpretation of Macarena's work, we actually talked about representing each other's research in such situations in the morning. I think that one of the major issues in her research is epistemic injustice. And her, let's say, interest in the Anthropocene is very much related to diversity of knowledge production, knowledge coming from emerging in various relationalities, knowledge that is not necessarily formal knowledge that is also created emerging from various affectivities. And as you have listed here, effective repertoires for children and childhood is an important topic in her work as well. And our joint work, I need to refer to our joint work, our joint interest in posthumanism and new materialism, that has also been, I think, an entry for us, or a kind of form of engagement with the Anthropocene. Okay, and now we'll move on. Oops, sorry. Barbara.
I'm Barbara Kalla. I'm head of Dutch department at the University of Wrocław, and I'm also coordinator of the Center for for Research on Children's and Young Adult Literature at the Faculty of Letters, University of Wrocław. As a teacher of Dutch literature in Poland, you can't focus on only one subject, so I'm interested in children's literature, but also in Dutch poetry. And lately I was researching children's literature of the 21st century on the Holocaust, because I was involved in a project 21st century literature, contemporary literature on the Holocaust. So that's these are publications of me which are going to be published
soon.
In short, yeah, soon.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Suzanne.
Let me see, this works, yes? Okay. Hello, I'm Susanne van der Beek. I come from Tilburg University in the Netherlands. I teach there as a lecturer, both in the Dutch program on children's literature that we have, that I coordinate, and then I'm a lecturer also in the Erasmus Mundus program that Justina mentioned earlier. And in my research, I look at climate change narratives in general for young people and how children are being positioned in this narrative. And there's two strands that I'm developing and that I've been most interested in and working on lately. One of them is the idea of children's citizenship in the context of the Anthropocene. How does it change the position of children as political, as social, as cultural beings? How do we need to reimagine that? Some of you were at my presentation just now. That's partly what I'm doing. And another strand of my work is thinking about teaching children's literature and media. So what does it mean when we as adults teach other adults about children, or about texts that adults have written for children, or about children for other adults? Anyway, those kinds of dynamics, and what can we maybe learn also from that? For example, how can we incorporate notions of playfulness into adult education? Is there a place for that? Can that coincide with the university structures as we have them? Questions like that. And I've also put my publications up there in case you're interested.
Thank you. It's me. Maybe you've noticed some of my questions during this conference concerned hope and the difficult hope that we somehow need to, engage in ourselves today in those dark times in which we are living. So for me, grief and mourning as sources of hope. I think this has been the most important, let's say, line direction in my interest in my research related to the Anthropocene, but also thinking of children as human futures and how we problematize this idea. Why do we are tempted to imagine better futures with this figure of the child savior quite often, right? This is quite a prevalent motif. think. And then, again, teaching about the Anthropocene at various levels. That's also an important interest for me. Okay. And Aliona, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aliona Jarova. I come from Malmö University in Sweden, and I work there as a teacher and researcher. I teach children's literature courses, in particular children's literature and eco-criticism. And in my research, I'm looking at children's literature and environmental education. Particularly, I'm interested in non-didactic approaches to teaching about environment through children's literature. And I published 2 articles. You can see them on 2 books and different eco-critical approaches to them, like eco-philosophical approach to the Midnight Zoo and holistic ecology in monster calls. And one of these books I'm going to mention today in my presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, we decided in our panel to focus on hope. This is indeed a very contentious issue that keeps coming up during this conference. And as children's literature and culture scholars, we seek our work as framed by the developmental discourse centering on children's teleological movement towards adulthood as a promise of attaining a good, better future. And this is maybe why we feel especially intensively the pressure of what Rossi Braidotti refers to as, and I'm quoting, ethical obligation to work for hope, and to activate people to get together and work in the direction of joyful experimentations regarding what we are capable of becoming. And at the same time, we are, as I mentioned earlier, acutely aware that hoping for a better future is increasingly difficult in the Anthropocene. Perhaps we also experience a sense of guilt for multiple and ongoing betrayals of both children living here and now and future generations. After all, we have been caught up in and contributing to planetary ecocide for much longer than they have. And we belong to the generation that may be making the planet unlivable for our own children and their own children. How can we make any difference as scholars? That's, I think, something that also keeps bothering us. Hope is also ambiguous politically. It may rally people to imagine and act collectively for better futures, but it may also be used to evade responsibility for taking measures here and now. That's something that Greta Thunberg, for example, has exposed so adamantly. You might remember her comments at Youth for Climate Summit in Milan in 2021, and I'm quoting, "Build back better, blah, blah, blah. Green economy, blah, blah, blah. Net zero by 2050, blah, blah, blah. They've now had 30 years of blah, blah, blah. And where has that led us?" This is all we hear from our so-called leaders, words that sound great, but so far have not led to action. Our hopes and ambitions drown in their empty promises. And this is just my own reflection, but I have this feeling that a lot of my work is just blah, 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 unfortunately, as well, in this context of the Anthropocene. So where to look for hopeful orientations and what can they be like? What is the emotional and intellectual labor we need to do to live in our times as well as possible in the face of intensifying environmental crisis and the foreclosure of the human future? How does a focus on hope push us towards other fields and interdisciplinary alliances? And in what follows, we would like to share with you our perspectives on hope in the context of children's culture scholarship, regarding, more specifically, as you can see in the slide here, research, then teaching about the Anthropocene in higher education, and engagements with young audiences. And this is the structure that we are going to follow in a moment. And we are going to present and comment on some ideas we worked out ahead of the roundtable, and then we are looking forward, of course, to voices from the audience.
So we've heard in this conference many times that one of the main tasks of the humanities in times of climate change is to come up with positive scenarios for the future and offer hope. Hope is by definition inherent in children's literature, which nevertheless does not mean that children's books have only happy endings. Thus, we can use each book with a social focus and with the human-environment relationship present as well. Through this combination, such books constitute environmental justice children's literature, and this is the case, for example, with Arc of Time, a Holocaust children's book by Marcin Szczegielski. The protagonist, a boy confined to the ghetto and deprived of any contact with nature, becomes particularly sensitive to even its smallest manifestations. Such books do not focus exclusively on environmental topics and avoid simplifying the complexity of climate change, which is one of the results of your research on informative children's books. But it's also connected to Aliona's research on non-pedagogical children's literature. There is a pressing need to shape a holistic vision of the world as a network of interacting elements, because this vision offers hope that positive changes, even small and local ones, can contribute to global change. Therefore, books tracing specific successful ecological projects, such as Harlem Grown, are also worth noting. So any literary text can thus be taken as a starting point for considering the relationality of all elements of the environment, including linking them to economics. For example, just like, here I see challenges, but also opportunities for interdisciplinarity, because this can be achieved through referring to readers' non-literary everyday experiences. For example, consumer behavior, new t-shirt and water consumption, respect or disrespect for food, changes in attitudes toward travel, or consumerism versus zero waste. And you can also look at canonical texts from a zero waste perspective, such as Andersen's The Teapot, in which a teapot becomes a flower pot after losing its handle and spout. In children's literature written in the 20th and 21st centuries, one can observe how attitudes to these issues have changed and what these changes have been conditioned by, previously mainly poverty, and now more and more by increased awareness. And this increase in awareness needs to be pursued, among others, through eco-critical readings of literature.
Thank you. And I would add to that that we need to attend to complex affectivities ongoingly generated by various symptoms of the Anthropocene and experienced intergenerationally. Culture, with its diverse speculative fabulations about the future, helps us to express and understand them, and in particular, to accept the realization that we are increasingly going to feel both hope and despair. The critical approach that Basia mentioned, Basia discussed, also entails acknowledging the validity of dystopian scenarios that in fact may also motivate us to actively embrace hope. Dystopias express utopianism, a belief that the status quo needs to be transformed to prevent unwanted futures. So dark visions function as warnings that help us to understand current mechanisms of human exploitation of the planet. Appealing both to emotions and intellect, they confront us with the imperative of deciding where we stand as witnesses, perpetrators, and victims implicated in modern human traumas. And this is not a choice, I think, that we are capable of making once and for all. It rather means resilience and relentlessness embedded in fear, anger, sadness, and despair as sources of hope today. And maybe this stance of staying with the trouble proposed by Donna Haraway, this is the stance of staying with the trouble proposed by Donna Haraway, or a version of it. An ongoing ethical discomfort that does justice to the urgency and uncertainty of our times, to past, current, and anticipated human and modern human deaths. And let me stress again, we are bound to experience these dark, troublesome emotions alongside hope, and we may channel the energy flowing from them to oppose injustice. So I think it's worth creating and seeking out and researching texts that enable experiencing the complexity of possible approaches to the Anthropocene. And I think that an example of such a text is, like a model text to me for the Anthropocene, is Sean Ten's collection of stories, Tales from the Inner City, which I mentioned and Andrea mentioned yesterday as well. because it exposes readers to a spectrum of affects and ideas about modern human relationalities, from hope and joy to despair and denial. It reflects the impossibility of a unified response to the challenges of the Anthropocene. So very briefly, what kind of children's books do we need to be created and to be discussed, to be researched? Books propagating holistic visions of the world, as Basia mentioned, books about the all-pervasive influence, human influence on the planet, of course. We may look back to old books and look at them again with the perspective of the Anthropocene, to kind of recycle them in that sense. We need books that provide reliable information about threats posed by the Anthropocene. I'm thinking about a possible book about the Odra River ecocide. Those of you who are from Wrocław or from Poland know what I'm talking about, what happened to the Odra River a year and a half ago. Maybe we also need books that simply give us hope, but also problematize it. And I think it's our job to try to find them, to research them, to think how we can use them theoretically and in empirical work with children. And maybe, and this is just an open question, we also need to think about more eco-friendly book production. I think that's an important question as well, but I will finish at this point. And there is very little time, but maybe a question from the other panelists to Basia and myself. Marnie, yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe I can ask you, according to your experience with students, but also, teaching and attending conferences, why is so difficult to propose very challenging picture books or books to students? And what is their reaction when you propose them such challenging picture books or books? Because, the idea is to have a sort of idyllic landscape. And Barbara said about the importance of, what about epping-handing? There was a very famous article was in the late 80s, of a great scholar, writer who said hope is more important than happy-handing. So yes. Can you say something more about this?
Yeah, I must say that at least from my experience, the students that I've worked with are very resistant to hopeful stories, right? Yes, to hopeful stories. And they think, well, I think they are resistant to the idea more broadly that literature or culture can make any difference. And I think this is the kind of first threshold that I personally needed to cross, right? And that such a huge, all-pervasive problem, I mean, what can culture do, right? I mean, can it really affect our values? So I would say that was the first kind of difficulty, in fact. Yeah,
Just for clarification, these were adult students.
Yes, I'm talking about adult students. Yes. Huh? Okay, I think we can move on to the second part, please.
Yes. Me and Marnie, in this brief session, we would like to talk about two books, Migrants and the Midnight Zoo, and how we can approach them in teaching about Anthropocene.
Yes, so I'm eager to introduce a student-centered activity in a children's literature course at the university, so adult students, basically, delving into themes of eco-criticism. And the focal point is this wordless picture book called Migrants by Isa Watanabe, and demonstrating how children's literature can shed light on intricate subjects like migration. And this activity encourages reflection on themes of displacement and metaphors of social justice or social injustice as well. So Migrants presents a visual narrative of a community of anthropomorphic animals. Although some are natural prey and others predators, they set out together on a dangerous journey. Their path led through a forest, a sea, as they seek refuge in an unfamiliar land. As they traverse, a spectral figure resembling death, you might see there, shadows their path. So this is the book
migrants I work with. And now Aliona will present her book.
Thank you. Yes, so I would like to talk about how we can engage young learners with Anthropocene themes through creative writing activities.
Aliona, do you want me to change the slide?
No, no,
not
let's
yet.
leave it.
Okay,
Same.
okay, but
So
please tell
just
me.
maybe we can say that our presentation, short presentation, is divided into two. So that part is my activity, and this part is Aliona's activity.
Okay, but
Yes,
you let me know
you
when
can see
to.
the book that I'm talking about, a cover and some illustrations. So I will focus on a magic realist young adult novel, The Midnight Zoo, which you can see on the slide, and how it shows animal-human relationships from non-anthropocentric perspective, and how it encourages an eco-philosophical standpoint. So The Midnight Zoo is an illustrated story about two brothers and their infant sister whom they carry whilst walking through a war-torn landscape. The main events take place in an abandoned zoo where the children arrive after walking through a deserted town. At night, the children realize that zoo animals can talk, and both children and the animals share stories which show their shared suffering, mistreatment they underwent. Both are the victims of the war.
So a few words about the teaching activities. I use close reading, picture book theory, and Slavsky estrangement foster a deeper engagement with migrants. Students select a key double spread out of this book, which I remember you is a silent book, convert it into black and white, had a descriptive sentence at the bottom, and provide a voice to the illustration. Then students display the double spread to reconstruct the narratives. And this activity prompts a robust discussion and awareness on fundamental concepts such as what is migration, what is displacement, what does it mean community, who belong to a community, safety based on the visual symbol in the story. And a few words also on the critical analysis. The black and white imagery in migrants facilitates discussion on the topic of harmful stereotypes associated with migration experiences, so spread in children's literature, I must confess. Students delve into the complexity of this phenomenon, a phenomenon that is particularly relevant in Italy. They investigate the potent influence of metaphors intertwining humans, animals, and elements of nature, like trees, leaves, flowers, and roots. And these metaphors display students' perspective, prompting them to view the topic from different angles and encouraging a deeper reflection on social sustainability matters related to the Anthropocene. Migrants act as a lens to gain a deeper understanding of the complexity of reality and also about the search of a place where to live in. We started this conference with this fantastic word. It was habitability. And this kind of book deal with these topics. Challenging routine perception. As Slavsky aptly notes, habitual perception tends to become automatic. This picture book disrupts this automatism. It goes beyond celebrating aesthetic differences, embodying reflection on social justice or social injustice.
Yes, and I will talk about teaching activities and the Midnight Zoo. So I taught the Midnight Zoo in the course Children's Literature and Eco-Criticism, and I worked with teacher candidates how we can approach this novel through creative writing. So creative writing assignments, such as, for instance, writing a chapter story from a point of view of one of the zoo animals that are caged, writing a dialogue between the child and the animal, writing an alternative ending. This can be done as individual as well as group work. Importantly, magic realist narrative in this book suggests to the reader the possibility of a hopeful, although an implausible outcome. For example, in an open ending where the children magically found the key in the end and they released the animals from the cages. But this moment is presented dreamlike, unreal, And the magic realist narrative allows the reader to believe that all the characters survived. So if we analyze the Midnight Zoo through the lens of ecophilosophy, a philosophy of ecological harmony, the concept coined by Arne Næss, an advocate of deep ecology, the reader is encouraged to accept the inversion of animal-human or nature-human hierarchies in this story. The Midnight Zoo helps the reader to critically engage with environmental issues.
Okay, thank you. And we have maybe time for, yeah, another slide. Yes, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, so just to
apologies.
To conclude, the absence of text in Migrants compels students to rely on visual cues, a powerful education experience. The visual narrative cultivates empathy, and this morning during Jeremy's talk, he also emphasized the importance of insisting on moral thinking as well, and cultural sensitivity in education and discussion about the Anthropocene context. Whereas in Midnight Zoo, the ecophilosophy in this book undermines the binary categories by making animals and humans equal. The readers are encouraged to feel the simultaneous empathy with these animals and children.
So, in conclusion, Migrants stands as a remarkable educational resource. Students not only gain insight into the complexities of migration, but also develop the skills and awareness necessary to contribute meaningfully to a diverse and interconnected world. Creative writing activities empower students to engage with the narrative, create their own storytelling, and develop perspectives on the relationship between humans and nature. By creating their own stories, children are given agency to navigate the narrative in their own way, to turn it in directions they choose, and this empowers them to think critically about their relationships with nature and become agents of change in the future of Anthropocene. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have time for maybe a quick question.
I think it's a similar question to the question that Marnie just asked.
Yeah.
And specifically, I think with this classroom exercise from Midnight Zoo, where children imagine other stories from the point of view of one of the animal characters. Coming back to this notion of hope, you mentioned there's usually a hopeful ending. Is there space in a classroom exercise like this for unhappy endings, for grief, for example, for fear, for those kinds of narratives as well?
Yes, I think this open ending in the Midnight Zoo really allows to imagine two ways of how the story ends, and because the realistic outcome, and it's really clear from the story that because the town in which they found the abandoned zoo was bombed by Nazis, so there were no people there, and these animals were caged, so the ending was obvious. But because it's a magic realist story, and you engage already with this dialogue between the caged animals and the children, then this like an alternative ending is another storytelling that is offered by this story to children in this creative writing assignment. So there are two ways of writing the ending, if not more. And of course, this realistic, not so optimistic outcome is also one of the ways that some children choose to write. Thank you.
In which language do you teach these classes? Because it's in Sweden.
It's in English.
In English, okay.
Yes, the course is in English, and this book is not translated into Swedish.
All right, we need to move on. Suzanne will be representing herself, of course, and also Macarena.
Yes, so I'm two people. Be prepared for that. But luckily, I had a good talk with Macarena. We've been going back and forth to share some of our experiences and what we wanted to talk about today in these couple of minutes that we have. And we want to use these 4 or 5 minutes to share some of the insights from our empirical work with children in the context of climate change narrative. Both of us have worked in different research projects in which we have discussed different published books, but also other kinds of media about climate change with children. The children were all between the age roughly of 9 to 12. I think it's important to know because the emotional repertoire and the use of hope and fear and other kinds of emotions sort of shifts quite drastically for teenage audiences, just for you to keep in mind. These are the titles of the two projects if you want to Google it at any point. Can I have the next slides? What we want to share mostly is to discuss with you 3 of the questions that we ended up talking about amongst ourselves that sort of kept us awake after having worked with these young children in these contexts. And the first one is one of mine. It comes from a project, so let me tell you about it a little bit. It was a project in which we wanted to see what the effect was of different emotional repertoires in climate change narratives for children. So we had we had isolated this discussion on hope and fear that is quite prevalent in children's literature studies right now. And we wanted to see, does it actually have a different impact on how children think about climate change and how they act towards climate change? So we set up a sort of experiment in which one group of children were read aloud a story that was very fearful, connected to climate change, and another group of children heard a story that was quite hopeful, connected to climate change. And then we measured with questionnaires before, after, and then afterwards again. And what we found is that this setup didn't really work, among others, because children refused to report that they were scared. This is my way of phrasing it for you. So whenever we gave children a hopeful story, we asked them afterwards, how do you feel? They said, hopeful. I think, great. Then we asked students who listened to the scary story, how do you feel? And they said, hopeful. And we were confused by this, so we asked children, and we had open fields also in the questionnaire, why do you feel hopeful? And then the children indicated that, or the answers they gave indicated that they were relying on their familiarity with certain narrative structures. So the notion of the happy ending has already been mentioned. This seemed so prevalent in children's thinking about these stories that they explained to us. One of the children literally said, this is my favorite quote from the research, if something bad happens in a book, you just need to check. There's usually more pages to come. Indicating that this notion of the happy ending is so prevalent that they never marked down if they were feeling scared at all. And so this leads us to this question that we also put to you. How do emotional patterns embedded in our narratives, such as happy endings? Oh, the first one, is it still?
It's just the first one?
Yes.
Or? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, we have an animation going on.
All right.
So how do emotional patterns embedded in our narratives, such as happy endings, foreground certain emotional responses over others? A second question comes from this same project, and it also relates to a methodological choice we made. As I indicated, we wanted to isolate 2 different emotions, so fear and hope. And we thought that's nice because we have different boxes for them and we make different data sets for them. It didn't turn out to work that way. Children repeatedly insisted that they were never feeling either hope or fear, but always a combination of emotions. And I see you nodding, and of course this is obvious now that the children have told us this. And they were eloquent enough to explain also that fear was always a part of hope, because in order to be hopeful, you first have to be scared in order to then come to hope. So they were working with this much more entangled and complex emotional pattern in their relation to climate change narratives. So that leads us to a second question. How can we make room for the entanglement of hope and fear in our understanding of climate change? And the last question I'm going to read out, this is Macarena's text based on her research. Through my research work with children, I've grown critical of narratives that put children in the role of an eco-hero. I am aware that this is dominant in books today. Stories about how children may become little activists, stories that aim to produce hope by placing it as a burden for future generations. In our project, therefore, we sought to find other stories that would present the climate crisis as a structural problem and in which adults would take responsibility and broader intergenerational collectives could become agentic. We were very enthusiastic of the openings afforded by a short animated film, Abuelo Grillo, a Danish-Bolivian co-production that presents a story about the water wars in the Andean region. In this story, the ecocide is rendered as structural within capitalism and as an erasure of indigenous knowledge. Children liked this film very much and were analyzing the responses of children to this film, the ways in which they related to it. I became also aware of how this is Macarena, how I was moving my desire for hope to read their critical engagement with this film. In other words, I noticed how I felt a certain relief when children liked this film as much as I did, as if we could share a hope on the stories of collective solidarity and popular uprising. I realized when analyzing my readings of their engagement on the film that I was still moving my desire for hope and future generation as a drive, even if a bit less explicit, to my engagements with children's cultures. And so the question that we pose based on this is the third one. Do we need to replace the narratives of young eco-heroes? What other critical and effective repertoires maybe you look out for? I want to leave with two remarks that we want to share with you. I'm going to read this out as well. Leaving these questions open, we want to conclude with two reflections about the importance of including children in our research practices about the Anthropocene. The first, quite obvious, we think, reason is because they are already included in this and need to be acknowledged, because we have historically excluded children from our research practices and they are an important part of the world. A second, perhaps less obvious reason, is because researching with, not about, actual children may help us realize and hopefully challenge the assumptions that we carry with us in relation to what is hope and what is future and how these are co-produced. Working with actual children may help us realize our biases and explore alternative effective repertoires.
Thank you very much. And there's again time for a small question from the panelists. Yes, please, Marnie? No?
Well, I'm asking you, and do you think that you presented us the response the student offer you, no? And that they said that hope and fear are intertwined, and I think they are. It's true. It's deeply true. I mean, it's very difficult to separate this kind of emotions. So how did you then reply to them? What kind of feedback did you give to them?
I think we didn't really apply feedback. This was a moment of learning for us and of listening. Okay. And I think it's one of those realizations that when the children put it to us, obviously I understand. And when I look at my own experiences with emotions in general, I know we can't isolate them. But I do see that, and it's not, I don't think it's just us who are this stupid of trying to isolate them. I do think that it's an academic tendency that we have to try to isolate and label certain occurrences so that we can analyze them.
And also children's literature try to isolate emotions.
Yes, I think so as well.
In a very superficial and, let's say, banal way of do it.
I think so as well.
Okay, I think we still have time. Basia, what time is it? I have lost. Okay, perfect. So there is time for questions, comments, suggestions from the audience. And now we have this nice slide to fill it in. Yes, please. Maybe we need the microphone.
Thank you very much. This is absolutely outside of anything that I do, but I'm very interested in, giving young generations hope, because I can see lots of hopeless, mainly teenagers. That's two sides of my question. First, are these books widely read, or mainly by scholars and students of literature? No, but I mean, because they look like beautiful books, and I guess I'm wondering to what extent are they actually in our schools and being read by young scholars. That's not being provocative, it's just, number one. Number two, that seem to be kind of targeted at this age range of around 9, 10. Is there a reason for that? Again, I can kind of imagine that once you hit your mid to late teens, then you start to see other reasons for being unhopeful. I'll never buy a house. Houses are beyond my generation and things like this, which you're maybe not considering at 10 because, you think you might live in a tree house or something, I don't know. So those would be my two questions for the whole panel.
Well, maybe I can start with the first question. Migrants, because it's a silent book, is basically read all around the world, and not only in Europe, but also in South America. And the author, she's from Peru, and she traveled all around to present it. And she really, you can also find quite interesting interviews and experience where, so it's largely read, not only from
let's call it children from primary, also kindergarten. So children from 3, 4, 5 years, up to also teens, and also work with university students. So it's a crossover reading, if we want to use this kind of expression, as far as my books is concerned.
I think Chanten as well, Tales, the book that I mentioned, it was awarded Kate Greenaway award, which is like a children's, books prize. But then you wonder, because some of these tales, have blood, gore, lots of like mass killings, but some of them are also, let's say, joyful, right? So yeah, I think age categories are really problematic. I think
yes.
in any conversations that we have about children's books.
But I don't think it's the proper question for us, because we don't have numbers, and we work with students, and we offer them good books to spread the message and to use them in every occasion. So also to use them for gifts within their own families and so on. So that's how we contribute to these books, to the popularity of these books, because these are good books, and like Chanten, this book is also translated in Polish, but I don't think the average parent would buy it for their children. So we don't have numbers.
No, we don't have numbers, but we do have an indication, I think. I think from our experience, we know that these books don't always end up, or at least maybe they're in our libraries, but they're not the most read at all. For this piece of research, I actually used The Last Bear by Hannah Gold, and we chose it because it is so popular. And I realized reading it that it's so annoying to work with because it's so boring. And it doesn't do all these interesting things that the books that we usually choose do. So there is something about the complexity that we're now highlighting that is not maybe the experience of the everyday reader. I think it is, I know you said it's not a criticism, but it is something for us to take into account.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, what is really available to children, like in bookshops, right? And what parents buy and other adults around children, and then what we think they should buy. Basically, that's the question. Yeah.
Yes, I can also add a short comment on the books that I'm working with. So Sonia Hartnett, who wrote The Midnight Zoo, she actually is more famous for her other books. The Midnight Zoo is not her most popular novel, but she is a recipient of Astrid Lindgren Memorial Award, is one of the most prestigious children's literature awards. So she is, as an author, really I always recommend my students to work with Sonia Hartnett's works. And as for A Monster Calls, I know from my experience that this book is in the curriculum of English schools. It's a big chain of English schools in Sweden. So in the whole Sweden is like one big chain of English schools, and they have A Monster Calls in their curriculum. And it also has a movie adaptation based on this book. So this is like everybody knows, from the students, like everybody knows it. But when I started working with The Midnight Zoo, all the students were really impressed by this novel and how much you can really do with it, because it has these beautiful illustrations, really thought-provoking. You could see only one, that black and white, but it's illustrated very beautifully, and you can also do a lot of creative work with illustrations as well.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for the presentations and the discussion. So I've got a question in two parts. The first part is prompted something that you said, Justina, where you were talking about students, I think it was, who were resistant to hope. And I wondered whether that was resistant to hope framed as hope, i.e. you were telling them that these were hopeful stories, or whether there was something about the conventionally hopeful nature which was off-putting or tacky or inaccessible. I don't know what it was. So the first part was, what was it that was making them resistant? And then the second question, which hopefully is for everybody, is, and this is something that we struggle with in our work, once we've talked through these forms of hope and hoping with children, with young people, what do we do next? What is our role as academics? Is it to amplify those? Is it to somehow, following Ruth Levitas's work, to make them architectural, she puts it in Utopia's method, or infrastructural? What is our role?
Okay, then the first question, thank you. Well, this is kind of anecdotal, I remember really, but I think that was in the context of the kind of general discourse, or talking about children's literature as having hope as this kind of bloodline. And I think that was the moment when this kind of, I kind of sensed the resistance. But then as we, I think, explored, this was just one course that I'm kind of thinking about. And as we, I think, explored more and more books and discussed all sorts of ideas, including antinatalism, by the way, and that was also an idea that came up from one of the students, and I remember it very vividly, this fear of having children. I mean, they were very explicit about it. It was a woman, a female student, maybe 20-something years old, and very kind of hesitant, let's say, about having children in the future, for among others, because of the Anthropocene, broadly speaking. But I think in these discussions, what came up was also their concern with what, their observations, what happens in society, how some people, keep using plastic bags, in shops and so on, even such simple things. Someone worked in Rossmann in one of the drugstores, right? And she kept noticing how people kept buying these, right? And so I think they are concerned. They try to do little things that they can in their capacities. So maybe indeed there are seeds of hope, rather, right? I don't know if that answers your question, but you are right about the framing, I think. Yeah.
Can I?
Okay, thank you.
Can
Yes.
I add to that? There's something that I've been noticing, and all of my colleagues have been noticing as well, that one of the sources of this frustration, because I do recognize this, is also that we, as an older generation, are now telling these young people that they should be hopeful and that they should relate to climate change in a certain way. And so there's a lot of resistance, like, who are you?
Yeah, I have a big problem with this. I feel so humble very often. Yes. And what right do I have to, am I ready to accept this burden? Yes. I mean, I'm implicated. Come on. Right?
And then there's a third generation at play, because we are talking about children's literature and children's culture, so they are themselves preparing to have the role that we now have, in a way. So there's a lot of intergenerational friction, I think, also in that frustration.
Yes, and it is an intergenerational conflict. I think climate young people's activism is very much centered on that. Yeah. So
Peter, may I just had maybe is a thought about our role as teachers and as since 2014 in the Mediterranean Sea, 24,000 people died. And in the Italian, sorry, I bring it to the Italian case, but this is very relevant for me. And I'm not really afraid about resistance. I'm not afraid about lack of hope. What really makes me very worried about is indifference. Yeah. This makes me terribly worried and sad, yes. And so I try to find a way to talk to my students who will become future teachers, how to deal and to fight against indifference. That's why, in my theoretical perspective, I use Lavsky's concept of estrangement. So the idea of fighting against automatism. So I don't know what is our role as educators. What really I can tell you is to try to deal with contemporaneity through children's literature and find a way to foster dialogue between us.
If I may add a little bit to that as well, now I'm very, that's also the thing that, the thoughts that we've shared with Macarena on a different occasion. Maybe we also need to question our interests, our emphasis on books as such, right? And that's why I had this little question at the end of what I said about book production, right? And maybe our role is also to think about, maybe to search for books that are produced very consciously, right, in eco-friendly ways, and also books like Cartoneras, for example, which are local initiatives, kind of do-it-yourself books. I'm very bothered by a kind of, but it's like there's a Polish saying, I don't know if it's same in English, I don't remember right now, but like cutting off the branch on which you are sitting, right? Criticizing, book production. It's our work, our job, right? Rests on this. But I'm finding myself very resistant to getting enthusiastic about some books. I mean, I'm very enthusiastic about Sean Ten's books, but I'm trying to problematize it as well. And maybe think of other media, like, I don't know, short animated films on YouTube, which are widely available. Maybe not eco-friendly done, made, but maybe some other ways some other channels, let's say, right, apart from books. I think that's maybe something that we could address as well, I guess, in our work. Okay, sorry. Are there any other questions, comments? Do we still have time? That's the first question, maybe for one more? Or we should be finishing? Okay, so thank you very much, and I'm very grateful to my colleagues for coming here, responding to my invitation and call and pressure that I exerted on them for the last, I don't know, how many months now. So thank you very much for being here at this conference, and many thanks to the audience as well. And thank you, Macarena.
And maybe we can also thank Justina for organizing for inviting all of us.
Thank you. Let me just say that the closing of the conference is also here, right? So you may stay.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
I had lots of comments, but you know, not what to start.
Siądźcie tu, tak, siądźcie tu. Lars.
It's a good thing because we only had one female keynote.
Chcę tylko, jakbyś chciała skomentować coś, żeby podsumować konferencję. Chodź, bo to jest jako z komitetu, no. Idź tam do dziewczyn. To może z from the floor. Okay. Hello. Okay, there seems to be a bit of a commotion at the end. We're just getting organized a bit because now we have our. I don't need to. Okay, sorry. I was just thinking that our organizing committee here, the members of it, would say a few words to encourage you to also talk. But first, I think we would like to have Professor Jan Zalasiewicz, who couldn't join us today, but he wanted to join us for a few minutes and say a few words. So which camera should I be speaking to? Okay. But we cannot see Professor Zalasiewicz. Yeah, where is? Okay. Okay, so Jan, if you can see me. Now we will ask you to say a few words to the conference participants. And it's a pity we couldn't host you, but Professor Zalasiewicz was following the streamed sessions and found the time to say a few words to us. Okay. And afterwards, we'll have the committee say a few words, and you as well. Okay. Okay, hello. No, there is no audio. No, we should wait maybe a second. It will. Okay, Professor Zalasiewicz, can you please check your mic, your audio, because we cannot hear you. This is why we wanted the in-person conference, you know.
If it isn't, don't worry. I mean...
All right, now it's good. Now, okay. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much. Yes, I'm not sure, quite, what I should be saying here. Whether you'd like me to give one or two reflections, on the couple of days. I think it's been a terrific conference. I haven't caught all of it, in between other commitments, but what I have caught, has been a super collection of thoughts and ideas and suggestions, heavily oriented towards the humanities, of course. But that's where the hard work is, I think. The science bit is relatively easy and straightforward as regards the Anthropocene. The human driving forces and the human responses are much more complicated. So that's where the heavy lifting, is still to be done. So I think it's an appropriate combination of things. I think I have just one or two reflections. I mean, there have been a lot of very big questions said about the Anthropocene. Starting with if I can take the lead from Dipesh Chakrabarty's, marvelous, opening talk, where he asked the big question of what is history. And that, of course, is an invitation for me to think on the very difficult question of now what is geology, as a geologist in the Anthropocene, to do, but also the question which has been raised in several of the talks of what is the Anthropocene. And of course, as is made clear over the last couple of days, there are quite a lot of Anthropocenes out there, interpreted in different ways and in different manners, by different groups of scholars with different perspectives and different concerns, but all of them grouped around, this new and very powerful concept. And if I might just go right back to the beginning, and I take, the beginning of the Anthropocene seriously as an idea, as in the year 2000 at Cuernavaca in Mexico, when Paul Crutzen was at a meeting of the International Geosphere Biosphere Program, and he improvised in one moment the word and the concept of the Anthropocene at a meeting. And I think it's useful to try and excavate his motives. He was listening to a presentation of different kinds of global change, and which is described as global change in the Holocene. And his colleagues report him as being increasingly agitated at that, and then at one moment bursting out and saying, stop it, the Earth has changed too much, we're no longer in the Holocene. That doesn't make sense. We're in the, and on the spot, he improvised the word Anthropocene. And that's two parts of the word, anthropo and scene. To me, and I think to my colleagues on the working group, the important part of that word is not the anthropo. That's almost accidental. It's the scene. The scene means we're in a new epoch. The Earth has changed. And that was his motivation in that. In that the world is now different than the world of that in the Holocene, which had been stable for so many thousands of years, despite so many humans living abundant lives on the planet and making so many changes. The Earth was still stable. So I think that is the key point. Now, I'm tempted to think, what would the history of this concept been like if he'd have invented another term? If he'd have used the term, let's say, homogeneity, established a year earlier by the biologist Michael Samways for the homogenization of the Earth's biosphere. Geologically, it means exactly the same thing, just a different word. The scene is still there, or pyrocene, or technocene, or capitalocene. The front part almost doesn't matter. The key part is that the Earth has changed very sharply. So I think that is one key, issue to keep in there. That is the, if you like, the heart of the Anthropocene. It so happens that we humans are the agents of change. But had it been volcanoes or a rogue meteorite, or even extraterrestrials coming, and landing on Earth, for the planet, the results are the same. The planet has been changed fundamentally and is still changing fundamentally. And of course, the roots of that change, are there. Go back a long way, go back many thousands of years. But those roots were in Holocene soil of a stable Holocene planet. And now, of course, we know that stability, has been changed. And one of the big surprises for us on the Anthropocene Working Group, we were expecting a gradual change, intensifying change through the Holocene, into this new state. And perhaps it's not worth making up the word at all. But what we found, rather like Paul Crutzen and Will Stefan and his colleagues, was the great acceleration, and looked at close to, it's even sharper. It's a job we've just finished on the working group, and the sharpness of that mid-20th century change is quite striking in there. So that's just one of the, if you like, that is the thing to keep in mind. But the kind of the discussions that have taken place around it, how do we understand it? How do we deal with it? Can we mitigate it? What do we do about living in the Anthropocene? And I think the discussions have been terrific. I've learned an awful lot, from the last 2 days, even at a distance of that. So I applaud you all. I applaud the clearly wonderfully active organizing committee. You've managed to make all this work, and hopefully made many links and contacts that will carry on into the future. There is so much still, to understand about the Anthropocene, how it arose, how it's working, and of course how it will develop, into the far future. So this is a terrific contribution to it, and I can tell that even 1,000 kilometers away, it's been a terrific meeting. So, well, thank you all, for that. I hope, that these contacts will carry on. And again, congratulations again. And I look forward to hearing the end of the conference. Thanks for your time and patience of these improvised words of mine.
Thank you very much. Professor Zalasiu, just stay with us, okay, because you may have responses and questions in a moment. And now this is not a separate session as such. I just thought that our committee members who just were chairing the sessions did not have much chance to contribute. I would like to have a few words so that then in a second we can talk together, okay? So maybe Professor Valo would like to say something? Okay.
Yes, thank you, but I'm not has not been member of the committee. So, yeah, but not in the sense that I have made the program. I have participated in one of the meetings half a year ago, and I very impressed by the quality of the conference and the quality of the lectures and the discussions I've heard. I've enjoyed, although I come from the natural sciences, I've enjoyed listening to all the humanities presentations here. And most of them I understood, not all, I must admit. So I've had a great experience over these 2 days. However, I would have liked, and maybe that's for the future, that the interaction between the natural sciences and the humanities should have perhaps had been a little stronger than it was during this conference. And that's, of course, not the criticism of the organizing committee or the program we have seen, but maybe in the future that we should try to make it even a stronger interaction between the two. And for me, especially, has been one elephant in the room both yesterday and today, which was hardly mentioned, but when it was mentioned like as if it was something unavoidable and that it couldn't be influenced, and that is the human demography, the population rise. I mean, this is part of the driving force for all of what is happening. Not everything, of course, but it is behind much of what is happening is a rise in human population. And of course, it could perhaps, I see, as I've heard it in this conference, that this has been regarded as something unavoidable, as if it is like a natural catastrophe. But we know from some examples that it is not necessarily so, although it's difficult to influence. Of course, the demographic transition in Western European countries took place over a period of 30 years, maybe, from 1880 to 1920. And of course, other countries came a little later, France perhaps a little earlier, but it happened over a short period. And of course, we see as a more extreme example, the one-child policy from China, which of course has had these problems. And of course, they are trying to rectify it now, but still it's possible to influence the development of the size of the human population, although it is, of course, in the short time period, it's not possible. But yes, I think we have to discuss the possibilities for the future. In somewhat not only one deterministic development of population, but with perhaps something which could be influenced politically to a certain degree. And of course, that makes it possible not to be very pessimistic, although the future is bound to be serious. And even in the short run, it's going to be serious. So this is not criticism of the program we have experienced over these 2 days, because of course it's been very relevant, everything we have heard, but more as a thought for the future discussion on Anthropocene, that we should perhaps have also the natural sciences, even the medical, or at least the demography, economics and social sciences into the picture. I would like to close this in small contribution by me to thank Dorota especially and her team for the excellent work you have done in preparing this conference with a team here, but your team especially. And thank you, and I think you can say all that also to your staff. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Okay, please just a few comments, and I think we should also talk to the, with the.
Okay. Yeah, of course, I can also connect very well to the thank you lining up. It was a great experience, and perhaps I would have 3 points that I would mention. The first was, of course, the Anthropocene as a huge epistemological turnaround with all those large questions: what is art, what is history? But what I found particularly striking in our discussions in the past 2 days was the importance of affective dimensions in what we are facing in the future, and in the ways that we could possibly react to the challenges of the Anthropocene in educational questions, in ethical questions, but also in the arts. I feel that, this really opens up a whole new sphere of effective involvement of people that we really have to include and strive for in order to cope and also develop new social practices that can help us survive. The second takeaway for me would be that scales, various scales and their interaction are so important. So many presentations were about things very small, very large, time frames, super short, or it's very long, and how they are entangled and mutually influence each other, also with trans-regional, global and local scales, so time-wise and also space-wise. I really found that very fruitful to think about the various scales of the phenomenon. And then thirdly, perhaps something personal. While I am convinced that the Anthropocene is something that is new to humanity, something that humanity hasn't faced before, I also, as a literary scholar with history of literature interests, feel that humans have often thought that they were in similar situations, for instance, in the Baroque age. So in that time, people, and today we know that they weren't right, but they also thought that the end was coming, and they developed many artistic works that confront this challenge. And well, this connects for me personally to Wrocław as the city of Central European Baroque. And I find this something that really comes together nicely. Thank you. Oh, you have this one?
Okay, thank you. We have managed to speak here, so I'll try to keep this short. Yes, thanks to the organizer. I can just sort of agree with my fellow committee members here that it has been a really great organizational success in that sense. A reflection on my part as a scholar in media and communication studies is that I was a bit disappointed of my fellow colleagues that they haven't found this as an interesting venue, because I know that there is a lot of knowledge out there on the implications of digital technology and data capitalism that we have seen rising now, and its ecological impact, the sort of massive amounts of energy that is required to drive server farms, not to speak about Bitcoin technology and AI, which we now see. I mean, the processing of large language models, which sort of makes the I mean, we have seen a lot of curves presented that go steep up. I mean, this will be the same if you look at the amount of data that circulates around and that requires energy, that is taken from somewhere and that eats of the world's resources. Well, you could say that that was a pity. Next time, perhaps we could add that. I perhaps could make a larger effort. I've tried, but it seemingly not. But it's their loss. I mean, I can meet these people. I do on conferences all the time, it seems to me. But it's to my benefit that I have come to meet people that I normally don't meet, and my learning curve, I think, has been just as steep as the depressing curves we have seen previously. So thanks again to the organizers and the local committee.
Okay, so let me speak from the position of a literary scholar again. I think that our perhaps over-representation is also an important factor in imagining our future. And I'm going to stress the fact that I think it's the role of the humanities to give us ways of how we can think about the Anthropocene, and even the proliferation of terms that we've been discussing, Donna Haraway's Cthulhucene or Edward Wilson's Erimocene, the age of loneliness that he warns against. Like if we focus only on the human factor, and if we decide to imagine our future as anthropocentric, then we are facing loneliness as a species. So I think that this is the role of the humanities to lead us towards a different, or perhaps not lead us, but to imagine a different future. So thank you very much.
So I would just add that the conference was was about relationships between disciplines, between different kinds of beings, but I think it also emerged out of existing relationships, and I hope my colleagues will agree when I say that when we worked during the preparations of the conference, the work was nurtured by and nurtured relationships, and my hope is that the event itself has also facilitated genuine relationships, because, well, to go back to Jeremy's talk today, I think we have to sort out relationships before we can sort out the thing that we are discussing.
Thanks. I'm a bit of or not a bit, I'm a big interloper, because the work was done by Dorota and the organizing committee. I had very little to do, so I feel I'm really riding on the coattails of giants. I guess one of the things that struck me about the conference is the movement across scales. So this morning we had a wonderful talk about the enormous energies that are required to keep London going. And we just, prior to this session now, we left a session on poetry and the I-thou relationship and reciprocity and the feeling, what we do with the feelings of hope and grief and or how we learn to feel those feelings and whether and what we do with those feelings is important. So moving across these enormous scales, but also recognizing these scales within the possibilities of disagreement. As Deepesh began our conference around the recognition of the importance of facilitating arguments within a dialogue that allows for and honors disagreement. And so I would disagree with one of my colleagues on the panel, on the organizing committee. Some argue the Anthropocene is not new. There are many peoples around the world who have experienced genocide and who are experiencing genocide right now. But there are many peoples around the world who have experienced the forces of the ends of their worlds for several hundred years. And so the question of the scene is something that whose horizon perhaps is behind us as well as in front of us. And so one thing that I think is wonderful about coming together and having a dialogue in disagreement is that we're able to dialogue peacefully in this disagreement. And create a community of care in a moment when these things are very vulnerable. So I think there's a particular importance perhaps to this moment for us as well. But
thank you. I just want to second many of the comments here, and speaking from the perspective of children's literature and culture scholar, I want to thank the organizing committee for making space for my colleagues and myself to talk about children's culture. And I think that we could see that that this is also an important field that can participate in broader discussions, interdisciplinary discussions that took place here. And well, let me say that very often I think still our field is kind of ghettoized and not taken seriously in some circles. So I think here we could see that this is not the case, and that we have also a lot to contribute and to take away, of course, as well. So I'm grateful for this opportunity, and indeed it will be, the conference and the discussions that we had will be a great inspiration to look at the importance of children's culture as well in the bigger discussion about the Anthropocene. Thank you.
I'll just chip in so that there is a voice from the floor, but I'd love to pass it on to someone else. I mean, I was, having written a fair amount in this area for, well, since 2007, slowly, starting with climate change, and then it merged into this kind of Anthropocene study stuff that I was initially very critical about. I'd actually never been at a conference where that was the topic, the Anthropocene. So all this kind of happened through environmental ethics, environmental politics, or system governance, human development and capabilities approach, but it never was just a single conference. And so
for someone who's been working in the area, I was really struck by how useful it is, even though it's exhausting, you know, to have this kind of intense schedule. But like really, I can already tell like it's useful. It shifts the mind a little bit to have just such an intensive focus on the topic. And I really appreciated the focus on children. I just wanted to, it made something really personal about it. So I would just say, like, one of the questions I have would be to think about how the kind of thing that's happening here how can it be practiced in different kinds of locations? Because I think it would be helpful for a lot of citizens in my country. I don't want to speak for other people's countries. And what would it be like to have a kind of interdisciplinary, you know, kind of engagement that isn't just a kind of polarized political engagement? That's important, but that's also reflective, so that people can just have time to kind of soak in what this all means. So that's one of the things I'm taking back to Cleveland. Yeah.
Any other questions? Remarks?
Okay then. So I think that simply it means that we have all so much to say that it would take us too much time, really, and energy. As we know, you know, when we ask a question during a session, it's always like at least have a lecture. So so I think we can slowly kind of go towards the closing of the conference. And so maybe I'll just have this privilege of saying a few words of thank you first. Yeah, thank you the participants who really took the effort to come and contribute, and in such a broad range of topics. I really loved it when, because I mean, I have to admit, since we talked about emotions and you know, various affective states, I have to admit I had a lot of fears about this conference since the very start, because I thought, yeah, the idea is very exciting to make the sciences, humanities, disciplines talk, but everyone loves interdisciplinarity, and then the question is, so what? Yeah. So I think it's not about, you know, it's not. The goal is not to celebrate ourselves, so to say, but I think we have made here an important step towards this kind of exchange and dialogue, and maybe we could think about a follow-up. I don't know. You can talk about it. In Cleveland, yeah. Or in Norway. Okay, but anyway, yeah, I think this thing is not out of question to think about a future. Future was also a big topic at this conference, yeah, so we should actually kind of be, take it into account, as further plans. And so, first of all, thank you for this, and for the kind of, you know, vivacity and vibrancy of this exchange. And now in the order, I'd like to thank, first of all, obviously the international members of the committee who did not have a little work, as Mark was saying, who had to come and to talk and to contribute, etc. So thank you for this very much. and I hope for more. Obviously, and I'd like to thank really, especially, and I don't have the adequate words to thank to the members of Olga Tokarczuk X Center, which I have the privilege of chairing, and this has been a great team. As I was saying, Ula, who was masterminding the program, Justyna, who brought the keynote, Kasia, Novak Magnis, Helena Duffy, I think is not here, and our wonderful doctoral students or PhD candidates who did the most disruptive and distracting work, obviously. So, like, they would take care of a million details around. And thank you for this, Anya and Evelina. It's just amazing how much work over the holidays they could do. So this is like, I mean, the gratitude cannot be actually expressed, but there is also a thank you that, to Katarzyna Majkowska, the Knowledge Hub manager, whose work is beyond any expression, because she's been, when we were applying for funds, she was counting the budget. She would be the organizing everything, taking care of tickets from, high-level mathematics to a million details, including, for example, she knows the whole place, Wrocław and venues and everything. So we've been working for a range of years now. And it's just immense. So, Kasia, thank you very much, because you actually made this conference possible. Really. So, really, seriously. And I'd like, obviously, to thank to the authorities of the University of Science and Technology in Wrocław. I know the name in Polish, that's why the English name always escapes me. Professor Arkadiusz Wójs, who's not here, but it's very important that he's really so generous, lending us the space and also the space in the hub. I'm a proud co-member of Academia Europea with, so it's like a nice community that we're creating here, and to my university authorities also for supporting us, not only financially and also in all other ways. In this idea and making this conference possible. So, in so many words, thank you all for coming from so many places, and I'm only sorry and apologies for the weather, which just turned out not to be the best. Otherwise, we would have the terrace open for our lunches. But next time then, as we were saying, okay? I think. So, let's keep the connections and let's work whenever it's possible. And, and we'll be in touch. About things. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorota, for bringing us all together.